Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. When my husband and I first moved into that little second-floor apartment, I was just excited to be starting a new chapter. We were young, newly married, in a new city with new jobs and new streets to learn. The house itself was an old two-story place that had been divided into two flats, one on each floor. We had the upper floor. It wasn't anything fancy, but it had big windows, creaky wooden floors, and that slightly crooked charm that old houses always seem to have. Before we moved in, someone mentioned that the house had belonged to an older woman who had passed away some time before. People around the neighborhood talked about her kindly. They said she had been sweet, friendly, and generous, the sort who always remembered birthdays and baked things for the kids next door. I don't know why, but from the beginning I tucked that bit of information into the back of my mind. I kept thinking of her as the lady who used to live here, like the house still carried some of her personality. At first, everything was just normal moving, in chaos. There were boxes everywhere, mismatched dishes piled on the counter, half-built shelves leaning against the wall, and that long list of little things we wanted to fix when we had time, which of course we never really did. I was too busy learning my way around the city and adjusting to my new job to really notice anything odd. If you'd asked me then whether I believed in ghosts, I would have shrugged and said something like, "I don't know, maybe," and then changed the subject. It simply wasn't something I thought about much. The first things that happened were so small they were easy to dismiss. A lamp would be on in the living room when I could have sworn I had turned it off before leaving the house. A light in the bedroom would be dimmed when I was sure I had left it on full brightness. A door I believed I had closed would be half open when I walked past again. All very simple things, all very easy to explain away with. "Oh, I must have forgotten," or "maybe I did that without thinking." So I kept shrugging everything off and telling myself I was just tired or distracted. My husband never noticed any of these things. He is very practical by nature, the sort who likes clear causes and effects, and he gets lost in his work so easily that sometimes he doesn't notice obvious things right in front of him. If I mentioned an odd lamp or door to him, he would just say, "You probably left it like that," or "The switch is old, it's probably loose." He wasn't rude about it. He just truly didn't think there was anything to worry about. The first time something happened that I absolutely could not explain away was on a quiet evening when I was home alone. My husband was working late that night, and after dinner I decided to take a long hot shower before bed. Our bathroom was a tiny room tucked in the middle of the apartment, with no window, just a fan and an old mirror over the sink. The light for that bathroom wasn't actually inside the room. It was controlled by one of those round, twist-style dimmer switches in the hallway just outside the bathroom door. You had to turn the little dial to adjust the brightness, and push it in to click the light off. I turned the hallway switch up, walked into the bathroom, and closed the door behind me. The light was nice and bright at first. I got into the shower and started washing my hair, just enjoying the peace and warmth. After a minute or two, I noticed that the room seemed slightly darker. At first I thought it was just steam building up on the air and making everything look softer. But as I kept washing, the dimness turned into something more. The light was clearly fading, like someone was slowly turning the dimmer down from the other side of the door. I paused with shampoo still in my hair and looked up at the light fixture. It wasn't flickering like a dying bulb, and it wasn't going on and off. It was just fading. It went from bright to softer, then to a yellowish glow, and then, very gently, to complete darkness. 1 second I could see the curtain and the tiles in my own hands, and the next I was standing there under the running water in absolute black. I was so surprised that for a moment I just stood there with the water running down my face, trying to make sense of it. My first thought was that the bulb had just burned out in a strange way. Still, it wasn't like any burned out bulb I'd ever seen. Usually they flicker or pop. This had been smooth and controlled, like someone turning a dial. I turned off the water, stepped carefully out of the shower, and reached for my towel in the dark. I opened the bathroom door and stepped into the hallway, dripping water on the floor, expecting to see the dimmer switch in some halfway position or maybe broken. Instead, I saw that the switch was turned all the way down and pushed in. It was fully off. Someone would have had to physically twist it and press it. The hallway around me was lit by another lamp, so I could see very clearly. There was no one else in the apartment. Our front door was locked. It was absolutely impossible that someone had walked up quietly, turned the dimmer off, and walked away without me hearing a sound. I stood there in the hallway with my wet hair dripping down my back, staring at the light switch and feeling that strange mix of confusion and realization. I reached out, turned the dial back up, and the bathroom light came back on just fine. The bulb was not burned out. The switch was working perfectly. I told myself that maybe somehow the switch was loose and slipped down on its own, but in my heart I didn't really believe that. It had been turned all the way off. That took effort. I didn't feel threatened in that moment, just deeply unsettled. I finished drying off and getting dressed, and when my husband came home later I told him what had happened. He smiled, kissed my forehead, and said maybe the switch was old and doing something weird. I could tell he didn't want to encourage the idea of anything strange. So I let it go out loud, but inside I filed it away as the first real sign that someone else might be sharing that apartment with us. The next thing I remember clearly happened one late afternoon after work. I had come home before my husband, as I usually did. I was tired from the day and from the commute, and the apartment was quiet and peaceful. I stretched out on the sofa in the living room, thinking I would just close my eyes for a few minutes before starting dinner. The window light was soft, the air was warm, and it didn't take long for me to slip into that fuzzy half-sleep where you are aware of your surroundings, but also drifting somewhere else. While I lay there, I had what I still hesitate to call a dream, because it felt too real. In this dream, everything was exactly as it was in real life. I was lying on the same sofa, in the same position, looking at the same part of the ceiling. I heard the sound of a key turning in the lock on the front door at street level. You know that very specific metal sound a key makes when it goes into a deadbolt and turns. I heard it clearly, as if my ears had sharpened. Then I heard the downstairs front door open and close. I heard slow, firm footsteps coming up the staircase to our apartment door. The stairs in that house were a little steep, so there was a particular rhythm to how people climbed them, and I knew the sound well. I heard the upstairs door open, that familiar creak of old wood. I heard someone walk onto the landing. In the dream, all of this was as clear as if it were happening in that exact moment. In my mind I thought, "Oh, he's home early," assuming it was my husband. I woke up fully with that thought still in my head. I sat up and called out his name. The apartment was silent. There were no footsteps, no faint rustle of clothes, no sound of someone putting down keys or a bag. I felt a small twist of fear in my stomach. I got up and walked quickly to the hallway, then checked the kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. No one was there. I went to the top of the stairs and looked down toward the door. It was closed. The lock was set. There was no sign that anyone had entered the building. It had all been so vivid, so loud and precise, that I almost felt dizzy. I told myself it must have been a strange dream that blended into waking, or maybe I had heard someone walking past outside and my brain turned it into something familiar. But a little voice inside me said, "You know what you heard." A few days after that, there was an incident that shook me more deeply because I was fully awake, and there was no way to pass it off as sleep or muddled senses. That morning, my husband was still asleep in the bedroom while I was getting ready to leave for work. I had my coat on, my bag over my shoulder, and I was standing at the upstairs door with my hand on the knob, ready to go downstairs and out to the street. Just as my fingers closed around the doorknob, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Not slow ones this time, but fast, heavy ones, pounding up from the bottom of the stairwell, heading straight toward the door on the other side of which I was standing. The sound was loud enough and sharp enough that my heart leapt into my throat. It didn't sound like someone climbing politely. It sounded like someone rushing, hurrying, almost running up those stairs. The footsteps came to an abrupt stop right on the other side of the door. I stood there frozen, holding my breath, expecting at any second to see the knob move or hear a voice. I thought wildly. Is someone trying to break in? Did the landlord come by for something? Did I forget about a delivery? I waited 1 second, then 2, then 3. Nothing. No movement, no voice, no turning of the knob. It was suddenly completely quiet again. I gathered my courage, took a deep breath, and yanked the door open, ready to face whoever was there. But there was no one. The stairs were completely empty. The light bulb above the landing flickered faintly, as it always did, but that was the only sign of life. My hands started to shake a little. I went down the stairs quickly and checked the bottom door. It was closed and still locked. The deadbolt hadn't been touched. There was no way someone could have run up those stairs, stopped in front of my door, and then gotten back out of the building without me hearing a single sound of the doors opening or closing again. I went back upstairs and woke my husband up, my voice a bit too high as I tried to tell him what had just happened. He listened sleepily, his hair sticking up and one eye still half shut, and then gave me the same calm answer as always. You're probably imagining noises, he said gently. You're stressed in the mornings. Maybe the building creaks. Maybe it was the pipes. I knew what I had heard. There is a very big difference between the subtle creak of an old house and the very distinct sound of someone's feet hitting each step in quick succession. But he hadn't heard anything, and I didn't really expect him to believe me. Still, there was a small sting inside every time he brushed it off. It made me feel more alone with the experience, and in a strange way, it made the unseen presence feel more real to me, because it seemed I was the only one it chose to interact with. Other little things kept happening. I would put an object down on a table and find it later somewhere else I was sure I hadn't left it. The bedroom door would be slightly open in the morning when we both knew we had closed it at night. Here and there I would get that feeling that someone was standing just behind me when I was washing dishes or reading in the living room. A gentle awareness, not pressing or heavy, just there. The incident that still makes me shake my head and laugh a little happened in the kitchen one completely ordinary day. I was standing in the corner of the kitchen taking something out of the microwave, focusing on not burning my fingers and trying to remember if I had enough ingredients for dinner. The kitchen was a small square room with a doorway that opened into the hall and the rest of the apartment. As I stood there, I suddenly heard a sharp little clack on the floor behind me, like plastic hitting linoleum. It wasn't very loud, but it was clear enough to make me turn around. There, in the middle of the kitchen floor, lying all by itself, was my toothbrush. Not just any toothbrush, but the one I kept in a cup by the bathroom sink. Somehow, in the few seconds when my back was turned, it had traveled out of the bathroom, down the hallway, around the corner, and landed right in the middle of the kitchen floor, just behind me. It looked as if someone had tossed it underhand toward me. I stared at it, then back toward the bathroom, then at it again. It was such a strange thing to throw, of all objects in the apartment. Not a spoon or a sock or a pencil, but my toothbrush. I couldn't help it, I said out loud. Very funny. As if someone had just played a practical joke on me. I had this odd feeling that whoever was there wanted to see if they could get my attention in a way I couldn't ignore and would find a little bit silly rather than terrifying. For the most part, I still wasn't scared, not the kind of shaking fear you see in movies. I was unsettled, confused, and sometimes frustrated that my husband didn't share any of these experiences. But deep down, I didn't feel like whatever was in the apartment wanted to hurt me. If anything, it felt like someone stubbornly reminding us, I'm still here. The strangest and most important thing that ever happened, though, didn't take place in that apartment at all. It happened miles away, in my office, on a simple weekday evening when I was staying late. My husband was working late too, and my plan was to catch up on a few things before going home. One by one my coworkers left. The building gradually got quieter. Phones stopped ringing, computers were turned off, and the sound of conversation faded away. Eventually, I was alone in my little office, the only light in the hallway coming from my room and maybe one emergency lamp. I was focused on finishing a task, my mind on reports and deadlines, when I suddenly heard a voice. A woman's voice, clear and close, as if she were standing right behind me, though I didn't feel breath on my neck or see anyone in my peripheral vision. The voice said, very simply and clearly, "You need to go home." There was no thunder, no dramatic echo, no strange distortion. It sounded like any woman's voice would sound if she were talking softly in a quiet room. But it came from nowhere. It didn't sound like it came from the hallway or through the wall. It sounded like it came from the air right beside me. I didn't feel fear in that moment. What I felt was compelled. The words went straight through the part of my brain that would normally question everything and landed right in the part that makes decisions. Before I could really think about what I was doing, I was saving my work, turning off my monitor, putting on my coat, and picking up my bag. I didn't feel rushed or panicked. I just felt an overwhelming sense that I should not be there at that time, and that it was time to leave. I walked out of the office, turned off the light, and headed out of the building. I didn't remember until later that I hadn't really decided to leave. I had just obeyed that voice. The sky was starting to darken, and the air was cool as I walked home. The whole way, I felt strangely calm, like I was doing exactly what I needed to do. When I got to our apartment, and went upstairs, everything looked normal at first. I took off my coat and dropped my bag, and then, after a minute or two, I smelled something. At first it was faint, a hint of something sharp and bitter in the air. Then it grew stronger. It was the smell of smoke, not the mild smoke from a blown-out candle, but the thick, oily smell of something burning on a stove. My stomach dropped. I began to race around the apartment, checking the kitchen, our oven, our outlets, anything that might be burning. Our stove was off. Our oven was cold. There were no candles burning. The smell got stronger and stronger until my eyes started to water and my throat felt scratchy. I coughed and went to the door, opening it to let in some air, but the smoke seemed to be coming from downstairs, not from our level. I rushed down the stairs to the first floor apartment. The smell was almost overwhelming near their door. I pounded on it with my fist, shouting for someone to open up. There was no answer. I knocked again and again. Inside, I could hear a cat meowing frantically. I ran around to the side window and saw their kitchen. Their cat was pacing and crying, looking toward the stove. Thick, dark smoke was pouring upward from a pan on their stovetop. No one was home. My heart was racing so hard I could hear it in my ears. I knew if that pan actually caught fire, the whole building could go up, and if it did, we might lose everything, or worse. I sprinted out of the house and ran to our landlord's place 2 doors down, banging on his door with both hands. When he answered, I could barely get the words out fast enough, telling him there was smoke in the downstairs apartment, and no one home. He grabbed his keys and ran ahead of me. Back at the house, he unlocked the first floor door and disappeared inside. I stayed in the hall, coughing. After what felt like a very long minute, he came back out, waving smoke away. He told me that the tenants had left a pan of bacon grease on the stovetop. At some point, probably when the cat jumped up onto the stove to investigate, one of the loose control knobs had been pushed just enough to turn the burner on under the pan. The grease hadn't caught fire yet, but it was close. The whole pan was smoking heavily, and the kitchen was filled with black, oily smoke. He turned off the burner and moved the pan, opening windows to let the smoke out. If we hadn't gone in when we did, he said, it probably would have ignited within minutes and started a serious fire. The downstairs tenants didn't come home until late that night. My husband stayed late at his job and knew nothing about the whole thing until I called him. Later, when I sat at our kitchen table with a glass of water, my hands finally started to shake as I thought about it. I kept going back to that moment in my office, to that gentle, clear voice telling me, "You need to go home." If I had stayed to finish my work like I had planned, I might have walked into a wall of flames instead of smoke. I don't know if it would have burned the whole house down, but I know for certain that the timing of that voice was no coincidence. From that day on, I stopped telling myself that everything was just my imagination. Maybe you could argue that the voice came out of my own mind, some instinct I didn't know I had. Maybe you could say that something inside me sensed danger and woke me up in a strange way. But the simplest, clearest explanation that settled in my heart was this: whoever was in that apartment with us, whoever once called that house her home, had warned me, pressed me, and guided me out of my office and back to the house in time to prevent a disaster. For the first time, I felt grateful to her in a very specific way, not just as a vague presence. The fear that might have come with some of the earlier things softened into something closer to respect and affection. If she really was the previous homeowner, maybe she still felt responsible for the house and the people in it. Maybe she still walked the stairs and checked the doors and made sure no one burned the place down with bacon grease. Time passed, and we decided eventually that it was time to move on. A new job opportunity came up, and another apartment opened closer to where we both worked. We started gathering boxes and packing our things. That's when I felt something change in the energy of the apartment. The small moving around of objects felt sharper, a little more insistent. It felt, in a weird way, like someone was not happy that we were going. The last big incident happened one evening when I was alone, again, sitting on the living room floor surrounded by boxes, wrapping our belongings in newspaper and packing them away. From where I sat, I could see straight into the kitchen. It was brightly lit, the counter clearly visible, with all the familiar clutter of dishes and utensils waiting to be boxed up. I remember putting something carefully into a box, glancing up, and in that exact moment, I saw a stack of dishes on the kitchen counter rise up into the air. They didn't jump, they didn't slide, they lifted as if invisible hands were picking them up. They hovered for half a second, then flew sideways and smashed onto the floor in a loud, shattering crash. It wasn't just one plate. It was a whole stack. Ceramic pieces skidded across the floor. The sound was sharp enough to make my heart leap into my throat, and for the first time in that apartment, I felt real fear, cold and sudden. My entire body broke out in goosebumps. I sat there frozen, my breath caught in my chest, staring at the kitchen floor. It honestly felt like the ghost had finally said, "Fine. If you're going to leave, I'm going to make sure you remember me." I didn't get the sense that she wanted to hurt me, but I did feel that she wanted to scare me, to make some kind of last, dramatic statement. After a few seconds that felt much longer, I stood up carefully, grabbed my coat, and walked straight out of the apartment building. I sat on the front step, hugging my knees, and waited for my husband to come home. I couldn't bring myself to step back into that kitchen alone. When he walked up and saw me sitting outside, he looked confused. I told him what had happened. Of course, he didn't believe that the dishes had levitated. He assumed I had stacked them too close to the edge and they fell. But when he went into the kitchen and looked at the mess, even he had to admit it was odd that the heavy plates had landed where they did, far from the edge, and that nothing else around them had been knocked over. The funniest part, looking back, was that they were his dishes. Ugly ones, in my opinion, with a pattern I never liked, which he had been dragging from one apartment to another ever since his student days. I had always wished quietly that they would, accidentally, break so we could buy new ones. When I told him that it was the ghost who had done it, he didn't find it nearly as amusing as I did. He was more annoyed about losing his plates than curious about how they had broken. We finished packing, and eventually we moved out. On our last day there, as I walked through the empty rooms, I put my hand briefly on the wall in the hallway by the bathroom light switch and whispered a small thank you. Whether she heard me or not, I'll never know. But I meant it. My husband still insists, to this day, that he never saw or felt anything unusual in that apartment. For him, It was just an old, slightly drafty place where some plates broke and some lights flickered. For me, it was the first home where I truly felt like we were sharing the space with someone who wasn't alive anymore, a woman who had loved that house, who didn't like to be left out, and who, in a moment that could have changed everything, told me kindly and firmly, "You need to go home." My story really began in January of 2005, when my Uncle Bob passed away. I was around 15 years old then, old enough to understand what death meant but still young enough to feel confused and helpless about it. I had never been especially close to him. He was one of those relatives you see at family gatherings once in a while, someone whose face you recognize in old photographs, and who always seemed kind, but who never really became a regular part of your everyday life. Even so, his death affected me a lot more than I expected. Maybe it was because it was one of the first times I had lost a family member that I actually remembered. Maybe it was because his death made me aware, for the first time, that the adults around me weren't invincible. Whatever the reason, I remember feeling this strange mixture of sadness, guilt for not having known him better, and a kind of empty space inside me that I didn't know how to fill. At the funeral, that empty feeling turned into something else. The room was full of people in dark clothes, talking in hushed voices that made everything sound distant and muffled. The air smelled like flowers and old wood and something I always connect with funeral homes, but can't really describe. I remember staring at the casket, thinking that it looked too still, too neat, like a piece of furniture rather than something connected to a person I had seen alive. As I looked, I suddenly became aware of something above it. I didn't see it with my eyes the way I saw the flowers or the curtains. It was more like a presence hanging in the air, directly over the casket. The strange part was that I knew it wasn't my uncle. There was no doubt in my mind about that. It felt familiar in a different way, like when you see someone in a crowd and you know you've met them before but you can't place from where. At the same time, I couldn't match it to any specific person I knew. It was just a sense of recognition, like my mind was saying, "I know you," even though nothing about it made logical sense. That feeling stayed with me all through the service, hovering over me as much as over the casket, as if whatever it was had noticed that I noticed it. Over the next few months, as I tried to get used to the idea that my uncle was gone, that same presence seemed to follow me home. It wasn't constant, not like someone walking beside you every second, but it showed up often enough that I started to recognize when it was there. I would be in my room, feeling low and thinking about the funeral, or replaying in my head the last time I had seen my uncle, and suddenly the air would feel slightly heavier in a very specific way, almost like when someone walks into a room behind you and you sense them there before they say anything. I couldn't see anyone, but I knew I wasn't alone. I didn't feel afraid of it. If anything, it felt comforting, like someone quietly sitting with me when I was sad. Sometimes, if my mood was really bad, the feeling would grow stronger, as if whoever it was trying to wrap itself around me and calm me down. I started to think of it as a kind of protector, a silent visitor who came whenever I felt worst about things. I never said anything to my family about it. I didn't have the words and I thought they would just tell me it was my imagination, but deep down I knew it was real. Then, on April 15, 2005, something happened that I couldn't ignore or explain away. That day I was particularly down. I don't remember what exactly had set me off. It might have been a memory, a comment someone made, or just one of those days where grief sneaks up on you for no obvious reason. I was in my room, half sitting, half lying on my bed, staring at nothing and letting my thoughts spiral downwards. My radio was across the room. I never really used it much, and I'm certain it was turned off. The volume knob was all the way down. It was one of those small things I knew without having to think about it, because it had been in the same state for days. While I was sitting there, sunk in my own sadness, the presence came back, surrounding me in that now familiar way, and then, suddenly, the radio clicked on by itself. I almost jumped out of my skin. The volume, which should have been on 0, was loud enough for me to hear clearly, but not blasting. It didn't skim through static, it didn't play a random advertisement. It started up right in the middle of a song. The song was, "Don't worry, be happy." I just stared at the radio, my mouth slightly open. Of all the songs that could have come on, of all the times the radio could have randomly decided to switch itself on, it did it right then, with that exact song. The cheerful tune and silly lyrics filled the room, so out of place against my mood that it felt like a direct message, almost like someone had reached over, chosen that track, and hit play just for me. I can't explain how strange that felt. Part of me wanted to laugh because the choice of songs seemed so on the nose. Another part of me felt tears prickling at my eyes because I was sure that whoever had been near me at the funeral was there again, trying to pull me out of that dark place. The radio played the entire song, every line, and as soon as it ended, it stopped just as suddenly as it had started. No DJ talking, no commercial, nothing. Silence. The button seemed to click, and it was off. I got up, walked over, checked the settings, and there was nothing wrong with it. I turned the knob back and forth, tested the power switch. Everything worked fine, but the fact remained, I had not turned it on, and I had not chosen that song. After that, I couldn't pretend this was just me being sensitive or dramatic. Someone or something was reaching out. After that incident, things went quiet again for a while. Life moved on in that clumsy way it does after a loss. I went to school, hung out with friends, did my homework, and sometimes I almost forgot about the presents. But it never really left my mind. Every time a light flickered or something small shifted in the house, I wondered if it was back. Then, in September of 2007, something else happened that brought all of those feelings back in a much stronger way. It was late, around 2 in the morning. I remember the time very clearly, because I had glanced at the clock on the cable box. I was sitting in the living room, watching television. The house was quiet and still, and everyone else was asleep. The sky outside was clear, and there was a bright full moon shining in through the window, casting a pale light over the furniture, so the room wasn't completely dark even beyond the TV glow. I was absorbed in whatever I was watching when, exactly at 2 o'clock, the television turned off by itself. The remote was lying on top of it, untouched. The screen went black, the sound stopped, and the room was suddenly lit only by the moonlight. Before I had time to move or even fully react, I smelled something. It was like being hit by a memory disguised as a scent. It was a familiar musk, mixed with the clear, sharp smell of cigarette smoke. Our house is strictly smoke-free. No one in my immediate family smokes. The last person I associated that smell with was my grandfather, my Opa, who had died back in 1995. For a moment, the living room didn't feel like the living room. It felt like one of those older places where he used to sit, with his cigarette in hand and that same scent hanging in the air. I didn't see him, but I knew instantly that this was him. The combination of the smell and the way the air felt made that certainty flood through me. And along with that came a clear impression. He was telling me to go to bed. It wasn't a voice I heard with my ears, but the message was as clear as if he had spoken it out loud. Without even thinking about it too hard, I looked up and said into the room, "I'll go after this show, Opa." As soon as I spoke, the smell faded away. It didn't drift slowly like real smoke would. It was there one moment and gone the next, like someone flipping a switch. At the same time, the television flicked back on by itself and resumed playing. It was as if he had said, "All right then," and let me finish what I was doing. That moment left me feeling strangely comforted instead of frightened. It felt like discipline and affection all wrapped into one, the way grandparents often are. The next day, I was vacuuming the upstairs landing, doing normal chores, not really thinking about paranormal things at all. I moved the vacuum back and forth across the floor, letting the noise fill my head so I didn't have to think about anything else. In the middle of this, the familiar smell came back again, the same musk, the same cigarette smoke. I paused, my hand still on the vacuum handle, and looked out into the hall. At the end of the hallway there is a picture of my grandparents hanging on the wall. As I looked in that direction, I saw the outline of a man standing there, turned toward that picture. He wasn't sharp and detailed, but he was solid enough that I could clearly make out his shape and the way he was holding a cigarette. He stood there, head slightly tilted, as if studying the photograph or lost in thought. It felt very private, almost like I had walked in on someone visiting their own memorial. For a moment I just watched, my heart pounding in my chest, the vacuum still running. I knew it was my grandfather. Even without seeing his face clearly, I recognized the shape, the posture, the casual way he held the cigarette near his side. Instead of calling out to him, I did something that felt more respectful. I reached over, shut off the vacuum, and quietly backed away, leaving him there in his thoughts. It felt like the right thing to do, like giving him space. When I came back later, the figure was gone, the smell had faded, and the hallway looked normal again. The next major disturbance involved not just me, but also my dog Senta, and it was one of the times I was honestly scared. It happened on July 26, 2007. My family had gone out for the day, so the house was empty except for me and Senta. The cats, as usual, had been locked up in their usual rooms so they wouldn't get into trouble while no one was supervising them. I was in the office, sitting at the computer, completely focused on whatever I was doing at the time. Senta was lying on the floor beside me, relaxed and half asleep. It was calm and ordinary, the kind of quiet afternoon where nothing feels out of place. Around noon, everything changed in a split second. The computer shut off. The television in the room went dark at the exact same moment. It wasn't like a glitch where one flickers and then the other. They both lost power simultaneously, throwing the room into sudden silence. The hum of electronics vanished, and for a second my brain tried to catch up. Senta leapt up from the floor, all traces of sleep gone. Her ears went straight up in that alert, stiff way that dogs have when they sense something, and she started to growl low in her throat, staring at the doorway. That growl sent a shiver down my spine because dogs don't usually growl at nothing. At the same time, I glanced at the thermometer on the wall and saw the temperature dropping before my eyes, 1 degree, then another, until it fell about 6 degrees below normal in just a moment. While I was staring, trying to process that, I heard it, the sound of work boots walking across the floor above me, in my parents' bedroom. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, the kind that make old floorboards creak and echo. The house should have been empty. No one was supposed to be upstairs, or anywhere else. The cats were locked away. My family was out. The dog was with me, growling at the unseen presence. That left no explanation except someone, or something, that shouldn't have been there. My heart started pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat, but I forced myself to move. I grabbed a baseball bat that was nearby, more for courage than anything else, and made my way to the stairs. With each step, I expected the sound of footsteps to move too, but as I got to the hallway and looked up, there was no one there. The stairs were empty, the landing was empty. It was as if whoever had been walking knew I was coming, and had stopped right out of sight. I stood there for a moment, listening. The air felt cold and heavy, and Senta was still tense behind me. Then, as I turned to go back, I heard the footsteps again, this time moving away from the stairwell, back into my parents' room. The sound traveled across the ceiling overhead, then faded into nothing. Almost at once, the room temperature began to climb back up to normal. The computer screen flickered back to life, the TV turned itself back on, and the house felt ordinary again, as if nothing had happened. Senta slowly relaxed, though her eyes stayed watchful for a while. The whole thing left me shaken. It wasn't just a feeling or a smell this time. Things had turned off, the temperature had dropped, and there had been clear, solid footsteps in an empty house. In November of that same year, we had to make one of the hardest decisions a family ever has to make about a pet. Senta had gotten sick, and there was no way to help her that wouldn't cause her more pain. My parents took her to the vet while I was at school. When I came home and realized they had already gone, the house felt painfully quiet. I couldn't stand being inside, where everything reminded me of her, so I went for a walk to clear my head, even though my chest felt tight and my eyes were burning. I walked for a while, not really paying attention to where I was going, just moving because standing still hurt too much. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, I found myself coming back down my own street. That time sticks with me because later I found out it was the exact moment she died. As I walked past our house, I glanced up at the bay window out of habit. That window looks into the living room where Senta often sat, watching the world outside. To my shock, I saw her there. It wasn't a shadow or a reflection that could be anything. It was her, full and clear, exactly as she had always looked, her posture, her ears, the way she held her head. She was looking straight at me from inside the house. For a moment, I stopped walking and just stared. Our eyes seemed to meet. Then she barked, a sharp, familiar sound that rang in my ears just like always. And in the next second she vanished. One instant she was there, the next she was gone. The window showed only the empty living room again. I stood there on the sidewalk, struggling to breathe, torn between shock and an overwhelming rush of love and grief. It was as if she had waited for me, just long enough to say goodbye in her own way. Over the next few months, from November until now, I have felt and seen her around the house many times. At first it happened rarely, then more often as I learned to recognize it. Sometimes it is just the sound of her nails clicking softly on the floor in the hallway, a sound I know as well as my own footsteps. Sometimes I will feel the weight of her lying near my feet in the office, in her usual spot, when there is nothing visible there. Now and then I will catch a glimpse of her out of the corner of my eye in the upper landing or standing in the doorway, only to turn my head and see nothing. Once I heard her bark from the basement living room, that same distinctive bark she always had. Each time it happens, it startles me, but not in a bad way. Over time, I have grown used to her presence. Instead of seeing it as something frightening, I have come to believe that she is still protecting the house in her own way, watching over the rooms and the people she loved. Around this same period, from November up to the present, there has been another figure that more than one of us has noticed. Sometimes, when I am near a certain window or looking toward the side of the house, I will see, just out of the corner of my eye, a man walking up the side steps. It happens quickly, a flicker of motion, like someone in work clothes taking a step or two toward the door. When I turn to look straight at him, there is no one there. At first I thought it was only me, but my friend Drew mentioned seeing a man on the side steps one day when he came over. He described the same vague outline, the movement, the height, the way it seemed like a person was about to knock, and then simply wasn't there. My mother, too, has seen the same thing and has admitted that it unsettles her, even though she doesn't like to talk about it much. I am not the only one in the family who has experienced Senta's presence either. My father, who is usually very practical and not quick to say anything about ghosts or spirits, has told me that he has seen her as well, lying in the hallway where she used to rest or moving past the doorway in the quiet hours of the evening. He has heard her bark and felt the familiar bump of her body brushing against his leg when nothing visible is there. Hearing him admit that made me feel strangely validated, like all of these things I had been experiencing weren't just in my head. Between the voice and smell of my grandfather, the comforting presence that seemed to arrive after my uncle's death, the footsteps and cold spots, and the way Senta still seems to watch over us, our house feels anything but empty. It's as if layers of our family, human and animal, are still here in their own ways, crossing that invisible line now and then to check on us, to guide us, and sometimes to remind us that we are not as alone as we think. This story is still the single most frightening experience I have ever had, and that is saying a lot considering how many odd things I have seen and felt over the years. What makes this one different is that it did not happen in my own house, which is usually the stage for most of my strange experiences. This happened somewhere else entirely, in a house that my friend Chris and I eventually came to know as undeniably haunted. At first it was just a place we agreed to look after, a favor for someone we knew. Over time it became the setting of one of those nights you never really get over, the kind that stays with you in the back of your mind no matter how much time passes. The whole thing began quietly enough in October of 2006. The owner of the house was someone we knew well enough for her to trust us with it. She was going down to Mexico for the fall and asked if we could take care of the place while she was away, just simple things like checking the mail, keeping an eye on things, and raking leaves in the yard so that the place did not look abandoned. It sounded like easy work. The house itself was nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. An older place, a bit worn around the edges, the kind of home that has seen a lot of winters. It sat in a fairly quiet area, surrounded by big, mature trees that dropped a ridiculous amount of leaves in the fall. When she gave us the keys and explained everything, there was no mention of ghosts or strange happenings. It was just, "Please keep an eye on the house while I'm gone." And we said yes without thinking twice. That first afternoon, Chris and I showed up with rakes over our shoulders and no expectations beyond getting the job done and maybe grabbing something from the fridge if she had left anything behind. The sky was that pale autumn gray that makes the air feel thin and cool, and there was a dry rustling sound whenever the wind moved through the piles of leaves. We started raking, dragging the leaves into big mounds along the edges of the yard. It was boring but simple, and we joked around as we worked, talking about school and friends and whatever else came into our heads. Nothing felt strange at first. It was just another yard in need of attention. But as the afternoon wore on and the sun started to sink lower, the atmosphere changed in a way that was difficult to put into words. The air did not get colder in any obvious way, yet I felt this prickle across my arms and the back of my neck, the kind of feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind. I tried to brush it off as my imagination. It was an old house, it was autumn, the wind was moving through the trees. Of course it was going to feel a bit eerie. Then I glanced at Chris and saw that he kept looking over his shoulder too. Finally he said quietly, almost casually, "Do you feel like we're being watched?" The way he said it, half as a joke, half serious, made my stomach tighten. I admitted I did. Neither of us saw anything obvious in the yard or at the windows, but that uncomfortable sensation of unseen eyes did not go away. It seemed to follow us from one side of the yard to the other. We kept going until we were hungry, then decided to take a break and grab something to eat. The owner had told us we could fix ourselves a sandwich or a snack if we needed one, so we headed inside. The house was empty and quiet, and the air felt still in the way houses do when nobody has lived in them for a while. We stepped into the kitchen and began looking through the cupboards for bread or crackers, trying to shake off that uneasy feeling by focusing on something normal. While we were there, I happened to glance toward the doorway that led out, and that was when I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were tricking me. The doorway looked wrong somehow, as if the air itself in that space was distorted. It had a wispy, shimmering kind of quality, like heat waves rising from asphalt in the summer, except there was no heat. Within that strange distortion, there was a darker shape, and the longer I stared at it, the more it became clear. It was the outline of a man. Not a reflection, not a trick of light, not a shadow cast by something outside. It was a definite, unmistakable human shape standing there in the doorway, made of that same rippling, smoky distortion, the edges never quite still. The figure seemed to be facing us, as if it knew we were there and was watching everything we did. My whole body went cold. For a moment I could not move at all. It was as if my brain could not make sense of what I was seeing, and because it could not categorize it as something normal, it just froze. I turned my head slightly to see if Chris saw it too. His eyes were fixed on the exact same spot, and his face had gone pale. That was all the confirmation I needed. If it were just me, I would have tried to tell myself I was imagining things, but we were both staring at the same impossible shape. Neither of us said a word. We backed away slowly, feeling that thing in the doorway still fixed on us. Then, as if an invisible cord snapped, we bolted. We grabbed whatever we had already taken out to eat and ran out the back door onto the deck, slamming it behind us. Outside, the air felt safer, if only because it was open and we could see in all directions. We sat there on the steps, trying to calm down, trying to breathe normally. Our hands shook as we unwrapped our food. We talked in low voices, going over what we had just seen. We agreed that there had been something there, and that it had not been human. It wasn't just a shadow or a reflection. It had shape and intent. We were both unnerved, but we tried to make light of it. We told ourselves maybe the house was just creepy because it was empty and old. Maybe we were working ourselves up. We were in the middle of trying to settle our nerves when we heard the screen door behind us. It made a very distinct sound when it opened, a metallic clack and a creak that could not be mistaken for anything else. We both froze, sandwiches halfway to our mouths. The problem was, we had locked that door from the inside before we came out. We had made absolutely sure of it, because we were cautious about leaving any door open when we were outside and the owner was away. We turned slowly, expecting to see someone standing there, maybe thinking somehow the owner had returned unexpectedly. But there was no one. The door itself was moving though. It had opened and then closed again on its own, with no visible cause. As we stared, we heard footsteps on the deck boards, the distinct, rhythmic sound of weight moving closer to us. The boards creaked as if someone heavy was walking across them. We looked, and once again there was nothing solid there. Instead, that same distorted outline was moving toward us, faint but unmistakable, like a patch of air that was not obeying the same rules as the rest. That was all it took. We did not finish our food. We did not hang around to see what it would do next. We stood up, grabbed our things, and left in a hurry, nearly tripping over each other on the way down the steps. We went straight home and agreed that we would come back to finish the leaves another day, when it was bright and early, and when we could pretend the whole thing had been some shared hallucination brought on by hard work and an overactive imagination. We did go back the next day, because we had promised we would take care of the house, and we did not want to let the owner down. It was daylight, brighter than before, and we tried to treat it like any other job. We raked the remaining leaves in silence most of the time, the memory of the previous day hanging over us like a shadow of its own. Every so often we would glance at the windows or the deck, half expecting to see that wispy outline staring back, but nothing appeared. Even so, we could not shake the sensation of being watched. It was less dramatic than the day before, more like a nagging pressure at the back of our minds, but it was still there. We finished the raking as quickly as we could, tidied up the yard, and left. After that, we kept the house in the back of our minds as a place where something more than just old floorboards and wind lived. A year passed. Life went on. Then October came around again in 2007, and the owner once more asked if we could rake the leaves and keep an eye on the place while she was away. This time, though, things were different. We had not forgotten what we had experienced the previous fall. If anything, the memory had grown sharper as we retold the story to each other every so often, always in an attempt to see if it sounded any less strange the more times we said it. It never did. When she asked us, we said yes again, but this time we were determined not just to do the yard work. We wanted to find out more about what was in that house. We wanted proof that what we had seen and heard was real, something beyond the two of us simply agreeing that it had happened. This time, we were not alone. Our friend Dirk joined us, eager and curious. We told him the whole story ahead of time, and instead of laughing it off, he was intrigued. All three of us decided that if we were going back to that house, we were going to be prepared. We made a plan to spend the night there and turn it into a kind of amateur investigation. None of us were professionals, but we had seen enough ghost shows and read enough online to know the basics of how people tried to capture evidence of the paranormal. So we gathered an odd collection of gear, an Ouija board, which I personally hated the idea of using but agreed to bring anyway, video cameras that could record for long stretches, a simple audio recorder with brand new batteries, and blank video cassettes for the cameras. We felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness, like kids on a dare and researchers about to step into a lab all at once. We arrived in the late afternoon and did the responsible thing first. We raked the leaves, though not as meticulously as the year before. It was hard to concentrate fully on the yard when all of us were thinking about what might happen later inside the house. The air had that same autumn chill, and the trees around the property looked almost exactly as they had the previous October, which only added to the eerie feeling of returning to the scene of something unsettling. As we worked, each of us kept glancing at the house, as if expecting a face to appear at a window at any moment. By the time the light started to fade, we had done a decent job on the yard and decided it was time to move inside and set up what we were now calling our headquarters for the night. Inside, the house felt a little different from the year before. Maybe it was just our attitude, but there was a density to the air, a sense of anticipation, as if the house itself knew we were back and was watching to see what we would do next. We moved through the rooms carefully, placing video cameras at angles that would let us see as much as possible. One in the living room, one in the kitchen, another in the hallway. We checked each camera twice to make sure the tapes were recording properly. The audio recorder, which was small and easy to carry, we kept with us so we could pick up any stray sounds as we moved around. It felt strange, turning someone else's quiet home into a kind of surveillance zone, but at the same time, it made us feel slightly more in control, like we were not completely at the mercy of whatever might be lurking there. Once our little network of equipment was set up, we began to walk through the house slowly, talking in low voices, commenting on things we saw, and trying to tune ourselves to any changes in the atmosphere. The structure creaked the way old houses do. Every now and then a pipe somewhere ticked. It was easy to imagine that every sound was something more, so we tried to stay grounded. Then, without anyone touching it, the radio in the house turned on. It started up suddenly, breaking the quiet with music that blared a little too loudly for the stillness. At the same moment, the CD that was inside it began to skip. Instead of playing smoothly, it jumped backward and forward, repeating small chunks of sound in an odd rhythm. The three of us stared at it. No one had gone near it. It was one of those things that would be easy to shrug off if it happened once in your own home. You could blame a faulty CD player or a power surge. But combined with everything we already knew about this house, it felt different. It felt like someone was deliberately drawing our attention, as if to say, "I am here and I know you are here too." As the night went on, that feeling of being watched returned, stronger than before. It wasn't constant, but it came in waves. Sometimes you would be standing in the kitchen feeling relatively normal, and then suddenly feel eyes on the back of your neck so strongly that you had to turn around. Whenever that happened, you could see the same reaction in the others, a slight stiffening of posture, a pause in conversation, eyes flicking toward the empty doorway or the darkened hall. The house never felt truly empty, even when no one but us was in it. At one point, while we were exploring one of the rooms, we found something that seemed to belong to a different time. It was an old music box, small and ornate, with a kind of delicate metal crank on the side. It looked like it had been sitting untouched for years. We exchanged a look and decided to wind it up. We placed the audio recorder nearby on a flat surface, turned it on, and then slowly wound the music box. The little tune began to play, soft and tinkling, echoing faintly through the room. There was something inherently eerie about the sound of such a delicate, cheerful melody playing in an empty, possibly haunted house late at night. We let it run while we stood listening, saying very little. When the song finished and the music box wound down, we replayed the audio on the recorder. At first we heard exactly what we expected, the faint mechanical whining sound, the little melody playing through, the occasional creak of someone shifting their weight. Then, underneath the music, another sound emerged. It was a woman's voice. She was rambling in a language none of us recognized. It was not English, and it did not sound like any of the common languages we were familiar with. The tone was uneven, a stream of words that sounded almost like someone muttering to themselves, half chanting, half speaking. None of us had spoken while the music box was playing. We were sure of that. The three of us looked at each other with wide eyes as we listened to that strange, disembodied voice on the recording. The hair on my arms stood up. It felt like we had accidentally eavesdropped on someone or something that did not know we were listening, or maybe it did. Despite how unnerved I already was, we decided to pull out the Ouija board. I wanted to skip it entirely, because I have always felt uneasy about them, like they open doors you cannot easily close again. But part of me also wanted answers, and the other two were determined. So we set it down on a table, lit a couple of candles for light, and placed the audio recorder nearby to capture anything we might not notice in the moment. Then we all put our fingers lightly on the planchette and began the session, asking the usual questions. Is anyone here? Do you want to communicate? Who are you? At first nothing happened. The planchette sat still beneath our fingertips. We waited. breathing a bit more quietly than usual, listening to the creaks of the house and the soft hum of our own nervousness. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the planchette began to move. It slid across the board, stopping on letters without any of us consciously guiding it. We asked questions and it spelled out disjointed fragments that did not immediately make sense, but all of us felt that same heavy presence around us grow thicker. The sensation of being watched turned into something more intimate, as if whatever was in the house had come closer, surrounding us at the table. The room felt heavy and close, the shadows in the corners seemed darker. As the session went on, that feeling intensified, and a different kind of awareness crept in. It was not just that we were being watched. It felt like we were being measured, weighed, and that the thing doing it did not like us being there. The air seemed to carry a wordless warning, leave. A chill slid down my spine. We kept going though, asking more questions, half hoping to be ignored and half desperate for clear answers. Then, without warning, both Dirk and Chris lifted their hands off the planchette. They did not decide together. They just seemed to have the same impulse at the same time to see what would happen if they let go and left only my fingers touching it. I was about to tell them to put their hands back, a frustrated, scared protest on the tip of my tongue, when the planchette moved again. It glided across the board all on its own, smooth and purposeful. My fingers rested on top of it, barely touching, and yet it slid beneath them without any help from me. It was the strangest feeling, like holding on to something that was being dragged by invisible hands. There was no mistaking it. I was not moving it, and neither were they. The three of us stared at it in shock, our hearts pounding, as it traced another meaningless pattern across the letters. That was the moment when my unease turned into outright fear. Whatever we were communicating with, it had enough strength to move the planchette with no physical help from any of us. I pulled my hand away then, unable to keep it there any longer. As soon as I broke contact, the planchette went still. I reached over to stop the audio recorder and decided I needed to hear what, if anything, it had picked up during the session. My hands shook a little as I rewound the tape and pressed play. At first, the recording sounded exactly like what we had just experienced. Our own voices asking questions, the faint sound of the planchette sliding across the board, the creaks of the house settling. Then new sounds emerged from the background. We heard laughing. It was not any of us. The laughter had a mocking, distant quality, as though someone was quietly amused at our attempts to reach out. It did not sound joyful. It sounded more like someone snickering at a private joke we were not in on. Along with the laughter, there were random knocking sounds, like someone rapping on a table or a wall in no particular pattern, answering questions we had not asked. Listening to that tape, hearing those sounds that we had not heard in the moment, made my skin crawl. It confirmed what all three of us already felt, deep down. We were not alone in that house. Something there had noticed us from the very beginning, had watched us the first time we came to rake leaves in 2006, had stepped through doorways and across decks to get close to us, and now, a year later, it had revealed itself a little bit more. It could show itself as a distorted outline, it could turn things on and off, it could speak in a voice caught on tape, and it could move objects without our help. It did not want us there, that much was clear. It was frightening, and yet there was also a strange kind of wonder in knowing for sure that we were dealing with something genuinely beyond the ordinary. That night remains the most terrifying experience of my life. Even now, whenever I think of that house, I can still picture that wispy figure standing in the doorway, feel the weight of the planchette sliding under my fingers with its own will, and hear that strange, unseen laughter echoing faintly in my memory. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This story has nothing to do with the other things I have already shared. It almost feels like a different branch of the same dark tree. It started when I was talking with a friend I had not spoken to in a long time. We were catching up on life the way people do when they finally reconnect after months or years. At first we were talking about normal things, like work, family, and who moved where. Then, slowly, The conversation drifted to spirits and all the strange things that still seemed to cling to the reserve at Tobiq. I do not even remember exactly who brought it up first, but once the topic was on the table, it felt like something old and familiar had stepped into the room with us and wanted to be heard. My friend told me there was something she had not shared with many people. It was just one night, one walk, one strange meeting under a street light, but it had stayed with her ever since. She said this happened when she was still with her ex-boyfriend. They had gotten into an argument, one of those stupid but painful fights where you are angry, hurt, and confused all at once. She said she felt so upset that she could not stay in the house or around him anymore. The air felt too heavy, her eyes were burning, and the walls felt like they were pressing in on her. So she did what a lot of us do when we need to cool down and think. She walked out, shut the door behind her, and headed out into the night for a walk to clear her head. The streets were quiet, and the sky above Tobiq was heavy and dark. The kind of darkness that is its own presence, where the stars look far away and the street lamps glow in small circles that never quite reach each other. She made her way down to the youth center, which is where a lot of people hang out. It has its own memories and stories, like almost every building on the reserve. She said she went there just to be somewhere other than her ex's house, somewhere she could calm down and maybe feel normal again. She walked around inside and outside for a while, trying to settle the storm inside her. After some time, though, she realized she did not want to be there either. The air felt wrong somehow. Maybe it was just her mood, maybe it was something else, but she felt restless and uneasy instead of calm. So she pulled out her phone and called her ex-boyfriend. Even though they had just fought, she still wanted to talk things out. She asked him to meet her so they could try to work through what had happened. He agreed, and they met up on one of the streets not too far from the youth center. The fight had cooled down into that heavy silence that hangs between two people who are not sure what to say next. They started walking together, side by side, moving slowly along the road, their steps echoing in the quiet night. They walked about 3 streets away from the youth center, moving deeper into that part of the community where the houses are more spread out and the light from the youth center does not reach. As they walked, my friend suddenly noticed something that made her stomach twist. Under one of the street lights ahead, standing perfectly still in the pale circle of yellow light, there was a tall, dark figure. It was a man, or at least it looked like a man. He was just standing there, not moving, not leaning on anything, not smoking, not talking on a phone. Just standing and facing in their direction, half in the shadows, half in the light. She could not make out his face, or his clothes, or any clear details. What she could feel, though, was the weight of him. She told me that the second she saw him her body reacted before her thoughts could catch up. A wave of fear rolled over her, and all the little hairs on her arms stood up. It felt wrong, like he did not belong there. Like he was not just some random person waiting for someone or taking a late walk. She said that deep inside, without needing to think too hard about it, she already had an idea of what she might be looking at. We have all heard stories on the reserve about a certain tall dark figure. Some call him the tall man. Others call him the hooded person. Some use the Maliseet word wahant, which means devil. As soon as she saw that dark shape just standing under the street light, not moving, it was like those stories rose up inside her and whispered in her ear. She got a cold feeling in her chest and in her stomach. She knew she did not want to stare at him. She did not want to make eye contact, if he even had eyes. She did not want to draw any attention from whatever that thing was. So she did the one thing that felt safe in that moment. She dropped her gaze to the ground, looked down at her feet, and kept walking. She said they kept moving forward, her ex on one side of her, that street light with the tall figure drawing closer, and all the while she was trying to pretend she had not seen anything. Her heart was beating faster. She focused on the sound of their footsteps and her own breathing. She did not want to say anything in case speaking it out loud would make it more real or draw it closer. Then, just a couple of seconds later, her ex-boyfriend suddenly spoke in a strange, almost casual voice that did not quite match the moment. He said, "Watch out, that dog will get you." She froze for a second and looked up, confused and already on edge. What dog? Where? She asked him. At first she thought he was just making a bad joke, trying to scare her. She felt angry and nervous at the same time, and she told him it was not funny. She thought he must be lying or trying to tease her because of the way she had been acting since she saw that tall figure. But he did not laugh. He did not smile. He just pointed with his chin and repeated himself, more serious this time. That dog. Right there. Under the street light. She forced herself to look properly at the street light again, expecting to see nothing or maybe some stray dog way off in the distance. Instead, what she saw made her blood run cold. There, directly under the street light, in the exact same spot where the tall dark man had been standing only moments ago, there was now a dog. It was not a normal-looking dog either. It was black, completely black, and it had a very long, sharp, pointy nose. It was not moving toward them, but it was standing like it had been placed there on purpose, as if it were replacing the figure she had seen before. The tall man was gone. There was no trace of him anywhere. There was only this strange black dog standing calmly in the same place, staring in their direction. When my friend realized that the figure she had seen and the dog her ex was seeing seemed to be one and the same, just in different shapes, she said her fear went from a low, quiet panic to full-on terror. This was not a normal person. This was not a normal dog. Something had changed shape right in front of them, and not in the way animals normally move or appear from behind cars or bushes. She grabbed her ex-boyfriend's arm and told him, "Come on, let's go. Let's just go." Her voice was shaking and she could not stop looking at that black dog for a second, afraid that if she looked away it might suddenly be right beside her. They both sped up, walking faster than before. It was not quite a run yet, but it was that fast, tight walk you do when you are trying to get away from something without making it obvious that you are running from it. They headed toward his place, and neither of them talked much on the way. My friend just kept feeling that cold feeling on her back, like eyes were following them. She did not look back again until she absolutely had to, and when she finally did glance over her shoulder, the street was once again empty. No tall man. No black dog. Just a circle of light under the lamp, and the dark road stretching away in both directions. When she finished telling me this part, I was already feeling that familiar tension in my chest. As soon as she mentioned the tall man under the street light, my mind started going through all the other stories I have heard over the years about the tall man, the hooded person, Wahant. Almost everyone on the reserve has at least heard about him, and many people swear they have seen him. Some people say they saw him once and never again. Some people say he has appeared more than once, always in different places, usually at night, usually when something is wrong, or someone is upset, or something bad is coming. I thought about the long dark stretch of road I used to walk to get to my own house, sometimes late at night, sometimes alone. That road has always felt like its own presence. No matter how many times I walked it, no matter how many times I told myself it was just a road like any other, I could not shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows. The trees on either side lean in, and the street lamps are few and far between. Your footsteps echo. Your breath sounds too loud. It is the kind of place where you walk a little faster without meaning to, and you do not look too long at the shadows between the houses and the trees. My friend must have known I was thinking about that road, because she started telling me another story. This one something her ex-boyfriend had told her about that very same stretch. Not that long stretch near my house exactly, but the same road, the same area. He had been walking home alone one night, late enough that most of the windows were dark and there were not many cars on the road. The air was cold and still, and all he wanted to do was get home, get inside, and shut the door behind him. As he walked, he passed a house with a big yard and a tree near the front. The light from a street lamp and a bit of light from the house fell across the lawn just enough that he could see the shape of something sitting under the tree. At first he thought it was just someone sitting outside, maybe smoking, or maybe a kid from the house who had stayed out too late. But as he got closer, he realized that the shape was wrong somehow. It was a tall figure, sitting down in the grass, back against the tree, head slightly bent forward like someone resting. The whole figure was dark, too dark to make out any details. All he could really see was that the person looked like they were wearing a hood over their head. The hood seemed to swallow the light. He could not see a face, just a dark area where the face should be. He stopped walking for a moment, rooted to the spot by that strange mix of fear and curiosity. He told my friend that he just stood there on the sidewalk, staring at whatever it was under the tree, trying to decide if he should ignore it and keep walking or turn around and go a different way. He said his body felt tight, like every muscle was tense, waiting for something to happen. For a few seconds the hooded figure did not move at all. It just sat there, as still as a rock, as if it had been carved into the tree itself. Then, slowly, the hooded man stood up. He rose to his full height, which was very tall, much taller than most people he knew. He turned his head and looked in my friend's ex-boyfriend's direction. Even then, he still could not see a face, just darkness inside the hood, but he could feel that this thing was looking right at him. His heart started pounding, and every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. Before he could move, the hooded man suddenly darted off, running at an unbelievable speed toward the line of trees at the side of the yard and into the woods beyond. He told her he had never seen a person move that fast in his life. It did not look like a normal human run. He said it was more like the way an animal runs when it bolts, low and fast and almost gliding, except this was a tall figure in a hood, and that made it even worse. In a few seconds the hooded man had crossed the yard, gone through the tall grass at the edge, and disappeared into the shadows of the trees. The only thing left behind was the sound of the tall grass swaying violently as it settled and the sound of branches snapping and breaking deeper into the woods. He stood there on the street, in shock, listening to the sounds in the darkness, trying to understand what he had just seen. Was it some prank? Was it a real person trying to scare him? Was it something else entirely? He said he knew it was not normal. The speed, the darkness around the figure, the feeling he had when it looked at him, all of it told him this was not just some random guy in a hoodie. After a long moment of just standing there, staring at the spot where the hooded man had vanished, he finally forced himself to start walking again, this time as fast as he could without breaking into a full run, his heart racing the whole way home. When my friend told me this story, I felt that strange, cold recognition. It matched so many other things people had said. A tall, dark figure in a hood. Moving too fast. Appearing on lonely stretches of road. Vanishing into woods, fields, or shadows. Always alone, always silent, always leaving behind this heavy feeling of fear and something else, something like sadness. I told her that I had always felt like I was being watched whenever I walked that same road alone, especially at night. I would tell myself I was being silly, that I was letting stories get into my head, but that feeling never fully left me. Sometimes I would feel it even in daylight when the wind was still and the road was empty. It felt like eyes on my back. It felt like someone was matching my steps from the shadows just off to the side, always a few feet behind, never fully catching up. I would try to ignore it, but my footsteps would always get a little quicker until I finally reached my house and shut the door. There are so many other stories about this figure, this person, this spirit, whatever he really is. Some people talk about seeing him by the woods, some near the water, some in yards, some in the middle of the road, sometimes as a man, sometimes as something that is not quite human. People give him different names, but the feeling is always the same. It is not the feeling you get from a friendly spirit or an ancestor watching over you. It is heavier, darker, as if he brings with him a warning or a shadow of something bad. I have not seen him myself yet. I have only had the feeling, the sense that something is watching. But I trust my friends. I know them. I know the sound of their voices when they are joking and when they are dead serious. The ones who say they have seen him do not talk about it like they are telling some made-up ghost story for attention. They talk about it quietly, with a sort of shaken honesty that is hard to fake. Their faces change when they remember it. Their eyes go distant for a moment, like they are seeing it all over again. I believe them when they say they saw him. I believe something is out there. The elders on Tobiq have their own way of explaining it. They say that this is a bad spirit. They say he does not just wander around for no reason. They say he shows up when something bad has happened or is about to happen, like a death, a serious accident, or a sudden illness. Some describe him as a kind of sign, a dark shadow that walks ahead of misfortune or stands just behind it. Others say he is more than a sign, that he brings the bad things with him or feeds on them. Either way, his presence is not a blessing. It is not a neutral thing. It is something to be taken seriously, something to be avoided and respected. They call him Wahant, which in Maliseet means devil. That word alone tells you how they feel about him. He is not seen as a good spirit. He is not an ancestor or a guide. He is tied to fear, sickness, death, and accidents. When someone says Wahant has been around, people listen. They watch their children more closely. They pay attention to their elders. They drive more carefully. They start to think about the things that are wrong in the community at that moment. The people who are struggling, the ones who are sick, the ones who are angry or lost. It is like his presence is a dark mirror reflecting all the pain and danger already there. As I listened to my friend and remembered all the other stories I had heard, I started to feel more and more sure that this is not just one person's imagination or a few kids telling lies to scare each other. There is a pattern in all these stories. Different people, different years, different places on the reserve, but so many of the details match across them all. The tall dark man under a street light. The hooded figure sitting or standing alone. The way he moves, too fast and too smooth. The times he appears, usually late at night, or when someone is upset or when something bad is happening or about to happen. The way people feel when they see him, like their bodies are screaming to get away. The elders' warnings. The old word, Wahant devil. Now, when I hear about him, or when I walk that long dark stretch of road and feel that old fear rise up, I find myself wondering if he really is the devil in the way we usually think of that word, or if he is something quieter but just as dangerous. Maybe he is an evil spirit who likes to show himself when people are weak, scared, or angry. Maybe he is drawn to those feelings. Maybe he is something older than the word devil, something the people here have seen for a long time and gave a name to so they could talk about him. Or maybe he is exactly what the elders say he is, a bad spirit who only comes when bad things are around him, like smoke around a fire. Whatever he is, my friend's stories and all the others have made me think about him more seriously. I used to hear the word Wahant and think of it as just a story or a way to scare kids into coming home on time. Now, after hearing so many people I trust describe him and after thinking of all the times I have felt watched on that road, I am starting to believe that he might be real, in some way. Whether he is the devil, an evil demon, or some kind of dark spirit that lives in the places between one bad event and the next, I am not sure. But I do believe that he is connected to bad happenings, that he seems to be around when something is wrong. My hometown was built on old grudges. The streets and houses look quiet enough now, but underneath everything there is a history that never really went away. Back in the 1840s, when the first Irish immigrants came and settled here, they did not arrive empty. They brought their faith, their language, their songs, their hopes for a new life in Canada. But they also brought their old fights. The tension between Irish Catholics and Protestants was already deep back in Ireland, and when those people crossed the ocean, their anger and suspicion crossed with them. They settled here and tried to start again, but the same differences were still there, just waiting for a spark. A lot of people in town today don't like to admit it, but the old stories are still told quietly in kitchens and at family gatherings. People remember which families used to sit on which side of the church, who wouldn't marry into whose family, who stopped talking to whom. Out of all those quiet arguments and hard looks, one feud grew until it turned into something much darker. It did not stay as harsh words or cold shoulders. It ended in blood. That feud finally exploded in a way that nobody could ignore. One night, long ago, 5 members of a well-known family were murdered. It was a brutal crime, and it shocked everyone. The people involved, the victims and the ones accused, were real, familiar faces. They were not strangers in some far-off city. They were neighbors, people others had grown up with. For a long time, The whole town tried to bury what had happened. People whispered, they blamed each other in private, but in public they stayed quiet. No one wanted to talk about how religious hatred and old grudges had led to a mass killing in their own backyard. As the years passed, people who had known the victims personally grew older and died. The sharpness of the pain dulled a little, and the story started to change. Instead of a shameful tragedy, it turned into something else, a legend. People who didn't have to live through the shock turned it into a story that belonged to the town's history, like an old scar. Eventually, that scar became something that drew people here. Tourists loved dark stories, and once someone realized that this murder story could bring visitors to town, the silence that had covered it for years began to lift. Now the story of that family, their feud, and their murder has become one of the main attractions. The museum in town started offering tours that follow the old paths, talk about the first settlers, and end at the land where the killings took place. The building where the family had lived is gone, but another house stands on part of the same land now. It is a private residence, a neat little place, with flower beds and a fresh coat of paint. People live there, cook meals, watch TV, and sleep in their beds just like anyone else. But the ground underneath has a different memory, one that goes back more than 100 years. The owner of the house works with the museum now. When the tour groups arrive, he comes out to greet them. He stands them roughly where the old house of the murdered family once stood. He tells the story, carefully but clearly, and then takes people around the property. Whenever someone mentions that the place is haunted, he does not exactly nod or deny it. He just smiles a little, the kind of smile that says he has heard and seen more than he wants to talk about every single day. People say the place is, well and truly haunted. And they say it with that mix of fear and excitement that always comes with ghost stories. I started working at the museum not too long ago. I love history, so getting a job there felt like a small dream coming true. On my second day, I was told that I would have to take a group of grade 10 students on the murder tour. It was not just any group, there were almost 60 of them. Teenagers in a big group can be loud, easily distracted, and sometimes very hard to impress. I was new, nervous, and trying to remember every detail of my training, every date, every name, every turn of the tour route. On top of all that, this would be my first time visiting the murder site myself. I had grown up in this town, so I knew the basic story. I had heard plenty of ghost tales about the house and the land. People said they had seen lights in the windows when no one was home, shadows passing even when the curtains were still, strange sounds in the barn, cold spots in the house, and voices that did not belong to any living person. As a kid, I would hear these stories and picture the place in my mind, but I had never actually gone there. It was one of those places you always meant to see, someday, but never quite did. Now, someday, had arrived, and I had to go there with almost 60 teenagers trailing behind me. The night before the tour, I was sitting at home, going over my notes, and trying not to think too hard about the ghost stories. My mother was in the kitchen. I remember telling her, half joking and half serious, "If I see a ghost on that property, I'm quitting this job." She looked at me, raised her eyebrows, and laughed. She knew I believed that strange things could happen, but she also knew I loved my new job. She probably thought I was just letting my imagination get the better of me. I laughed a little too, but inside I wondered. I didn't really want to quit, but the idea of meeting something I couldn't explain on only my second day was more than a little terrifying. The next day, things started off smoothly. The grade 10s arrived in a noisy wave of backpacks, phones, chatter, and half-hidden eye rolls. I introduced myself, went through the usual safety talk, and then we all climbed into the bus. As we drove through town, I stood at the front and did my best to sound confident and knowledgeable. I told them about the Irish immigrants, the religious divide, the growth of the town, and then slowly, carefully, began to tell them the story that would bring us to the murder site. The bus hummed along, the students listened in turns, losing focus and then coming back when something caught their interest. When we finally arrived at the homestead, everyone climbed down from the bus. The land was beautiful in a quiet way. There were flower gardens, green grass, and the house itself stood solid and calm. You would never know just by looking that such a terrible thing had once happened near where we stood. The owner came out to meet us, cheerful and friendly. He gathered the students in a rough circle near where the old house once stood. From where I stood, near the back of the group, I was only about 10 feet away from the spot where one of the sons, a young man not much older than me, had been stabbed and beaten to death. The owner began to tell the story. He spoke clearly and carefully, taking the group through the events that had led up to the killings, the anger between families, the days of tension, the night when everything came to a head. I listened, even though I already knew some of it, because the way he told it made it easy to imagine the past layered over the present. At first I was just following along quietly. Then he reached the part where he described the actual murder of that young man. As he went into detail about the attack, something changed. The air around me seemed to shift. One moment it was a mild spring day, the kind where you can stand comfortably in a light jacket, or even just a sweater. The next moment, it was like I had stepped into midwinter. A coldness wrapped itself around me from head to toe. It was not just a light shiver. It felt as if the temperature dropped sharply and suddenly, like opening a door straight into a freezer. Goosebumps rose on my arms and raced up my legs. My teeth almost wanted to chatter. I began to shiver even though the sun was still shining, and the breeze was not any stronger than before. I looked around, wondering if a cloud had suddenly covered the sun, if a wind had picked up, if anyone else was reacting the same way. The students were standing where they had been, some listening, some whispering to each other, some staring at their phones. No one was hugging themselves or stamping their feet. No one seemed to notice any change at all. The owner's voice did not falter. The other guide stood calmly to one side, looking at the group. I felt completely alone in that cold. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the cold vanished. It was as if someone had flicked a switch back. The warmth of the day returned, the goosebumps faded, and my body relaxed a little. I stayed where I was, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe talking about blood and violence had made me feel sick and lightheaded. Maybe my mind had turned that into a feeling of cold. I kept telling myself these things, trying to push away the idea that something else had just moved through the space where I stood. Nothing else strange happened on that first visit. The students went around the property, listened to the rest of the story, took their pictures, and then we all climbed back onto the bus and returned to the museum. I told myself that the cold spot was just my nerves catching up with me. It was only my second day. I was tired, tense, and full of all the stories I had been reading about the place. I decided to ignore it and carry on. Some weeks later, I was scheduled to do the same tour again, this time with another large group of grade 10s, 57 of them this time. By then I felt a little more confident with my job. I knew the route, I knew when to pause and when to keep talking, and I knew roughly which parts of the story made the students perk up. I also knew the homeowner a little better. I felt less shy around him and more like a proper coworker in this strange job where history and ghost stories run side by side. We went through the same routine. The bus ride, the background story, the arrival at the homestead. The students, these 57 little darlings, as I sometimes called them in my head, shuffled into place around the owner as he began his talk. I stood again at the back of the group. Being short, I could not see over the heads of the students in front of me, so I was in what I call my usual invisible spot. From where I stood, anyone on the far side of the group, like the owner's wife or neighbor, would not have been able to see me at all. I was tucked behind a wall of teenagers. Because I had already heard this man tell the story several times, I did not focus on every word this time. Instead, my mind wandered a little. I started to look around more, noticing small things I had not paid attention to before. The shape of the flower beds, some old trees in the yard, the way the grass sloped slightly in one corner, as if something heavy had once stood there. I let his familiar words wash over me like background music while my eyes moved. After a while, my attention drifted toward the house itself. Part of the house, the older section, had been built about a year after the murders, by some of the surviving sons of the killed family. Other parts had been added on over time, but this old section still had a different feel to it. I found myself staring at one of its ground floor windows. The curtain there was partly open. The glass reflected a bit of the sky and yard. And then, suddenly, there was a face in the window, looking straight at me. It was a man. I could see him clearly enough to know that. He was young, not middle-aged, not old. His hair was fair, light enough to stand out even in the dim reflection. His features were not fuzzy or twisted like you might see if you caught your own reflection in passing. He looked real and solid and, for a few seconds, completely present. The look in his eyes was not especially angry or sad. He just seemed to be watching me. He was there long enough for my brain to register. There is a man in the window, and he is staring at me. Long enough for me to feel my breath catch and my heart speed up. Long enough for the tiny voice inside me to say, clearly, that is not the lady of the house. And then, just as simply, he was gone. One moment there. The next, the window was empty again, just glass and sky and the faint blur of curtains. I must have made some kind of sound, because inside my head I was trying to talk, but what came out of my mouth was more like broken bits of words. G-H-B-A-G-A. I stood there at the back of the group, feeling like a fish out of water, my mouth opening and closing, my lungs trying to pull in air properly. But the students were busy watching the owner or each other. No one turned around to stare at me. No one seemed to hear my shaky attempts to speak. When the group started walking toward the barn, I quickly moved over to the other tour guide, the one who helped with bigger groups. I told her, quietly but urgently, what I had seen, that there had been a man in the window, watching me, and then he had vanished. She looked calm and told me that it was probably just the lady who lived there. She said it in a kind, reassuring tone, as if to soothe my nerves. But I knew what I had seen. Even if he had only been there for a few seconds, I had seen him clearly enough to know that he was not a woman. The shape of his shoulders, the cut of his jaw, the way he held himself, it was male, definitely. As we continued walking toward the barn, I tried to explain it away to myself. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe one of the students had moved in a certain way and their reflection had bounced into the glass. Maybe my mind had, once again, filled in something that was not really there. I thought about all the times I had looked at a cloud and seen shapes that were not really in it, all the times my eyes had turned shadows into faces. I repeated these thoughts in my head like a little prayer, hoping they would make the tight feeling in my chest loosen. But the truth was, the more I thought about it, the more one detail bothered me. The man I had seen, the one with the fair hair, did not just look like any young man. His pale hair, his age, something about his features made him look an awful lot like the descriptions and old pictures I had seen of the son who had been killed on this land over 120 years earlier. The same kind of youth, the same light hair. I told myself I was making that connection because I already knew the story. Still, it stayed with me. While I was turning this over in my mind, the group had reached the barn. Part of the barn is older than even the newer section of the house, older than the murder itself. It is built from thick, rough timbers, and it smells like dust, hay, and old wood. People say that if you want to catch strange things on camera, this barn is the place. Over the years, visitors have claimed to photograph misty shapes, odd balls of light, and strange shadows in its corners. The kids were eager to test this, of course. As soon as the owner opened the barn doors, they poured inside like water flowing into an empty basin. They spread out quickly, lifting their phones and cameras, calling to each other to stand in particular spots, pointing up at the rafters, the old tools, the stall walls. Flashes popped everywhere. Some of them tried to spook each other, telling their own ghost stories, daring friends to stand alone in the darker corners. The other guide and I stayed mostly near the doors, answering questions and making sure no one climbed onto anything dangerous or touched something they should not. After a few minutes, the owner called time and told everyone we should head back out so the group could move on to the next stop. One by one, the kids filed out, still talking, still looking at the photos they had just taken. I watched them go, waited to see the other guide step out too, and then finally turned to leave myself. I was the last one left inside. As I walked toward the doorway, I felt a touch on my back. It was clear, solid, and unmistakable. Not like a cobweb, not like a draft, not like my shirt brushing against something. It felt like a hand. A flat palm, pressed gently but firmly between my shoulder blades, right in the middle of my back. The kind of touch someone might give you when they are guiding you out of a room or hurrying you along. For an instant, I did not think anything of it. I know that sounds strange, but in that first second, my mind took the easiest path. I assumed it was the owner or the other guide, reaching out to steer me forward. I kept walking, and as I stepped out through the barn door, I automatically looked back over my shoulder to say something like, "Thanks," or to smile at whoever had touched me. There was no one else inside. The barn behind me was empty. I could see the length of it clearly from where I stood, the beams, the stalls, the packed dirt floor. There was no one near me, no hand still half raised, no person turning away as if embarrassed. I was the last one to leave, just as I had thought a moment before the touch. Now I knew it for sure. I stepped fully out into the daylight, my heart pounding. The students were already making their way back toward the bus. The other guide was outside, talking to a pair of girls about something they had seen on their camera screen. The owner was standing near the gate. No one was close enough to have touched me, and no one was looking at me like they had just played a prank. I did not make a scene. I did not scream or call everyone back into the barn. I just stood there a moment, feeling the ghost of that handprint in the middle of my back, and wondered who, or what, had decided to give me that gentle push. That day stayed with me for a long time. The cold on my first visit, the man in the window on my second, the invisible hand in the barn, each of these things could be brushed aside if I wanted to. I could blame nerves, imagination, light, shadows, anything. But deep down, I do not think that is all they were. In a place built on old anger, soaked in a story of blood and grief, it does not feel impossible that something of those events still remains. Maybe it is just the weight of memory, pressing down so hard that people like me feel it as cold, as shapes in the window, as a hand on the back. Or maybe, as the tour groups come and go and the story is told again and again, the dead sometimes come to the surface to listen, to watch, or simply to remind us that what happened there was real, and that they were, once, real too. A few weeks before I finally moved out of that duplex, life felt heavy in a way I couldn't quite shake off. I've mentioned that place before, the one where all the weird things were happening, the shadowy figures, the bad energy, and especially the girl in the photograph flipping off the camera. After I kicked that roommate out, all the strange activity just stopped, almost like she'd carried some darkness in with her and took it away when she left. The house was quieter after that, but I still wasn't doing great. I was sinking into this slow, sticky kind of sadness. Nothing dramatic from the outside, just that tired kind of depression where you keep waking up late, hitting snooze over and over, and feeling like gravity weighs twice as much as it should. Every morning felt harder than the last. I'd lie there, staring at the ceiling, knowing I should get up, knowing I was going to be late again, and still not quite able to make myself move. One morning in particular stands out more than all the others. I had to be up by 7 a.m. sharp because I'd booked an appointment at the vet. My poor cat was going in to get neutered, and they wanted him dropped off by 8. I had told myself the night before, very seriously, that I would be responsible, go to sleep early, wake up when the alarm rang, no excuses this time. Of course, that's not how it went. My alarm started going off at 7, loud and annoying, and I just kept smacking the snooze button. That soft beep 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 felt like it was echoing inside my skull. I'd open my eyes for a second, see the time, and then drift back down into that half-sleep fog where you know you're making bad choices and don't care enough to stop. The room was dim, warm, and quiet in that way that makes it too easy to go back to sleep. One detail is really important. I never, ever sleep with my bedroom door open. Even in that duplex, where the activity had calmed down, I still had this rule. If the door was open at night, I felt exposed, like the whole world could just step into my room uninvited. An open door meant intruders, or even just the feeling of someone standing there while I slept. So I always closed it. It made me feel like I had a tiny bit of control over my space, like I could relax once the door clicked shut. That morning, when I rolled over and glanced at the door between snoozes, I remember clearly, it was closed. Not halfway shut, not pulled mostly in, fully closed. It comforted me even in my half-asleep state, like, okay, the world is out there and I'm safely in here. At some point between one snooze and the next, when I was drifting in that blurry in-between space, I heard a knock on my bedroom door. It wasn't just any knock. It was a very specific knock. A familiar rhythm, just a few quick taps, with a tiny pause in the middle. A knock I had heard most of my life. A knock I could recognize even if you woke me from the deepest sleep. It was my mother's knock. And the strangest thing is, in that moment, my brain did not question it at all. It did not stop and say, "Wait, that doesn't make sense." It didn't remind me that my mother had already passed away. It didn't warn me that this was wrong or impossible. I was so tired that I reacted on pure habit, the way I had since I was a kid. I just answered, "Yeah?" I mumbled, half into my pillow, eyes still closed. I heard the door open with the soft creak it always made when it moved. I didn't see it, but I felt the change in the air and heard the sound of it. I could sense someone standing in the doorway, the way you can tell when there's another presence in a room even without looking. And then I heard her voice. "Come on, Heather, let's get up now. You're going to be late for kitten. Come on." Her voice. That exact tone. She was British originally, and even though her accent had faded a lot over the years, there was still a particular way she said certain words. "Come on" was one of them. The way it came out of her mouth had this slightly stretched sound, this mix of nagging and affection that used to drive me crazy when I was tired. It annoyed me back then. It worked now. The second she said it, I felt that familiar flash of frustration that always woke me up when she used that tone. It was like muscle memory. I groaned, rolled onto my back, and forced myself to sit up in bed. My body felt heavy, my eyes were still closed, but I pushed myself upright like I had done so many times before when she woke me like that. I blinked slowly and finally opened my eyes. The room came into focus. I turned my head and looked at the door. It was open. Not wide open, just cracked enough that someone could lean in, poke their head around the corner, and call my name. The way she always used to do. Only this time, there was no one standing there. The hallway beyond was empty and quiet. That was the moment when my brain finally caught up. My mother was gone. She had been gone for some time. She couldn't have walked down that hallway. She couldn't have knocked on that door. She couldn't have opened it. She couldn't have stood there and scolded me about being late for the cat's appointment. But the door was open, and I remembered it being closed. I had heard the knock. I had heard her voice. And the words she used were exactly what she would have said, in exactly the same way. I looked at the clock and realized that if she hadn't woken me up, I probably would have slept right through and missed the vet completely. I sat there in bed for a moment, my heart thumping, not out of fear but out of something else, surprise, sadness, and this weird kind of comfort all mixed together. I started laughing under my breath, shaking my head. It was the kind of laugh that comes when you're not sure whether to cry or smile. "Thanks, Mom," I said quietly, into the empty room. It felt like she just slipped back into my life for a moment, not to say something grand or dramatic, but to do what she always did, nag me until I did what I needed to do. I got up, got dressed in a hurry, grabbed the cat, and rushed out the door. The whole time, it felt like I just stepped out of a dream that had somehow left fingerprints on the real world. My door being open was the part that wouldn't leave my mind. I knew what I remembered. I knew my habits. I didn't leave it open when I slept. And yet it had been open from the outside, just enough for a familiar face to peek in. Life moved on after that. I eventually left the duplex and recently moved back in with my father. That move was about more than convenience. It was about healing. For him and for me. We live on a golf course now, in a place my mother absolutely adored. She was obsessed with her garden. It wasn't just a hobby for her, it was her little world. She worked on it constantly, planning which flowers would bloom in which season, fussing over colors and shapes, clipping things just so. If there was a spot of bare dirt, she saw a future plant there. The patio looked out over the green of the course and her flowers, and she treated it like her personal kingdom. Even in the years when I wasn't living there full time, I would still stay over sometimes. On those nights, especially when my head and heart felt full, I would sneak out onto the patio late at night. The golf course would stretch out in front of me, dark and mostly silent, with just a few faint lights far off in the distance. The air would feel different out there, calmer somehow. I'd stand or sit on the patio and talk quietly into the darkness. Not to myself, really. To her. Sometimes I'd cry. Sometimes I'd just let my thoughts spill out. Sometimes I'd just say a simple hello. Those talks became my way of checking in with her, even though she wasn't physically there anymore. The garden felt like the place she belonged, and it also felt like the place I could feel her the most. One night, not long after I'd moved back in with my dad, I went out there again. The house was quiet. My father was inside, either watching TV or sleeping. The world felt softer in that late hour. I stepped out onto the patio and looked at the flowers, some of which she had planted herself, others that had been added since. I started talking to her the way I always did. No big speech, just honest words. I told her how grateful I was for where I was now. I told her I was thankful that my relationship with my father was so much better than it used to be. She used to worry about that a lot. She would look at him, look at me, and I could see that concern in her eyes. She knew he had a temper. She knew I was stubborn. She had seen the worst of both of us. She used to beg him not to become that angry man. Again, the one we both knew too well from years of arguments, slammed doors, and hurt feelings. She was afraid that after she was gone, he and I would drift apart or explode apart, that we wouldn't manage to build something healthy between us. To be fair, I had given him plenty of reasons to be frustrated. I'd put him through a lot. We had both hurt each other in different ways. For a long time, he was that angry man, and I was the angry girl fighting back. It took years and a lot of growing up before something shifted. Over the last year and a half or so, I started proving, slowly, that I was changing. That I was becoming a more sensible, grounded person. That I wasn't just that kid who always clashed with him. So standing there on the patio, I told her all of that. I told her how relieved I was that she didn't have to worry about it anymore, wherever she was. I said that my dad and I were doing well now, really well, in a way that would have made her proud and probably a bit emotional. I told her I was living with him again not because I had to, but because I wanted to. That I wanted to help him move forward, and I wanted to move forward myself. I told her that despite all the chaos, coming back home had been one of the best decisions I had made in a long time. It felt peaceful instead of tense. It felt like I was finally allowed to breathe. I told her I loved her. I told her I appreciated everything she had done for me when she was alive, and all the ways I still felt her helping me, even after she passed. I poured my heart out a little. Not in a big dramatic way, just honest, raw, quiet words in the dark. Then something caught my eye. Out on the golf course, near a cluster of trees maybe 100 feet away, I saw a tiny light flicker. Just a single little glow, floating in midair. At first, my body reacted before my mind did. My heart jumped into my throat, and for a second I was scared. In a place that dark, any sudden light looked strange. My brain scrambled to figure out what I was seeing. The light flickered again, soft and warm, hovering low to the ground. It didn't look like a flashlight, or a phone screen, or a house light. It was small and gentle, too alive looking for something mechanical. It blinked on, then off, then on again, like it was breathing. That was the moment I realized what it probably was. A firefly. It sounds like nothing if you've seen them all your life, but I never had. I had never in my entire life seen a firefly before that night. They were something from movies and books to me, not from my actual world. So for a moment, my mind didn't even go there. Once it clicked, that fear melted into something else, wonder. Still, even knowing that, the timing felt strange. The little light didn't stay where it first appeared. It started moving. It flitted around near the trees for a second, then almost seemed to travel toward me, like it had made up its mind. It crossed that distance so quickly, in less than 20 seconds. It zigzagged gently through the air until it was right in front of me, close enough that I could have cupped it in my hands if I'd wanted to. It hovered there for what felt like a long time in firefly terms, maybe 10 to 15 seconds. Its tiny body glowed, faded, glowed again. Each flash felt like a tiny hello. I stood perfectly still, barely breathing, just watching it. My fear had vanished completely. Instead, I felt this quiet happiness spreading through my chest. The moment felt so personal, like the world had shrunk down to me, the garden, the night, and this tiny glowing creature floating inches away. I had just finished telling my mother how much I loved her, how grateful I was, how much better things were. And suddenly, here was this little light, like an answer. I know, logically, it was just a firefly. But the timing, the fact that I had never seen one before, the way it appeared at that exact moment, and came straight toward me, it didn't feel random. It felt like her. It felt like she had heard everything I said, and instead of answering with a voice this time, she sent this harmless, magical-looking little messenger right up to my face to say, "I'm here. I hear you. I'm listening." After a while, the firefly's light flashed for the last time and then faded. It drifted away into the darkness and disappeared completely. I stayed there, looking at the space where it had been, and I realized I was smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. The heaviness that had been sitting on my chest all day felt lighter. My shoulders dropped in a way they hadn't in a long time. I shook my head and laughed softly. "Nice one, Mom," I said into the night. "You scared me for a second. Jerk." I didn't mean it in a cruel way, obviously. It was the kind of thing I used to say to her when she did something playful that startled me. In that moment, I could almost feel her laughing too, the way she used to, amused and a little smug when she knew she'd gotten a reaction out of me. I went back inside after that, feeling strangely refreshed for such a small incident. I crawled into bed, still thinking about the knock on the door in the duplex, the voice that sounded exactly like hers, and now this tiny flying light outside the home she loved so much. I don't pretend to have all the answers about what happens after we die. I don't know exactly what those moments were or how they work. But I do know this: sometimes, when I need it the most, it feels like she finds a way to reach me. Sometimes it's a voice that gets me out of bed when I'm sinking into old habits. Sometimes it's a little glowing bug on a dark golf course that shows up right when I'm saying thank you. And whether it's coincidence or something more, I choose to take it as love. My parents have always had a strange kind of history with hauntings, so in a way I grew up thinking ghosts and spirits were just another part of life. My dad especially had a lot of stories. The house he grew up in had a few spirits in it, according to him and his brothers and sisters. They didn't attack anyone or act like something out of a horror movie. They just seemed to move through the house like any other member of the family. He said you would hear footsteps going up and down the stairs when everyone was in bed. Sometimes you'd be sitting in the living room and see a figure walk past the doorway like they were heading for the kitchen, but there would be no sound of the door opening, and when you got up to check, there was nobody there. The porch door would open and close by itself once in a while. Doors inside the house would slowly swing in or click shut when nobody was near them. It was almost like invisible housemates going about their business. My mom told me the same stories, so it wasn't just my dad exaggerating. She said there were certain times of day when the hallway felt crowded, like people you couldn't see were walking past you. In the evenings, they would hear something move on the stairs as if someone was going up or down, but when they looked, nothing was there. None of it sounded violent, just strange and constant. Then there was the Ouija board story from my aunt's place. My parents, being young and curious at the time, decided it would be fun to try a Ouija session with my aunt and a couple of friends. They weren't very careful. They didn't open with any kind of prayer or protection, and they didn't close the session properly from what I've been told. For a while, nothing much happened. Then things escalated fast. Not long after they packed the board away, glasses in the kitchen started moving by themselves. At first it was just small nudges, like something was bumping them lightly. Then one evening, they had a full-out incident. Glasses and dishes flew off shelves and counters, smashing into the walls and the floor. My dad said one glass slid across the table, lifted up, and then sailed into the wall like someone had thrown it as hard as they could. It shattered into pieces. This was in front of several people who all saw it happen. They stopped using the Ouija after that, and my parents always told me very firmly never to mess with it. Growing up with these stories, I kind of accepted the idea of spirits, but I didn't have many strong experiences of my own, at least nothing like what my parents had. I always felt somewhere in the middle. I wasn't a total believer, but I wasn't a skeptic either. I was like a neutral observer. I would listen to the stories, feel a little uneasy, maybe get chills, but I never fully threw myself into either side. Even so, I noticed that when I really focused, I could sometimes feel something that wasn't exactly normal. It's hard to explain. If I concentrated on a room or a place, I could sense different kinds of weight in the air. Some rooms felt heavy and thick, others felt clear and light. Sometimes I would get little tingles on my arms or the back of my neck for no reason. Once in a while, I thought I could see faint shapes or movement at the edge of my vision. But it was never very sharp or clear, and it was easy to brush it off as imagination if I wanted to. Still, there was one being that kept appearing in my life from the time I was a kid, and that one felt different from everything else. It wasn't just a random shadow. It had a clear shape and a strong feeling that came with it. It showed up enough times that I started to recognize it. In the house where I grew up, there was a hallway that led to my bedroom. At night, all the lights would be off except maybe a faint glow from the bathroom, or a lamp somewhere. When I walked down that hallway to and from my room, especially late at night, I would sometimes catch sight of something in one of the dark rooms off the hall. It was never right in front of me. It was always in the corner of my eye, off to the side in the doorway of a room or just inside it. The room would be mostly dark, and I'd be walking past, already feeling a little creeped out because of the hour and the darkness, and then I would sense it. The shape was strange. It was black, not like a solid object colored black, but like a hole in the dark. The body shape and size reminded me of a bear, broad and low, thick through the chest and shoulders. But the head and face didn't look like a bear at all. The face looked more like a baboon or some kind of primate, long and strong, with a heavy jaw and a forward stance. The whole thing was covered in lines. They weren't for lines. They looked more like markings, almost like tattoos or carved patterns. The lines flowed around its body and face in a way that made me think of old stone carvings, like something you'd see in a museum from an ancient civilization. For some reason, every time I looked at it, the first thing that came to mind was Incan or Mayan artwork, or something from an old South American tribe. It had that feeling, stylized and symbolic, not just natural. The strangest part was the way it looked. Negative. The areas that should have been darker or in deeper shadow didn't get blacker. Instead, they turned a kind of dull gray, like a photo negative. The places that should have caught light or been a little brighter stayed black or almost see-through. It was like it reversed the rules of light. Sometimes I could see the outline clearly, and the inside of the shape looked half-transparent, like if you stared hard enough, you might see the room behind it. It was, by any normal standard, a scary-looking creature. If I described it to someone who had never seen it and didn't know how it felt, they'd probably think it sounded like a nightmare monster. Big black bear-like body, baboon-like face, strange tattoo lines, negative shadow effect. It should have terrified me. But it didn't. Every time I saw it, I did feel nervous, of course. I mean, when you see something standing in the dark that you know shouldn't be there, you don't feel relaxed. My heart rate would go up. My skin would prickle. But at the same time, underneath the nervousness, there was this weird calm. It was like the creature itself was quiet inside, and that quiet spread to me. Whenever I noticed it, whatever fear I had of other things, the dark, the idea of something else lurking around, the leftover anxiety from scary thoughts, would ease up. Instead of feeling like a threat, it felt more like a solid presence watching over things. I never felt like it was going to lunge at me, hurt me, or chase me. I felt like it was standing guard. It wasn't limited just to the hallway either. As I grew up, I started seeing it in other places too. It was always in the dark, always out of the corner of my eye. I would be out in the woods at night, maybe with friends or sometimes alone in the backyard, and I'd get that same sense. I'd turn my head slightly and see that big shape standing a little distance away, half hidden between trees, or near the edge of the yard. Sometimes at other people's houses, in dim rooms or dark stairwells, I would feel watched but not in a creepy way. I'd glance toward the feeling and there it would be, just barely visible, like it was making sure I knew it was still around. Every time, the reaction was the same, nervous at first, but then that wave of calm. I never saw it run. I never saw it move quickly. It seemed to just appear and stand there. There are a few things about my life that I think might be connected to this being, and they've always stood out to me. The first big one is my dreams. For as long as I can remember, I have never once had a nightmare that I can recall. I'm not saying I've never had a bad dream at all in my entire life, because maybe I have and just forgot. But I have never woken up scared from a dream. I've never woken up screaming, never covered in sweat, never in a panic over something I saw in my sleep. Not when I was a kid, not as a teenager, not as an adult. Most people I know can remember at least one nightmare from childhood that stuck with them. Monsters, falling, being chased, losing someone, that kind of thing. I don't have that. When I look back, my dreams have either been neutral, confusing, or sometimes pleasant, but never truly frightening. It's like my mind is protected when I sleep. The second thing is how I feel in places that are supposed to have very strong, negative energy. I've been in buildings that people swear are haunted. I've walked through old places that feel heavy and sad. I've visited sites where bad things have happened. Other people around me will say they feel sick, dizzy, or scared. They talk about feeling their chest tighten or their heart race. They might feel drained or overwhelmed. I don't feel those things in the same way. When I walk into those places, I can tell something is off. I can sense the weight in the air, almost like walking into a room filled with thick smoke, but invisible. But I don't absorb it. It doesn't sink into me. I feel oddly safe, like whatever negativity is there can't get past some invisible line around me. I might feel serious or sad in those places, but not threatened. Thinking back to when I was a small child, that sense of protection continues to stand out. When I was little, I was definitely afraid of the dark. I was especially scared of my closet and the rooms down the hall. At night, when the lights went out, my imagination would come to life. I was sure monsters would come out of the closet, step out of the hallway, and attack me if I wasn't careful. My best defense was my blanket. I truly believed that if I pulled the blanket over my head, nothing could get me. I remember lying there, heart pounding, feeling like something was prowling around my room. Sometimes I thought I could see shadows crossing the wall, moving back and forth. I would stare at them and feel sure they were real creatures walking around while I tried to sleep. Now, as an adult, I can accept that some of that might have been dreams or just my imagination running wild. Kids see things and fill in the blanks with fear. But even then, when I thought about something really evil being in the room, the fear always seemed to stop right at the edge of that invisible line. It never quite reached the point of total terror. Another strange thing that has followed me through my life is how my body reacts when people talk about the occult, spirits, or things like aliens. Anytime I get into a serious conversation about this kind of topic, my eyes start to fill with tears. Not because I am feeling sad or scared. Emotionally, I can feel totally calm, or even curious. But physically, my eyes get wet and my throat tightens up like I might start crying. It isn't like when someone is talking about something emotionally painful, or deeply personal. It's not that kind of reaction. It feels more like my body is reacting on its own, separate from my thoughts. It happens often enough that I've noticed the pattern. If the conversation turns towards spirits, energy, unseen things, or anything beyond, my eyes will start to sting a little, and I'll have to blink more. My voice gets a little shaky if I talk for too long about it. I have no real explanation for it. It just happens. Putting all of this together, the creature I kept seeing, the lack of nightmares, the protection from heavy energies, the physical reaction to spiritual topics, it started to paint a picture in my mind. Over time, I came to the conclusion that the creature was some kind of guardian spirit assigned to me, or drawn to me for some reason. I began to think that maybe it was the one stopping the frightening dreams from reaching me. Maybe it somehow stood between me and anything that would harm or scare me while I slept. I thought that perhaps it was responsible for the feeling of safety I had in dark or negative places, like it was absorbing the bad energy before it could touch me. Even its shape started to make sense to me. As a child, I was terrified of monsters, especially anything that might come out of dark doorways or closets. But this being, which looked like a monster at first glance, never acted like one. Instead, it felt peaceful, almost comforting deep down. So I wondered if that was part of the point. Maybe it took on that big, strange form to show me that not everything that looks scary actually is. Maybe it was helping me get over that fear of monsters in the dark, by being one that I didn't have to fear. And maybe my strange reaction when talking about the occult was some sign of a connection between me and that spirit, or maybe between me and something bigger related to it. I don't know for sure, but the thought has always stayed with me. There's another part to this story that makes me feel even more sure that it was a guardian, and not just my imagination. A friend of mine, someone who had his own fears and worries, once saw it too, but it did not appear the same way to him. This friend had always been afraid that someone would break into his house. That was his big fear. When he was staying over at my place once, we were walking down the same hallway where I usually saw the creature. It was late at night, and the lights were off. The rooms off the hallway were dark, and there was that usual small edge of unease in the air. I felt that familiar sense, like it was watching. Later, my friend mentioned that he had seen something in the hallway. He said he saw a man standing there in black clothes with a black hat, almost like an old-fashioned shadowy figure you might picture in a story about burglars or intruders. It was in the same spot and at the same time when I had felt the creature nearby, but I hadn't looked directly at it that time. I knew it was there, but I didn't turn to see it. For my friend, whose biggest fear was someone breaking into his house and hurting him or his family, the guardian spirit appeared in the shape of a man dressed like that. That was the form his guardian always took, according to him. It's like the spirit shown to him matched his personal fear and then stood there without attacking, just watching over him. The same way the bear baboon creature matched my childhood fear of monsters and then removed the threat from it. Hearing that from him made me even more certain that this being wasn't random. It wasn't just an odd hallucination or a wandering ghost. It felt purposeful. It showed itself differently depending on who was looking at it, taking on shapes that connected to the fears or experiences of the person seeing it, then somehow calming those fears. I should also say that I haven't seen the creature in years now. It's like once I accepted the idea that it was a guardian and not a threat, it stepped back from my sight. I don't walk down hallways and see it in doorways anymore. I don't catch glimpses of it in the woods or other people's houses. Not visually, anyway. But even though I don't see it, I still feel like it's around. I still haven't had a dream I would call a nightmare. I still walk calmly through places that are supposed to be filled with dark energy, and come out feeling fine. I still get that same teary reaction when certain topics come up. The effects that I always connected to its presence are still happening. Maybe it doesn't need to show itself to me anymore because I finally understood what it was. Maybe it's moved on. Maybe it's still there, just out of sight, keeping an eye on things from a distance. I can't say for sure. All I know is that for a long time in my life, there was this strange black creature with a bear-like body and a baboon-like face that would stand in the dark and make me feel safe instead of terrified. And even now, when I think back on it, I don't feel fear. I feel a strange, deep gratitude for something I still don't fully understand. This happened about 3 or 4 years ago. At that time in my life, I was completely hooked on horror. I was in one of those phases where everything I watched, played, or read had to be scary. I spent nights watching horror movies, the kind with slow tension and strange sound effects. I played creepy games, especially the Silent Hill series, with their distorted monsters and eerie music. I loved putting myself in that feeling of being unsettled, that tight knot in your stomach when you know something is wrong but you don't know what. I even liked going to eerie locations just to see if I could spook myself more. Abandoned places, empty streets at night, quiet parks after dark. If it gave me chills, I wanted to be there. At the same time, I was also going through my first serious spiritual phase. It was like these two sides of me were running in parallel, one side obsessed with horror and fear, the other curious about the unseen and spiritual side of life. I started reading about meditation, astral projection, and out-of-body experiences. I wanted to know if there was more to reality than what we see with our eyes. I tried to meditate at night in my room, lying on my back with the lights off, focusing on my breathing and letting my thoughts go. Sometimes I would listen to calm music. Sometimes I would just lie there in silence. I was trying to reach that state people talked about, where your body is relaxed and your mind feels like it is floating. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was very curious and very determined. Then there was this one week where something strange started happening. For about 7 nights in a row, I found that if I lay in bed in the dark and really focused my mind, especially if I thought about spirits, demons, and all those evil things, I could shift my awareness somehow. It was like pushing my mind sideways. My body stayed still, and I didn't fall asleep, but my sense of reality changed. I was still awake. I knew I was in my room. I could hear normal sounds like the faint hum of the house and my own breathing. But everything looked and felt different, like I had stepped halfway into another layer of the same place. Some things were always the same every time I did this. First, the shape of my room seemed wrong. The walls and ceiling still made a box around me, but the angles looked off. Corners didn't look like clean 90-degree corners anymore. Lines that I knew were straight looked slightly bent or tilted. It was still clearly my room, but it felt twisted and unfamiliar, like seeing it in a funhouse mirror that wasn't completely obvious, just slightly wrong. Second, the shadows changed. Normal darkness is just dark. But in this state, the shadows had much stronger contrast. The dark parts looked very black, and the lighter parts almost seemed to glow faintly. The shadows moved in a way they shouldn't. They didn't just sit there. They shifted and pulsed, like they were breathing. It really did look as if the darkness itself had turned into some kind of liquid spread across the walls and ceiling, slowly flowing, stretching, and pulling back again. The first time I did this, it was just me, the warped geometry, and the liquid shadows for a while. I lay there watching the walls. I felt nervous but also curious, because this was exactly the kind of thing I had been wanting, to see if there was more behind what we usually see. Then I heard a sound above my head. It was right behind the headboard of my bed, just above my pillow. The sound was very clear and very strange. It wasn't footsteps or breathing. It sounded exactly like that crinkly plastic, hey, people stuff into Easter baskets, the fake grass. That sharp, rustling sound, like lots of thin plastic pieces rubbing together. It rustled for a few seconds, and I just lay there listening, confused. I didn't have anything that sounded like that near my bed. Nothing should have been making that noise. Before I had much time to think, whatever it was fell off the headboard and landed on my face. I felt it land across my nose and mouth, this light, crinkly, tangled mass. When it hit my face, it felt exactly like that plastic Easter hay, thin, sharp little strands sticking and sliding across my skin. I could feel it pressing against my eyes and cheeks. Instinct took over. I grabbed it with both hands, quickly pulled it off my face, and tossed it over the side of my bed. I lay there breathing hard, staring up at the ceiling where the shadows were still sliding around in that slow, liquid way. I could feel my heart pounding. I tried to calm down, telling myself that maybe I was imagining it, or maybe a piece of plastic or paper had somehow blown onto the bed. But I knew there wasn't anything like that on my headboard. A few seconds later, I heard the same crinkling sound again, this time from the side of the bed where I had thrown it. The sound grew louder, and before I could react, I felt that same plastic-like mass bounce onto my face again. That was enough for me. I grabbed it off my face and just hurled it away in a panic. This time, instead of waiting, I pulled my pillow over my face like a shield. I closed my eyes under the pillow and started counting slowly in my head, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, focusing on returning to normal awareness. It felt like pushing myself upward through thick water. Then suddenly, everything snapped back. The strange angles in the room were gone. The shadows looked normal again. I pulled the pillow away, turned on the light, and leaned over the edge of the bed to see what I'd thrown. There was nothing on the floor. No plastic hay, no paper, nothing. The floor looked exactly the same as it had before I went to bed. It bothered me, but at the same time, I was more fascinated than scared. I had asked for something weird, and it looked like I got it. Over the next few nights, I tried to go back into that state again and again. Each time I did it, the same basic things happened. The room tilted and stretched in that subtle but wrong way. The shadows went dark and deep, then pulsed and slid over one another like ink poured into water. The air felt heavier, like it had weight. Sometimes there was a faint buzzing in my ears, like a faraway electric hum. On the second and third nights, I didn't feel anything land on my face again, but I started seeing shapes in the darkness. At first, they were just slightly deeper patches of black near the floor or standing beside the bed. Then they became clearer. One shape looked like something leaning over the side of my bed. It didn't have a clear outline like a normal person. It was more like a thick, upright shadow, darker than the rest, and just tall enough that I could see the top part of it against the faint light coming in from my window. It didn't move much, just a slow sway, almost like breathing. Another shape seemed to stand against the wall near the door, watching. I lay there, eyes open, staring right at these things. The logical part of my mind kept saying, "It's just your imagination. You're overloading your brain with horror and weird spiritual ideas." But another part of me felt very strongly that I was looking at something real, just in a different way than usual. Even then, I didn't feel like they were going to attack me. I felt watched, but not hunted. It was an intense feeling, but not full panic. After a few minutes of studying them, I would decide I'd had enough for one night. I would pull the pillow over my face, count slowly to 5, and feel myself slide back into normal space. Every time, when I turned on the light, everything looked regular again. No strange shapes, no plastic hay, no signs of anything unusual. The fourth time I tried, things went a little further. I lay on my back in the same way, focusing my mind until I felt that strange shift again. The dark deepened. The corners of my room bent in that slightly off way. The shadows flowed across the walls. I was already used to this part. I watched the shapes in the darkness for a while, then started to relax a little, telling myself I could always pull myself out if I needed to. Then I felt something step onto my bed. The mattress dipped down near my feet in a solid, heavy way, like a large animal had just put one paw on the bed. Then another step, closer to my legs. The whole mattress shifted and creaked faintly with the weight. Whatever it was not small. I could feel the bed moving under me as it walked on all fours toward my chest, each step slow and deliberate. I froze, staring up at the ceiling, trying not to breathe too fast. I could hear it too. There was the soft sound of heavy breathing, not human. It sounded low and deep, like air moving in and out of a big chest. The creature's weight moved closer and closer until it was right above me. Then I felt it lean down near my face. I couldn't see its features clearly because of the darkness and the angle, but I could feel its presence hovering just a few inches away. I felt a warm, damp breath against my skin as it sniffed around my nose and cheeks. like a dog might do when it leans close to smell you. The sound of its breathing filled my ears. It felt like time slowed down, and for a moment, it was just me and this unseen animal sharing the same air. Even then, I didn't feel like it was about to bite me or tear me apart. I felt like it was trying to figure out what I was doing there, almost the way you might inspect a strange object that suddenly appeared in your house. But I also knew I was reaching the limit of what I was comfortable with. I pulled the pillow up over my face as quickly as I could, shut my eyes tight, and started counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. While I counted, I could feel the weight slowly fading away. The dip in the mattress smoothed out. The warmth near my face disappeared. By the time I reached 5, everything felt normal again. I turned on the light. My bed looked exactly the same as always. The 5th time I went into that state was the last. By then, I already knew how to get there. I was getting better at triggering it. I lay back, focused on that sliding feeling in my awareness, and watched the room warp and darken. The shadows started their slow liquid dance along the walls. This time, though, there was something very clear at the foot of my bed. Standing there, in darker shadow against the faint light from the window, was a humanoid figure. It wasn't fuzzy or vague like some of the other shapes. It had a clear outline. It looked like a person standing upright, watching me. What stood out the most was the wide-brimmed hat it wore. The hat's brim spread out around its head, like the kind you'd see in old movies, almost like a fedora or some old-fashioned hat. I stared at it, my heart beating fast but not out of control. I had seen drawings and read stories about Hat Man, tight figures before, dark human shapes with hats that appear during sleep paralysis or in hauntings. Seeing one at the foot of my bed was unsettling, but at first, I just felt the same weird mix as before, nervous, but also very curious. Then it started to move. Slowly it leaned forward, like it was about to climb onto the bed. I could feel the mattress dip just slightly near my feet. The figure shifted its weight, and the sense of it got closer. It felt like it was about to crawl on top of me, the same way the animal had, but in a more human way. That was the moment things crossed a line for me. The curiosity that had kept me steady before suddenly wasn't enough to keep me calm. I didn't wait for it to get closer. I grabbed the pillow, pulled it over my face, and counted myself back out again, more urgently than any other time. When I reached 5, the strange tension in the room broke. The warped corners snapped back to normal. The shadows went quiet. I turned on the light and saw only the end of my bed, empty and harmless. After that, I decided I was done trying this. It wasn't because I felt like they were going to kill me or drag me anywhere. The strange thing is that, at no point during any of those nights, even with something standing at the foot of my bed or sniffing my face, did I feel real, deep terror. I never felt real malice coming from them. It was intense and uncomfortable, yes. It was strange and unnatural, yes. But inside, I mostly felt curiosity and a kind of uneasy respect. It even felt like the beings, whatever they were also curious about me. It was as if they were thinking, "How is this person seeing us? Why is he here like this?" Their energy didn't feel friendly exactly, but it didn't feel purely evil either. It felt more like being in the presence of something wild, something that doesn't follow our rules and doesn't really care about them, but isn't automatically out to hurt you. To this day, I still don't know for sure what was happening during that week. Maybe in those moments, I really was forcing my consciousness into another layer of reality, another plane, while still being awake in my own body. Maybe I slipped halfway into the spiritual world, where spirits and other beings move around in their own way, and I just happened to notice them. Maybe those shadows, the plastic hay feeling, the animal, and the hat-wearing figure were actual inhabitants of that place, surprised that a living human suddenly started paying attention to them. Another possibility is that they were darker beings, demons, or something like them, trying to get me used to their presence, slowly making me feel safe with them nearby, so I would lower my guard. Sometimes I wonder if they were testing me, seeing how far they could push before I broke. Or maybe none of that is true, and it was all in my head. Maybe I had pushed my mind into a kind of waking dream, where my imagination layered itself on top of what I was actually seeing. Maybe my love of horror, my spiritual experiments, and my expectations worked together to create these experiences, nothing more than a vivid blend of suggestion and semi-sleep. But there is one detail that makes me doubt it was only imagination. The heavy animal I felt stepping onto the bed and sniffing my face that fourth night felt very similar, in size and shape, to the creature I've always thought of as my guardian spirit, the one with the bear-like body and the strange face. The weight on the mattress, the warmth of its breath, the way it moved, it all matched that presence, just in a different form. Because of that, it's hard for me to completely dismiss the whole thing as just my mind playing tricks. Deep down, I still feel like, for that 1 week, I managed to tune into a place I normally wasn't supposed to access. I pushed my awareness a little too far into a space where things watched us from the edges, and for a short time, they noticed that I was watching back. My name is Brita, and I'm 15. What I'm going to tell you happened last year, when I was 14, and it has stayed in my mind ever since. It's about my little sister, my mom, and something that came into our house that night and, in a way, never fully left. I grew up in a house where talk about ghosts and spirits wasn't strange at all. My mom believes very strongly in ghosts and demons, and she also practices witchcraft. For most people, that might sound scary or weird, but for me it was just normal life. We had candles everywhere, jars of herbs on shelves, strange smelling oils, and books stacked up in corners that weren't the usual school kind of books. Mom would sometimes sit at the kitchen table late at night with her tarot cards spread out, or she would be in the living room muttering little chants under her breath while she burned sage or incense. One of the things my mom owned was a book that she always called The Dangerous One. I never knew its real title, just that it was about raising demons and darker spirits. She kept it hidden most of the time, but in a house like ours, nothing stays hidden forever. I knew about it because sometimes I'd see her slip it out, use it for a few minutes, and then tuck it away again like she was ashamed or afraid of it. She was very clear about that book. "You do not touch this one," she told us more than once. "Don't open it, don't read from it, don't even play with it. It's not a game. It's not for kids. I mean it." I said okay, and nodded like a good daughter, but of course I was curious. I was already different from most people my age. Over the years I had realized that I can see things and feel things other people can't. My mom told me more than once that I have a lot of power, and that spirits seemed to notice me. I had already seen ghosts around our house and in other places. I could sometimes feel them brushing past me or standing in doorways. I even had one spirit I thought of as mine, like a quiet presence that hung around me to watch over me. That's a whole other story by itself, but because of all this, that book called to me even more. Sometimes, when Mom was out or busy and I knew I wouldn't get caught, I would sneak to the place where she hid the book. I would take it out carefully and put it down on the floor or the bed. I'd feel this strange heavy feeling in my chest as soon as I opened it, like the air around me got thicker. The pages were filled with symbols, drawings, and words I didn't really understand. The writing wasn't simple. It had strange phrases and languages I couldn't pronounce properly. I would trace the symbols with my finger and whisper the words under my breath, but I never went beyond that. I didn't light candles or draw circles or do any of the things the book said you had to do. A part of me knew it was too much, even for me. So I only looked, curious but cautious. At that time, my little sister Anna was 7. She was small and skinny, with big eyes and messy hair that never seemed to stay brushed. She was the kind of kid who followed people around, asked a million questions, and liked to copy what everyone else was doing. She watched Mom do her rituals sometimes and would ask, "What's that for? Who are you talking to? Can I help?" Mom would usually smile and tell her that she could help with harmless things, like passing a candle or holding a crystal, but she never let Anna near the serious stuff. Then, one day, everything shifted. I didn't know it at the time, but Anna had found the demon book. Maybe she saw me sneaking it. Maybe she had just been curious on her own. However it happened, she got it. I came into her room one afternoon and found her sitting on the floor with papers scattered around her and a black marker in her hand. At first, I thought she was just drawing the way she always did, but then I looked closer. She wasn't drawing flowers or little houses or her usual animals. She was carefully copying a symbol from the demon book. It was one single design, a strange shape made of curved lines and sharp edges, like a twisted star or a knot. She had drawn it over and over again on her paper, filling up the entire sheet. Then, she had moved on to the wall. There was that same symbol drawn on the wall beside her bed, again and again in rows. It was on the back of her door too. And then I saw it on her skin, on her arm and on the back of her hand. The marker lines were bold and dark, standing out against her pale skin. "Anna, what are you doing?" I asked, my voice louder than I meant it to be. She looked up at me with big, innocent eyes. "I like this picture," she said. "It feels nice. Where did you get it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. She pointed to the bed. The demon book lay open there, heavy and wrong, like it was waiting and watching. My stomach dropped. I rushed over and slammed it shut. "What did Mom say about this book?" I snapped. Anna's face fell and she bit her lip. "She said not to touch it," she mumbled, looking down. "But I just wanted to draw." I didn't even get the chance to say more. At that moment, Mom came up the hallway. Maybe she felt something, or maybe she had just come to check on us, but she reached the doorway and froze when she saw what was happening. Her eyes went straight to the book, then to the symbols on the wall, the door, and finally to the marks on Anna's skin. The color drained from her face. For the first time in a long time, my mom looked honestly scared. "Anna," she said, her voice tight. "Put the marker down. Right now." Anna did as she was told, confusion and a bit of fear in her eyes. Mom came in, grabbed the book off the bed like it was a live bomb, and held it close to her chest. She stared at the symbols for a second and then closed her eyes, whispering something under her breath. It sounded like a prayer or a spell. Then she opened her eyes and gave me a sharp look. "Did you let her touch this?" she asked. "No," I said quickly. "I just walked in. I swear, Mom. I only looked at it before, sometimes I didn't." She cut me off with a wave of her hand. "We'll talk about that later." She walked out of the room with the book, and that was the last time I saw it. I don't know if she burned it, buried it, locked it away, or threw it into a river, but from that day on, it was gone. Part of me was relieved. Part of me was worried that it was already too late. That night is the one I will never forget. It was late, sometime after everyone had finished dinner, and the house was quiet. Anna had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room. She did that a lot. She would start out watching TV with us, and then slowly slide down into the pillows and drift off. She looked so small that night, curled up with a blanket half over her face, her hair spread out on the cushion. My dad and I were downstairs too. He was sitting in his usual spot in front of the TV, half watching some show and half dozing. The glow from the screen lit his face, and his cigarette smoke curled up in the air, even though he wasn't supposed to smoke inside. I was standing in the kitchen area, which was open to the living room, pouring myself a drink and just thinking about the day, about Anna and that book, and about the nervous look on Mom's face. The room felt heavy and still. There wasn't any noise except for the TV and the faint hum of the fridge. Then, without any warning, I saw it. There was something sitting on the couch right next to Anna. At first, my brain almost refused to understand what I was seeing. It looked like a black mass, darker than any shadow in the room. It had the shape of a man, and not just any man, a tall figure wearing what looked like a long trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The kind of hat that hides your face. Only in this case, it wasn't just the hat. The whole figure was pure black, no features, no eyes, no skin, no shine. Just a solid, dense darkness that sat there like it had weight. It was leaning slightly toward my sister, and one of its hands, or what I thought was a hand, rested on her arm. It was rubbing her arm slowly, back and forth, almost like a parent comforting a child. That movement made everything 100 times more real and more frightening. This wasn't just a shape or a trick of the light. It was acting. It was interacting with her. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my chest. I remember thinking, this can't be right. This can't be happening. But it was. And I wasn't the only one seeing it. My dad's eyes were fixed on the couch too. He wasn't saying anything, but his mouth was slightly open and his face looked pale even in the flickering light from the TV. He saw it. He saw the same thing I did. "Dad," I whispered. I don't even know if the word really came out loud, but he glanced at me for a second and then back at the thing. His expression said everything. He was shocked and had no idea what to do. I don't know what came over me then. Maybe it was the power my mom always talked about. Maybe it was just that part of me that refuses to freeze when something scary happens. Instead of backing away, I took a small step forward and then another one. My feet felt heavy, but I made myself move closer to the couch. As I stepped forward, the black figure reacted. It turned its head toward me, like it had been waiting to see what I would do. Then it slowly stood up. When it rose from the couch, it seemed to stretch higher than I expected, taller than my dad, tall enough to make me feel small. It started walking toward me. Every step it took was silent, but I could feel it moving through the room. The air seemed to shift around it. I didn't move. Part of me wanted to run, but another part wanted to know what it was going to do. I stood there, my hands clenched at my sides, my eyes locked on this tall, black shape. It reached me and stopped right in front of me, so close I might have reached out and touched it if I had dared. Then it lifted its hand. I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder. Not a shove, not a grab, just a light, careful touch, like the way you would touch someone if you didn't want to startle them. The strange thing is, I could feel it. Even though it was made of darkness, it had weight, temperature, pressure. That touch sent a shiver down my spine, but it didn't hurt me. For a brief moment, it felt like it was studying me. Not with eyes, because I couldn't see any, but with its presence. It was like it was saying, "I see you. I know you see me." And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it dissolved. It didn't walk away. It didn't fade slowly. It simply broke apart, like smoke in a strong wind. 1 second it was there, close enough to touch, and the next it was gone, leaving only the dim light of the room and the sound of the TV behind. I glanced at the couch. Anna was still sleeping peacefully, not even shifting in her sleep. That was weird in itself because she usually wakes up at the smallest sound or movement. But she hadn't moved at all, not when it was touching her or when it stood up, not when it crossed the room, not when it touched me. My dad and I looked at each other. His face was stiff, and his eyes were wide. For a few seconds we didn't say anything. Then he cleared his throat, like he was forcing himself to come back to normal. "You saw that, right?" I asked finally, my voice shaky. He nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "I saw it." We talked about it quietly while my dad carefully picked up Anna and carried her to my parents' room. We told my mom as soon as she came upstairs. At first, she tried to stay calm, but when she realized that both Dad and I had seen the same thing, her whole attitude changed. She rushed around the house grabbing things, candles, bowls of salt, sage, some herbs from her jars. She lit candles in almost every room and started doing what she called cleansing spells and protections. She sprinkled salt in doorways and windows, said prayers, and spoke in that other language she sometimes used during rituals. The whole house smelled like smoke and herbs by the time she was done, and she was sweating and out of breath. She put Anna in her bed that night, between her and my dad, saying she wanted to keep her close. I went to my own room and shut the door behind me. I sat on my bed for a long time, thinking about what had happened. I could still feel the touch of that black hand on my shoulder, like a phantom weight. My room felt different, heavier, like something was in there with me, just out of sight. I didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me, but I could tell it was there. Watching. Waiting. For what, I had no idea. Still, I wasn't exactly scared in the way you might think. I didn't feel like I was in danger. I just felt like my life had crossed a line that night, and now there was no going back to how things used to be. A couple of nights later, my friend came over to sleep at our place. She didn't know all the details of what had happened. I hadn't told her everything because I didn't want to freak her out. We stayed up late talking in my room like teenage girls do, lying on our backs, staring at the ceiling, sharing secrets. We were in the middle of some random conversation when suddenly she stopped talking. Her eyes shifted from my face to the space above my head. Her skin went pale, and her mouth dropped open. For a second, she just stared, and then she started shaking. "Hey, what's wrong?" I asked, sitting up a little. She didn't answer. Her eyes filled with tears, and then she started crying, real tears, her shoulders shaking. She was so frightened she couldn't even speak properly. I followed her gaze and looked up at the ceiling above where I'd been lying. All I saw was a dark shadow there, darker than the rest of the room. But that wasn't anything new for me. Shadows like that felt normal with the way my life was going. Still, the way she was reacting scared me more than the shadow itself. "What do you see?" I asked her gently. "Tell me." She swallowed and took a shaky breath. It looks like you," she finally managed to say. "But dead." "Dead?" I repeated, my heart thudding. She nodded quickly. "Your face, but your skin is all pale and greenish. Your eyes, it looks like you're dead, just hanging there above yourself." Her words left a cold feeling in my chest. I had never heard of someone seeing me like that before. I slid off the bed and helped her stand up. She was still shaking, so I led her out of the room and into the hallway. After a few minutes in the brighter light of the hall, she calmed down. Her color started to come back, and she wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I don't know what that was. It scared me so much." "It's okay," I told her. "You're safe now, okay? Whatever it was, it can't hurt you out here." I stayed with her in the living room for a bit until she seemed better. Then, when she finally stopped trembling, I went back to my room alone to see if the shadow was still there. The room felt thick with energy when I stepped inside. The air seemed heavier than in the hallway. The shadow that had been above my bed had faded back into the usual darkness in the corners. But I wasn't alone. He was there again. The same black figure, the tall one with the trench coat and the hat, was sitting on the edge of my bed like someone waiting patiently for an appointment. His form was still solid darkness, no face, no details, just that same deep black. He sat there for a moment, and then, as I stood in the doorway watching, he slowly stood up. He took a step toward me. Just like before, his movements were smooth and completely silent. I didn't back up this time. I stayed where I was and looked right at him. It felt almost like we knew each other now, like we had some kind of silent agreement. He walked toward me, and when he was close enough that I should have felt his breath, if he had any, he vanished again. One instant he was there, and the next, there was nothing but empty air in front of me. That wasn't the last time I saw him. Even now, I still catch sight of him sometimes. I'll be walking down the street alone, and out of the corner of my eye, I'll notice a tall, black figure keeping pace with me just at the edge of my vision. When I turn my head to look straight at him, he fades into the shadows. Sometimes, when I'm in my room, I'll feel like someone is sitting in the corner or on the bed. I'll glance over, and there he is, just for a second, then gone again. The strange thing is, he has never tried to hurt me. He never did anything to Anna after that first night either. He doesn't push things over or slam doors. He just appears, watches, sometimes gets close enough to touch, and then disappears. It feels like he's tied to me somehow, maybe because of that book, maybe because of my own connection to spirits, or maybe both. I don't know exactly what he is or what he wants. I only know that my sister drew one symbol from a book she never should have touched, and something answered. It came into our house, touched us, and then stayed behind in some way. And now, whether I want it or not, I live my life with the knowledge that somewhere just a step away from where everyone else sees, there is a tall, dark man in a coat and had who walks beside me and sits quietly in my room, watching. I bought a little 1947 farmhouse a while ago. From the outside it didn't look special. It was plain, a bit old-fashioned, just another small country house sitting on a piece of land at the end of a quiet road. But the first time I walked through the door with the realtor, something strange happened to me. I felt this wave of relief wash over me, like I had been carrying a weight on my shoulders for years and suddenly someone lifted it off. It felt like walking into a place I had been looking for my whole life without even knowing it. The only way I can describe it is that I felt like I had finally come home. The energy in that house felt warm and bright, almost like sunshine, even on cloudy days. There was a sense of calm in the air that is hard to explain in ordinary words. It was the kind of feeling where you breathe in and your chest relaxes without you trying. I thought maybe I was just happy to finally be buying my own home, but I wasn't the only one who felt it. After I moved in, I had a lot of visitors, friends, family, coworkers, and so many of them said almost the same thing without me prompting them. They would step inside, take a breath, and say something like, "Wow, it feels so peaceful in here," or, "This house has such nice energy," or, "I don't know why, but I feel really good in this place." Some people even joked that it was like the house was hugging them. I never told them what I had felt that first day, but every time someone said something similar, I would think quietly to myself, yes, it's not just me. Before this house, I was very much a skeptic. I'm a scientist by nature and by training. I like things I can measure, touch, or test. I never made fun of people who believed in ghosts or spirits, but I didn't accept it either. My mind always went to the logical explanation first: faulty wiring, wind in the chimney, bad dreams, old plumbing, and so on. Up until I moved into the farmhouse, I had never experienced anything seriously strange myself, so I saw no reason to believe in the supernatural. That changed more quickly than I ever would have expected. The first real incident in that house shook me badly. It was late, just after 11 p.m. I had gone to bed not long before and was already asleep. The house was dark and still. Then, out of nowhere, I was jolted awake by a noise so loud and sharp that it felt like someone had fired a gun beside my head. It sounded like a smoke detector, but not quite. It was that same piercing, high-pitched beep. 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 But even more intense. It was so loud that my ears hurt. For a few seconds, I just lay there in bed, confused and half asleep, thinking, maybe it's just a smoke alarm. Maybe it will stop in a second. I covered my ears with my hands and waited, hoping it would cut out on its own. It didn't. The beeping went on and on, steady and relentless. It echoed through the house. After a few minutes of lying there, my heart racing, I realized it wasn't going to stop unless I did something. At the same time, I was honestly scared. I had just moved in and didn't know every corner of the place yet. The idea of walking around in the dark with that horrible noise shrieking in my ears was not appealing. But it was either that or try to sleep through it, which was impossible. Terrified but determined, I got out of bed and followed the sound. It was so loud that it was actually hard to tell exactly where it was coming from at first. I went down the stairs into the hallway and then into the kitchen. The noise seemed to be loudest in there. The problem was, there was no smoke detector in the kitchen. I stood in the middle of the room, half squinting, half wincing. Every beep seemed to bounce off the walls and cabinets, and slam straight into my skull. I finally found the kitchen light switch and flipped it on. The instant the light came on, the beeping stopped. Not a gradual fade. Not a glitchy, almost there, sound. It just cut off as cleanly as if someone had pressed a mute button at the exact same second I turned on the light. For a moment I just stood there, breathing hard, feeling my heart pound in my chest. The silence was almost as loud as the noise had been. My first thought was that there must be some electronic device hidden somewhere. A toy, some forgotten alarm clock, a timer, anything that could explain what I had just heard. I walked around the kitchen checking everything I could think of. I opened cupboards, peered behind appliances, and looked in drawers. There were no toys, no old alarm clocks, no strange gadgets. The only electronic thing in that room was my microwave, and it has never made that kind of sound in its life. It beeps gently when food is done, like every normal microwave, not like it's trying to burst an eardrum. I kept searching, desperate for a rational explanation, but found nothing. No burnt smell. No smoke. No sign of anything wrong. Eventually, still shaken but exhausted, I gave up and went back upstairs. The very second, and I mean the exact second, my body settled back down onto my mattress, there were 3 more huge, horrible beeps. Just 3. Then silence again. I lay there frozen, staring into the darkness. The timing was too perfect. It felt like a response. Almost like something was saying, "Yes, I'm still here. You didn't imagine that." Of course, the rational part of my brain tried to argue. Maybe there's a faulty wire. Maybe it's some weird electrical surge. Maybe. But even as I tried to reason with myself, a part of me felt like something else was going on. I didn't sleep well that night. I left the light on in my room. In fact, I slept with the light on for the next 2 nights after that too. The house still felt warm and safe in the daytime, but I couldn't shake the memory of that noise and the odd, almost deliberate timing of those last 3 beeps. The next big experience came a few weeks later, and this one was not loud or sharp. It was gentle, soft, and, in a way, much more unsettling. It was about 4 in the morning when I woke up. Not suddenly and violently like with the beeping, but slowly, rising up out of sleep on a sound. I lay still for a moment, not opening my eyes right away, listening. A child was singing. The voice was very small, like that of a young child, perhaps 3 or 4 years old. There were no words, just a tune, simple, lilting, very sweet. It sounded almost like humming, but clearer. It wasn't off-key or eerie like in a horror movie. It was actually pretty, like a child happily singing to themselves while playing. I have 3 children, all of whom also slept upstairs in that house. So my first thought was simple and calm: one of them must be awake and singing. I didn't feel afraid. I just lay there under my covers, listening to the little voice, and for a moment I even smiled. There was something strangely peaceful about it. But after a while, I started to notice something strange. The direction of the sound was wrong. Our bedrooms were all in known places upstairs. I knew how voices sounded when my kids talked or sang in their rooms. I knew how sound traveled through those walls. This wasn't like that. This singing did not sound like it was coming from a room down the hall or next door. It sounded like it was coming from above me. The more I listened, the more clear it became. The sound was overhead, as if the child was sitting in the attic right above my bed, or on the roof itself. The tune carried softly, but the source felt high and centered, not off to one side like my children's rooms. As a logical person, I started trying to explain this away. Maybe sound travels strangely in this house, I thought. Maybe one of my kids is awake and singing and the acoustics are bouncing the noise up and over my head. I turned my head slightly, testing if the volume changed in different directions. It didn't. It still seemed to be coming from above. Then another idea crossed my mind, ridiculous but impossible not to consider. Could there be some child outside? But that was nonsense. The property was remote. There were no neighbors close by. And what kind of young child would be walking around outside at 4 in the morning, in the dark, far from home, just to stand near my house and sing? Even if there was a child outside, the sound would have come from the side, not from the ceiling. I lay there for a long time, listening to that song, my mind switching back and forth between logic and a growing unease. The singing went on, steady and unhurried. At some level, I knew that as soon as I moved, as soon as I got out of bed, it would stop. Part of me didn't want that. I wanted more time to figure it out. Another part of me wanted to check on my kids, just to be sure they were okay. Finally, worry won. I got out of bed. The moment my feet touched the floor, the singing stopped. It wasn't a gradual fade. It didn't trail off like a sleepy child giving up and sighing. It just cut off, mid-tune, as if someone had pressed a button or clapped a hand over a mouth. I walked down the hallway to my children's rooms, opening each door quietly. All three of them were fast asleep, breathing deeply, covers pulled up around them. None of them looked like they had been up singing. There were no music players on, no toys making noise, nothing. I went back to my room that night with my heart beating a little faster. Again, I had no answers. I was awake for a long time after that, watching the ceiling, trying to reason my way through something that didn't want to fit into reason. As the months went by, more strange events began to happen, and a pattern started to appear. Almost everything happened just after 11 p.m., or around 4 in the morning. It was like the house had its own active hours, when something unseen decided it was time to play. Once I started paying attention, I noticed a lot of things that probably would have gone unnoticed in another house. Many nights, right after I turned off the lights and went to bed, I would lie in the dark and hear voices downstairs. They weren't clear enough for me to make out sentences or specific words, but they sounded exactly like human conversations. The tone, the rhythm, the pauses, the way one voice seemed to answer another, it all sounded real. The strange thing was, they also sounded a bit mechanical. Almost like I was listening to a recording of people talking, rather than actual live conversation. Do you know that feeling when you hear voices through a wall or a radio that's a little out of tune? It was like that. Echoing but flat. If I stayed in bed and didn't move, the voices would go on and on, sometimes for what felt like half an hour or more. But if I decided I'd had enough and swung my legs out of bed, the moment my feet touched the floor, the voices would stop. Every single time. I would walk downstairs, heart pounding, expecting to catch someone in the middle of a phone call or a TV show, but the downstairs would be empty and quiet. The lights would be off. There was no television running, no radio, no computer, nothing that could have made the sounds. One night in particular stands out. I was lying in bed and I heard the clearest voice I had ever heard in that house. It was an older woman's voice, coming from downstairs, right at the bottom of the stairs. She sounded like she was on the phone, chatting away. I could hear her tone rise and fall. It sounded so real that I nearly called out, "Hello?" before I remembered that I lived alone with my children and no one should be down there. In that exact spot where I heard her, there was no phone. But there was a phone jack in the wall, as if a phone had once been there. The thought that someone might be standing there, in that exact place where a phone used to be, using it again, sent chills down my spine. Again, as soon as I got out of bed, the voice stopped. When I went downstairs to check, there was only silence and darkness, and the feeling of a presence, like the air itself had thickened just a bit. The electrical disturbances were another part of life in that farmhouse, and they almost always happened after 11 p.m. It was as if something woke up around that time and got bored. Sometimes toys would turn on by themselves. I'd be in bed, drifting towards sleep, when suddenly a toy would start playing a tune or talking in that cheerful, electronic voice they all have. I would force myself to get up, go downstairs, and turn it off or remove the batteries. I checked for faulty switches and stuck buttons, but the toys never misbehaved in the daytime. Only at night. My computer did something even stranger. More than once, long after I had shut it down for the night, I would be in bed and suddenly hear a faint rhythmic sound coming from downstairs, like a beat or the murmur of something playing. It sounded almost like people talking far away or music being played quietly. When I went down to check, the computer screen would be dark, the power light off, nothing visible running. In the morning, I would turn it on and look for any trace of a program or media player that might have been left open by mistake. Nothing. No logs, no videos, no audio files open. It was like something had used the computer speakers without actually turning the computer on. One night, shortly after 11 again, I was lying in bed reading when the TV in the living room turned on by itself. The sound came on too, a sudden burst of noise from downstairs. I froze, then laughed nervously, thinking maybe I had sat on the remote earlier or left it in a weird position. But the remote was on the coffee table, untouched. As usual, as soon as my feet hit the floor to go down and investigate, the TV turned off on its own. When I reached the living room, the screen was black, the room was quiet, and there were no timers or anything set on the television. The 4 a.m. dog was another mystery. Several times, I woke up around 4 in the morning to the sound of a small dog whining right at my bedroom window. It was that same sad, urgent sound dogs make when they want to be let inside, soft, high, pleading. The sound felt close, like the animal was just inches away on the other side of the glass. The problem was, my bedroom was on the second floor. There was no balcony, no ledge big enough for a dog to stand on, nothing that would allow a real dog to sit underneath my window. Even if a dog somehow got into the yard, it couldn't have reached my window like that. Every time I heard it, I lay there fighting the urge to get out of bed and look, and every time I told myself the same thing: there is no dog out there. There can't be. But the whining sounded so real that my heart ached a little, as if some lonely little creature was begging me to help it. Over time, these events became part of the fabric of living in that house. At first, they scared me badly, mostly because I didn't understand them and I had no control over them. When something that doesn't fit with your view of reality keeps happening, your brain scrambles to make sense of it, and that feeling is very uncomfortable. But something important never changed. I never once felt that whatever was in that house wanted to hurt me or my children. I never felt hatred or anger in the air. The feelings were strange, sometimes startling or eerie, but not violent. The best way I can describe it is that it was like living with an invisible, overly active pet. It would knock things on, play with electronics, talk to itself, and make strange noises at odd hours, but it never did anything that felt truly evil. Eventually, I accepted that there was something there, some kind of leftover energy, or spirit, or whatever word you want to use. As a scientist, that was hard for me to admit even to myself, but my own eyes and ears kept pushing me in that direction. I couldn't deny what I had experienced. I also couldn't explain it in the ways I was used to. The house stayed, at its core, a place of comfort and peace. During the day, I felt more relaxed there than anywhere else I had ever lived. Even at night, once I got used to the odd happenings, I often felt like I wasn't truly alone, but in a way that was more companionable than frightening. The energy in the farmhouse never turned sharp or cold. It was as if whoever, or whatever, shared that space with us was content to live alongside us, to remind us once in a while that they were there, and then retreat back into their own corner of time. I don't live in that house anymore. Life changed, and I had to move on. I've lived in other places since then, some newer, some older, some bigger, some smaller. None of them have felt quite the same. None of them have greeted me with that deep sense of relief the second I walked in the door. None of them have had that strange combination of comfort and mystery. Sometimes I think back to the beeping in the night, the soft singing above my head, the old woman's voice at the bottom of the stairs, the television flicking on at 11 p.m., the little dog that cried at the second floor window, and I get a strange feeling in my chest. I miss that farmhouse. I miss the feeling of being held by it. And yes, in a strange way, I miss the ghost too, or whatever it was that shared that house with me. I still remember that trip like it was yesterday. It was July 4th, 2008, a warm summer day, and everything started out completely normal. I live in Windsor, Ontario, and that afternoon I set out with my cousin David to visit his new home in Toronto. It wasn't a long-planned vacation or anything like that. In fact, the whole thing was kind of last minute. He was back in Windsor visiting family, telling us about his new place and how his mother was now living with him and his wife in Toronto, and he got it into his head that I should come up with him for a few days. At first I hesitated. It felt sudden, and I'm not really the sort of person who just packs up and goes without thinking. But he kept talking about how it would be a nice change, how his wife would be happy to see me, and how his mom would be thrilled if I came for a visit. I do love them all a lot, and the thought of seeing their new house and spending some time together started to sound nicer and nicer. Eventually, I let him talk me into it. I threw a few clothes into a bag, made sure everything at home was in order, and off we went. We left Windsor in the late afternoon. The drive to Toronto is a few hours, and most of it passed quietly. We chatted on and off about family, about work, about his life in Toronto. The sky slowly darkened, and the highway lights stretched out ahead of us in long yellow lines. There was nothing strange, nothing that made me think this trip would be any different from any other visit with family. I remember feeling a bit tired from the drive but also looking forward to arriving, meeting everyone, and seeing the house I'd heard so much about. By the time we got into Toronto, it was late, close to midnight. The city lights were bright, but I was sleepy and my back ached a little. When we finally pulled into their subdivision and parked in front of his house, I felt relieved to have reached our destination. The house looked nice from the outside. It was a Tudor-style place, with big stone and brick, the kind of home that looks solid and proper, almost like it has been there for a long time even though the area was new. There were other houses around it, all neatly lined in rows, the streets quiet at that hour, just a few lights glowing in windows here and there. David got out first, grabbed his things, and walked up to the door. I followed, feeling that usual mix of tiredness and curiosity you get when you arrive somewhere late at night after traveling. He opened the front door, stepped aside, and waved me in with a small smile. The moment I stepped over the threshold into that house, something hit me. It was not the smell of the place or the temperature from the air conditioning. It was a feeling. A heavy, cold sensation washed over me, almost like walking into a room where someone has just had a huge argument, and all the anger still hangs in the air. It went right through me. My stomach tightened, and the hairs on my arms stood up for a second. It wasn't the normal kind of, "Oh, this place is a bit chilly." It was something else, something that made me think, I don't like this. But I said nothing. I didn't want to be rude. I had just arrived, after all, and I told myself I was probably just tired from the trip, overthinking it. Maybe it was nerves or the sudden change from the night air outside to the cool, closed-in feeling inside. I forced a smile and walked further in. Right away, I saw familiar faces waiting for me. My cousin's wife, Donna, greeted me at the door with a hug and a warm smile. Behind her was David's mother, who I was very happy to see. She looked a little smaller than I remembered, but her eyes were bright and kind, just the same as always. We hugged and talked for a few minutes right there in the entrance, and the normal, cozy feeling of seeing family helped push that strange cold sensation to the back of my mind. After a bit of catching up, Donna said she would show me around the house so I could get familiar with it. We started with the main level. The interior was actually very nice. The floors on the main level were a mix of blonde hardwood and blue ceramic tile, especially in the kitchen area. The bathrooms had white ceramic tiles that made them look clean and bright. The walls were mostly painted in natural, light shades that reminded me a little of my own home's colors. The dining and kitchen area had Roman-style columns inside, white and smooth, stretching up to the high cathedral ceilings. They gave the room a fancy, almost elegant look. The living room was slightly sunken, with a stone fireplace that made the space feel warm and inviting. If someone had shown me photos of the house during the daytime, I probably would have just said, "Wow, what a beautiful place." Donna took me through room by room. The family room downstairs was carpeted, a softer, more relaxed area for watching TV or spending time together. The basement side was plain cement, more like a storage or utility area. The stairs going up to the second floor were hardwood, and the upper level was mostly carpeted, except for the bathrooms which had ceramic floors like downstairs. As she walked me through each room, explaining what they used each space for, that heavy cold feeling I had when I first came in seemed to fade a bit. I tried to focus on the practical, normal details. The arrangement of the furniture, where the kitchen was, the way the light fell into the rooms. Everything looked neat and well cared for. Nothing seemed out of place or strange. Finally, she showed me the room where I would be sleeping. It was on the second floor, a comfortable, simple bedroom with enough space for my things. The bed was already made up with fresh sheets and blankets, and the window looked out over the quiet street and the neighboring houses. I put my bag down and felt relieved to know I had a place to rest after the long drive. We all went back downstairs and sat chatting for a while. By this time it had to be about 2:30 in the morning. Everyone was tired, but we were also glad to be together and catching up. Still, travel exhaustion was starting to catch up with me, and my eyes were getting heavy. I knew that morning would come quickly, and I needed some sleep if I wanted to enjoy the next day. Eventually we said our goodnights. I went upstairs, unpacked a few clothes into the closet, washed up in the bathroom, and then finally climbed into bed. The house was quiet, and I could hear only the small, distant sounds of a typical sleeping home. Maybe a faint hum of something electrical, a creak now and then. I laid down, pulled the covers up, and told myself that tomorrow would be a nice day with family. I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep. I don't know exactly how much time passed, but it couldn't have been more than half an hour. It was a little after 3 a.m. when it happened. Out of nowhere, there was a loud, sharp bang. It sounded like someone had slammed something very hard against a wall or a door. It wasn't a soft noise. It was strong and sudden, like a heavy fist or solid object smashing into solid wood or plaster. I jumped up in bed, my heart racing. For a moment I sat there in the darkness, listening. I looked toward the hallway. From where I was, I could see that everyone else's bedroom doors were closed. Mine was open, and so was the bathroom door, its faint night light glowing softly in the dark. Everything was still. There were no footsteps, no voices, no sign that someone had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom or get a drink of water. I kept thinking, what was that? It didn't sound like something small falling or settling. It sounded intentional. But after a few minutes of silence, I tried to convince myself it might have been the house adjusting, or maybe the pipes. Old houses make noises, I thought, and even though this one wasn't very old, houses do creak and settle. I lay back down, though my body stayed tense, and pulled the covers over me again. I really wanted to sleep. Not long after I closed my eyes, I heard something else. There was knocking on the staircase wall, like someone was tapping with their knuckles as they went up or down the stairs. It wasn't a random noise. It was a clear, deliberate knock, then a pause, then another knock. It would grow louder for a little while, then softer, then louder again. It sounded exactly like the kind of knocking you make when you're playing around, dragging your hand along the wall and rapping your knuckles against it as you move. My heart started pounding harder. I knew what knocking sounds like, and this was it. There was no mistaking it for pipes or wind. This was knuckles on wood or drywall. It scared me badly. I didn't dare get up and look, and I didn't want to call out and wake anyone. Instead, I did what a lot of people do when they are scared in bed. I pulled the covers over my head and tried to hide beneath them as if they could protect me. Under the sheets, I started to sweat. The air felt hot and sticky, but I didn't dare uncover my face. I lay stiff and still, listening. The knocking continued on and off, and then, as if that wasn't enough, I heard something even stranger. It sounded like water. Not a small drip, not a little leak, but a lot of water, like someone had dumped a bucket down the wall. It seemed to be coming from the staircase area. I could hear the sound of water rushing or pouring down the inside of the wall, like a waterfall trapped behind the paint and plaster. It didn't make sense at all. Why would there suddenly be that much water pouring down from somewhere? There had been no storm, no broken pipe, and nothing was wet in my room. I lay there, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. I felt frozen, unable to move, terrified that if I even shifted, whatever was making those sounds would notice me. The water noise went on for a bit, then faded. I stayed under the covers, too afraid to check anything. Just when I thought I couldn't get any more frightened, something else started. Heavy footsteps began to move up the stairs. They were slow at first, one step at a time, sounding like a large person or something very solid walking carefully. The weight of each step seemed to press into the house. They sounded real, not like creaks or illusions. I knew what footsteps on wood sounded like, and these were exactly that. The steps came up a little way, then paused. I held my breath. Then suddenly they sped up, climbing the stairs faster, as if whoever it was had decided to rush to the top. The sound reached the upper floor and then stopped. Silence settled again, but it was not a peaceful silence. It was thick and tense, full of the feeling that something was right there, just out of sight. I stayed under the covers, sweaty and shaking, for what felt like hours. I had never in my life experienced anything like that. The house felt alive with some presence that did not want me to rest. It felt like someone, or something, was watching me, standing in the room, studying me as I tried to hide. I cannot describe how strong that feeling was. It wasn't just imagination or nerves. It felt real and heavy, like eyes on the back of my neck. This went on in different ways for almost 3 hours. Knocking, strange water sounds, footsteps. Every time things quieted down, my body would start to relax just a little, and then another noise would start up again, jerking me back into fear. I kept glancing toward the clock when I dared and saw time crawling slowly forward. Around 5 in the morning, my exhaustion finally overcame my fear, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. I woke up around 9. The sunlight coming through the window was the most welcome sight I'd seen in a long time. Daylight felt safe. It felt like whatever had bothered me in the night had gone dormant for the time being. I climbed out of bed, still tired and unsteady, and headed toward the stairs. As I walked down, I ran my hand along the walls, knocking lightly with my knuckles here and there, trying to compare the sounds to what I'd heard during the night. The knocks I made seemed ordinary, dull, nothing like the sharp, deliberate knocking I heard at 3 in the morning. I still wanted answers though. When I reached the main level, I went over to one of the Roman columns and tapped on it. The sound that came back was loud, hollow, and sharp. It startled me a bit. That was it. That was exactly like the loud bang I had heard right after I went to bed. The first huge sound of the night had matched that echoing knock when I hit the column. There was no denying it. As I was doing all of this, I heard someone behind me. David was standing in the kitchen, watching me with a confused look on his face. He must have been there for a minute, wondering what I was up to. When I saw him, I felt a little embarrassed. I hadn't realized anyone was there. He started to laugh a little, surprised to see me going around tapping on walls and columns like a detective in a movie. He asked me what I was doing, and I had to decide how much to tell him. Part of me felt stupid and nervous. How do you tell someone that on your very first night in their new home, you heard banging, knocking, water pouring down walls, and heavy footsteps? But I also didn't want to lie. So I sat down at the kitchen table with him while he made coffee, and I said, "Listen, I heard some really loud noises last night. About half an hour after I went to bed, there was this huge bang. Then I heard knocking, and what sounded like water pouring down your staircase walls. It went on for a while." He stared at me and said, "What? When? Last night?" I nodded and felt my face grow warm. I tried to soften it by suggesting maybe the neighbors were making noise. I said, "Maybe your neighbors were up late being loud? Maybe they were washing dishes or doing something in their kitchen, banging pots and running water. I really don't know, but it was loud enough to scare me." He frowned and shook his head. "No," he said. "They're on vacation. They're in Europe right now." He paused, then asked, "What exactly did you hear?" So I told him properly. I explained the bang, the knocking, the water, the footsteps, and the feeling that someone was there. I told him I wasn't just being dramatic. It had genuinely frightened me. Then I said quietly, "It feels like somebody else is in this house." He looked at me and asked, "Who?" I hesitated and then said, half joking but half serious, "The others." We both laughed for a moment, just to break the tension, but inside I was serious. I could tell from his face that he knew I wasn't just making up a story for fun. He could see how tired I looked, and how shaken I still was. He tried to reason it out at first, suggesting maybe it was the pipes. I told him honestly that pipes don't knock with knuckles or stomp up the stairs. He nodded slowly, then opened the door that led down to the family room. He knocked on the wall there and said, "Did it sound like this?" The sound his hand made on that wall was familiar. exactly like the knocking I had heard in the night. "Yes," I said. "That's it." He sighed and said quietly, "I know. That's where it usually comes from." That answer made my skin prickle. So he did know about it. He had heard the knocking before too. I wasn't the first person to notice it. Then, almost as if he wanted to protect me, he added, "Okay, tonight I'll stay up with you. I'll sit up until late. But I'm telling you, when I'm awake and around, nothing will happen." I believed him in a way. These things often seem to start when people are alone or everyone else is asleep. I nodded and felt a small bit of comfort. At least I wouldn't be facing the night completely alone. A little while later, Donna came downstairs and joined us, then his mother came too. They noticed the serious look on our faces and the way we were talking quietly, and his mom asked what was going on. We told her the story. She listened, but she didn't react very strongly. She didn't seem surprised, but she also didn't say much. Her calmness puzzled me. Later, when David went upstairs to shower and get dressed, Donna and I remained at the table. She looked at me and asked gently, "Did you hear someone calling your name last night?" That question froze me for a second. "No," I said. "Thank God, no." In my mind I thought, I hope I never do, because that would be too much. She nodded and told me that she had heard her name being called in the house before, when no one had actually spoken. Then she shared that a lot of the strange activity they had noticed seemed to come from the family room and basement area. She told me that once, the stereo down there had turned on by itself and started playing music. Another time, when they first moved in, both she and David had been at work. When they came home, they found the microwave on the kitchen counter melted, with signs that there had been a small fire. A little bit of flame had still been burning. No one had been home to turn it on. They had no explanation for it. I listened with wide eyes. So they had experienced things long before I ever slept there. This wasn't just my imagination or a one-time event. There was some kind of pattern. Later, David came downstairs, dressed and ready for the day, and sat down at the table. He looked at me seriously and said, "We want to tell you something." My stomach tightened a bit. "Okay," I said. "What?" He explained that when they first moved into the house and these things started happening, they were very disturbed and didn't know what to do. Eventually, they decided to contact Sylvia Brown by email and describe what was going on. According to him, she replied and told them what to say and do. She had told them to speak out loud in the house and tell the spirits, or whatever was there, that this was their home now, and that the spirits should leave them alone and go to the light. She gave them a few other suggestions too about claiming their space. He said they followed her advice, and for a while it seemed to help, because the activity would calm down, then start again slowly. Hearing all of that did make me feel a little better, knowing I wasn't the first, and that they had at least tried something. But at the same time, my heart sank a bit. I still had 4 more nights to stay there. The idea of going through what I had the previous night, over and over, was not something I looked forward to. I told them honestly that I wanted to leave earlier than planned. I said I was exhausted and that the whole thing had scared me. But both David and Donna insisted I stay and enjoy my visit. They said, "We've gotten used to it. You will too." I wasn't so sure, but I agreed to stay and tried to push my fear down. That night, as promised, David stayed up with me and his mom until around 3 in the morning. We talked, watched TV, and drank coffee. The house felt normal while we were all awake. There were no knocks, no footsteps, no strange sounds. Everything seemed calm. Finally, around 3 o'clock, everyone was too tired to keep their eyes open. We all decided to go to bed. I didn't want to. I wanted to stay downstairs in the light. But my body was exhausted. I dragged myself up to my room, turned on the ceiling fan at low speed, left the bathroom nightlight on with the door slightly open, and then lay down. I thought maybe I was overreacting and that nothing would happen this time. About half an hour later, the knocking started again. This time, I had the bedroom door just slightly open, hoping that seeing the faint light from the bathroom would make me feel less trapped and scared. But as soon as that knocking on the wall started, sharp, rhythmic, going up and down the staircase again, the fear came back full force. Then the footsteps followed, heavy and deliberate. They moved up the stairs, slower this time, and stopped before reaching the top. I knew exactly how many steps there were now because earlier that day I had walked up and down counting them, trying to match the sounds to reality. The footsteps stopped a few steps from the top, like whoever it was standing halfway up, undecided whether to come closer. The air in my room felt thick, and my heart slammed in my chest. I once again pulled the covers over my head, even though I knew it didn't truly protect me. I felt watched again, the same feeling of being studied, like a stranger was standing in the room, leaning closer, trying to see my face. Then came whispering in the hallway. It was low and muffled, like 2 or more people talking quietly right outside my door. I could not make out words, just the soft sound of breath and syllables blending together. On top of that, there were rustling sounds, like fabric brushing against walls, or someone slowly moving their hands over surfaces. It went on and on. Later in the night, I heard scratching inside the walls of my bedroom. It wasn't like the noise of a mouse or a small animal. It sounded like fingernails dragging over the inside of the wall, slow and deliberate. It made my skin crawl. I lay there in the dark, sweating under the covers, thinking this is unbelievable. I knew then that whatever was in that house was not just a few creaky boards or noisy pipes. This was something else entirely. Again, morning came, and with it a small sense of relief. The pattern repeated itself over the next few nights. Each evening, the house would feel normal. We would eat, talk, and laugh. But once everyone went to bed, once the lights were off and the house had settled into darkness, the other side of it would wake up. Knocking, footsteps, whispering, scratching. The sense of someone, or several someones, moving through the hallways and up and down the stairs. The last night I slept there was the worst of all. It was as if whoever was haunting that place knew I would be leaving soon, and wanted to make sure I didn't forget them. That night, all the usual sounds came back, the knocking on the staircase walls, the heavy footsteps, the whispering and rustling. I had the covers pulled over my head again, my heart racing, sweat running down my forehead. And then, in the middle of all that, I heard something new. A door in the hallway clicked open. It was a very clear sound, the sharp mechanical click of a door handle being pressed down and the latch releasing. The kind of door handle they had in that house was not the old round knob type. They were the more modern lever handles that make a very distinct clicking sound when you push them down to open the door. I heard that exact sound, then the soft movement of a door shifting open. I froze. My first thought was, no, not this. Not a door opening by itself in the dark hallway. I knew I should get up and look, but I was terrified. At the same time, I needed to use the bathroom and couldn't avoid it much longer. So after a few minutes of gathering my courage, I slowly pulled the covers back, sat up, and listened. The hallway was quiet. The faint bathroom nightlight still shone. I opened my bedroom door and looked at all the other bedroom doors in the hallway. They were all closed. The bathroom door was open, as it always was at night, and the hallway closet door was shut. None of the doors were swinging or moving. Everything looked normal and still. I knew what I had heard though. That sharp click and soft open. The only door it could have been was likely the closet door, even though it now appeared closed. The handle style made that exact sound. It made me uneasy to think that something could have opened it and closed it again so quickly and quietly. I went into the bathroom, did what I had to do, and went back to bed. As soon as I lay down, everything started again, knocking, footsteps, whispering, scratching, as if nothing had changed. I waited for the daylight like someone drowning waits for air. At some point during my stay, David told me that their house was only about 5 years old. The first person who had bought it stayed only 9 months and then left. After that, the house sat empty for almost 2 years before David and Donna bought it. The land it stood on had been farmland before the subdivision was built. I thought about all of that, and told him that maybe the house itself was new, but the land might not be so simple. Maybe something had happened there long before. Maybe it was built over some kind of burial ground, or maybe someone had been killed nearby and never found peace. I was half guessing, half speaking from instinct, but he looked at me thoughtfully and said, "You know what? I think you're right. I think someone was killed or murdered here." By the end of my visit, I was exhausted. I had barely slept 5 nights in a row. Every morning when I woke up, I was relieved the night was over. Every evening, as the sun went down, a small knot of dread formed in my stomach. I loved seeing my cousins and his mom. I was happy to spend time with them, to share meals and talk and laugh. But the house itself, the house at night, felt cold and frightening to me. There was something there that did not want me to rest. When my husband came to pick me up at the train station back home, the first thing he said when he saw me was, "Wow, you look tired." I laughed and said, "I can't wait to get some sleep. Their house is haunted." He looked at me with wide eyes and said, "What?" Later at home, I told him everything in detail. I tried to imitate the knocking and the clicking, told him about the footsteps and the water, the whispers and the scratching. I told him about the melted microwave, the stereo turning on by itself, the email to Sylvia Brown, and the strange history of the house. I also told him that David and Donna wanted both of us to come up someday so he could see their new home too. I shook my head and said, "I don't want to go back there." I meant it. I love my family. I was truly glad to see them and spend time with them. But that house, with its nighttime activity and that heavy, watching presence, is not a place I ever want to sleep in again. Something else lives there, something restless and strong, and it does not feel kind. I live in a small town in northwestern Ontario, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, and where there isn't a lot to do except make up stories to entertain yourself. This story really started about 6 years ago, when I was around 9 years old. Right next to my house there was an old, abandoned 3-floor apartment building. It had been empty for as long as I could remember. The windows were dusty, some of the paint was peeling, and the whole place had that quiet, forgotten look that makes you feel like you shouldn't stare too long. All through my childhood, my friends and I told stories about that building. We'd sit around after school or in someone's backyard and talk about how it was haunted, how people had heard voices or seen faces in the windows. Each kid tried to top the last one with an even scarier story. I laughed along and pretended I wasn't scared, because nobody wants to be the one who admits they're afraid. But the truth was, their stories got to me. I always felt a little nervous when I had to walk past that building alone, and I usually avoided getting too close to it. Then one summer day everything changed. I was outside and I happened to look up at the apartment building. On the 3rd floor, behind one of the dirty windows, I saw something move. It was just a quick shadow, like someone passing in front of the glass from the inside. It was too fast to make out clearly, but it was enough to make my heart jump. I stared at the window, waiting to see if it would happen again, but nothing moved. For a while I stood there arguing with myself. Part of me wanted to run inside my own house and forget I'd seen anything. Another part of me was curious, wondering if maybe there really was someone in there, or if it was just my imagination. In the end, curiosity won. I decided I was going to go inside that building, just once, to see what was really in there. Before I went in, I mentally went over what I knew about the place. From what I'd seen and been told, the layout was something like this. On the 1st floor there was a reception area at the front, like it had once been some kind of small office or boarding house. Behind that there was at least one bedroom. Near the back, a set of stairs went both up to the 2nd floor and down to the basement. On the 2nd floor there was a hallway with 3 or maybe 4 bedrooms. Another staircase that led up to the top floor. The 3rd floor, as far as I knew, only had 2 bedrooms. There was also another staircase on the outside of the building, enclosed in its own little structure, that led straight up to a door on the 2nd floor. That outside stairway was the easiest way to get in, since the front door on the main floor was always locked or boarded up. I walked over to that outside staircase. The door at the bottom of it was unlocked, and the wood creaked under my feet as I went up. The air inside the stairwell smelled old and stale, like dust and dry wood. When I reached the second floor door, I turned the knob. It opened easily. The first thing I noticed when I stepped inside was the temperature. It was summer outside, warm and bright, but in that hallway it was strangely cold. Not freezing, but cool enough to make me pause. I stood just inside the doorway, looking down the hall. The lights didn't work, but there was enough daylight coming in through the windows to see. The bedroom doors along the hall were all closed. At the far end of the hallway I could see the door that led to the stairs up to the top floor. Even though the shadow I'd seen had been in a third-floor window, I decided to check out the lower floors first. I told myself it would be better to know the whole layout, and I was also stalling a little. I went down to the first floor using the inside stairs. The wooden steps groaned softly with each step, but the sound echoed in a way that made it seem louder. On the main floor, I saw the old reception area. There was still a front desk, covered in a thin layer of dust, and an empty waiting area with no furniture. The walls were plain. There weren't any pictures, no decorations, nothing to make it feel like a home. It felt more like an empty clinic or office. I walked behind the desk and instantly felt colder, for no clear reason. Something about being back there made me nervous, like I shouldn't be standing in that spot. I noticed little details, like how the air felt heavier and there was a faint musty smell. I was about to head back upstairs when something caught my eye. Behind the main staircase, tucked into a darker corner, there was another set of stairs leading down. I hadn't noticed it at first. These were the basement stairs. As I turned my head, for a second I saw a dark shape, a shadow, at the top of those stairs. It was there and then gone in the same instant. I moved closer and peered down into the basement, but it was just darkness. I didn't go down. The feeling of being watched washed over me all at once, stronger than before. It felt like something down there was aware of me, and I suddenly wanted nothing to do with the basement. I remembered why I'd come, to check upstairs where I'd seen the shadow in the window. That was all I needed to do. So I turned away from the basement stairs and went back up. On the second floor again, I walked slowly down the hallway toward the stairs that led to the top floor. The building was very quiet, but not the peaceful kind of quiet. It was the kind that makes you extra aware of every little sound, like your own breathing and footsteps. As I moved along the hall, I heard something that made me stop. It was giggling. It sounded like a child's giggle, light and playful, coming from one of the rooms. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. The sound didn't match the empty, dusty hallway at all. Every hair on my arm stood up. I'd never felt a chill like that before. I swallowed and tried to tell myself that maybe some other kid had sneaked in here, like I had, and was hiding in one of the rooms just to scare me. I forced myself to move. One by one, I opened the bedroom doors along the hall. Each time I pushed a door open, part of me expected someone to jump out at me. But all the rooms were empty. No furniture, no people, nothing but bare floors and blank walls. The windows were dirty, and the air was cold and still. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Nothing that could have made that giggle. By the time I checked the last room, I was extremely scared. All my bravery and curiosity were slipping away. I suddenly remembered that I had come in through the outside door and left it open. All I wanted now was to get out of there and be back in the sunlight. I hurried back toward the outside door. As I reached the end of the hallway, the door to the outside slammed shut right in front of me. It was violent and loud, the sound echoing through the empty floor. I jumped back, my heart pounding. I grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but it wouldn't move. It felt stuck, as if someone on the other side was holding it closed. That was when the doors in the hallway started opening and closing on their own. One bedroom door swung open, then slammed shut. Then another. Then another. The doors were opening and shutting quickly, one after another, sometimes several at once, banging and crashing. The sounds filled the hallway, made it feel like the whole building was shaking. There was no one there. No wind, no people. Just the doors moving as if invisible hands were playing with them or trying to scare me on purpose. I did what a lot of 9-year-olds would do in that moment. I cried. I screamed. I was trapped inside a building that felt suddenly very alive and very wrong. I pounded on the outside door, pulling at the handle, begging it to open. I called out for help even though I knew no one could hear me. The more the doors banged open and shut, the more I started to feel like I might be stuck in there forever. Finally, the bedroom doors stopped moving. The hallway went still again, and every door stayed shut. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I stood there shaking, wiping my eyes with the back of my hand, trying to calm down enough to think. I told myself to just try the outside door one more time. I reached out slowly, turned the knob, and this time it turned easily. The door opened as if it had never been stuck at all. I didn't stop to think about it. I rushed out, ran down the outside stairs, and didn't look back until I was safely away from the building. When I finally did turn around, the place just looked like it always had, old, quiet, and empty. You would never guess what had just happened inside. I never told anyone about that day. Not my family, not my friends. I was afraid they'd say I was making it up, or that I was crazy, or that I just imagined everything because of the stories we used to tell. So I kept it all to myself. But from that day on, I always avoided going too close to that building. Even writing this now, I can feel shivers in my back, because as I remember it, I can almost see it again in my mind, and in real life I can still look out and see the building itself standing there. You would think that would be the end of the story, but it wasn't. A few years later, things changed again. A family moved into the building. I saw them moving stuff in one day and couldn't believe anyone actually wanted to live there. They had 4 kids. At the time, the oldest was about 7, then a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn baby. The place didn't look abandoned anymore. Lights came on in the evenings. Toys sometimes lay on the lawn. It looked more like a regular home and less like the haunted building of my childhood. One day I got invited to the 5-year-old's 4th birthday party. One of the parents came over and asked if I'd like to come since I lived next door and was a bit older. It was a friendly gesture, and I hesitated. The invitation itself was innocent, but everything in me remembered what had happened inside that building years before. Still, I didn't want to seem rude or strange, so I forced a smile and said I'd be there. When the day of the party came, I walked over to their place. The front door opened, and I was welcomed in warmly. There were balloons, the smell of food, the sound of kids laughing and adults talking. It felt so normal that part of me started to wonder if what I'd experienced before had just been my imagination. The layout had changed a bit since it was now a proper house instead of an empty building. The old reception area on the main floor had been turned into the kitchen. The waiting area was now the living room, with couches, a TV, and toys scattered around. Upstairs, each of the kids had their own bedroom, and I was told the parents' room was up on the top floor. The house looked lived in. There were family photos on the walls, drawings taped to doors, and little shoes by the entrance. I sat down on the couch in the living room and tried to relax, but as I looked around, I couldn't help remembering everything that had happened when I was younger. The cold air, the giggling, the slamming doors, that trapped feeling by the outside door. Those memories mixed with what I saw now, and the building felt like 2 different places layered on top of each other. The happy home it was trying to be and the empty, eerie place it had been. After about half an hour, I decided to wander upstairs. I didn't even really know why I did it. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that nothing strange was there anymore. Maybe I just needed to see the upstairs in daylight, full of furniture and kids' stuff. I went up the stairs and looked down the hallway. It was different from before, with doors decorated for each child, but the shape of it was the same. As I stood there, one of the doors suddenly swung open on its own. There was nobody near it. At the same moment, I heard a faint giggle coming from that room. The sound was light, playful, and far too familiar. My chest tightened. It felt just like it had that day years ago, a door moving when no one touched it, that soft giggle echoing from an empty space. I didn't wait to check the room. I turned around and went straight back downstairs, trying not to show how shaken I was. I stayed with the other guests after that, sticking to the living room and kitchen, chatting and eating cake, pretending everything was normal. But inside I knew I had just had another reminder that something in that building wasn't right. These days, that family isn't around much. I've heard that the father got a job somewhere else, so they spend a lot of time away from the town, but I was told they still own the house. The place doesn't look completely abandoned like it used to, but it's often quiet and dark again. Every now and then, when I walk past the building on my way to school, I glance up at the windows. Most of the time I see nothing. But once in a while, just for a second, I see a shadow move past the window on one of the upper floors. It's always quick, just a shape slipping by, but it's enough to remind me of that first summer day and everything that came after. And every time it happens I keep walking, but a part of me feels exactly the same way I did when I was 9 years old, standing at the top of those stairs, knowing I wasn't alone. We moved into that house in November of 1984. I remember the date so clearly because it was a big deal for us. I was 9 years old, and this was our new, larger home. It felt like a fresh start. The first time I walked through the front door, I was excited and curious, looking around at all the rooms and imagining where my things would go. None of us had any idea that this house would come with another, someone, living there with us. From the very first day, small strange things began to happen. My grandfather's old rocking chair, which we had brought with us and placed in the living room, would sometimes start rocking on its own. There was no one near it, no breeze that could have moved it, but it would slowly creak back and forth, as if someone invisible had just sat down for a rest. Doors would slam shut when no one was in the hallway. The house was well built, and not especially drafty, but my parents always blamed a mysterious breeze. The TV would turn itself off and on, or change channels without anyone touching the remote. There were times when we were all in the room, and we would look at each other in the middle of a show as the channel suddenly flipped. For the first 15 years or so, my parents always had an explanation ready. If the rocking chair moved, they said it must be the floorboards or the furnace coming on. If a door slammed, there was a draft somewhere. If the TV acted up, the batteries must be going in the remote. Or, it's just a glitch. I listened to all of those excuses and smiled, but deep down I knew there was something else in that house with us. I could never prove it, and it didn't really scare me, but I felt it. It was like knowing you're not alone even when you can't see anyone. Then one night, something happened that changed everything. My parents stopped brushing things off and started to believe that we really did have another resident. My dad had just bought a new horse. She had been shipped from Texas all the way up to our barn in Canada. We were all excited. That evening, the whole family went out to the barn to meet her. We petted her, talked to her, and admired her. We all agreed she was beautiful, but when it came to naming her, we couldn't agree on anything. Every family member had a different suggestion, and nothing seemed to fit. We stayed up late in the living room, talking and throwing ideas around. The clock creeped past midnight, and then past 1 in the morning. Finally, exhausted, we decided to sleep on it, and choose a name the next day. Not even 30 minutes after we had all gone to bed, there was a loud crash from the living room. It was the kind of sound that makes everyone jump. All of us bolted out of our bedrooms at almost the exact same time and rushed down the stairs. When we got to the living room, we stopped in shock. Our big family portrait, which had always hung above the fireplace mantel, was lying face down on the floor. The frame was heavy, and it had been firmly anchored on a nail hammered into the brick. The nail was still in place, straight and solid. There was no sign that it had worked itself loose. There was no way that picture could have just fallen off the wall without someone actually lifting it. We all stood there staring at it, confused and a little shaken. No windows were open. There had been no thunder or vibrations. Nothing that could explain that crash. We were all looking at the fallen portrait when my mom suddenly broke the silence. She looked up, glanced around at us, and said very clearly, Lexi. We need to name her Lexi. The moment she said it, something about that name felt right. We all realized that this was the first name that had come to any of us with that kind of certainty. Later, my mom admitted she had no idea where the name, Lexi, had come from. It had just popped into her head as if someone had whispered it into her ear. I truly believe that whatever was in that house wanted to be part of the conversation, wanted to be heard, and maybe even wanted a say in naming the new horse. After that night, the way my parents looked at things began to change. The rational explanations did not come as quickly, and they listened more carefully when we described something unusual. Not long after, something happened that made my dad, who had always been a huge skeptic, start to believe for himself. My grandfather on my dad's side had passed away, and one day he appeared to both my father and my little sister. It wasn't just a feeling or a shadow, he actually saw him. For my dad, who never believed in ghosts or spirits before, this was life-changing. After that, he could no longer shrug everything off. Once he became a believer, the activity in the house seemed to pick up, like whoever was there now knew somebody was paying attention. At night, especially in the middle of the night, I would hear what sounded like someone running up and down the stairs over and over. It wasn't just 1 or 2 steps, it was full on running back and forth, sometimes for hours. I would lie in bed listening to it, and when I got brave enough, I would open my bedroom door quietly and peek out. The sound would continue even while I was looking at the stairway, but there was never anyone there. No person, no pet, nothing visible making that noise. Things also began disappearing and reappearing in strange ways. One day, I took 3 hangers out of my closet to hang up some clothes. I laid them on my bed. I used one, hung that piece of clothing up, then took another and put it back in the closet. When I turned around to pick up the 3rd hanger, it was gone. It had been there only seconds before. I searched the bed, the floor, under the bed, in the hallway, everywhere it could possibly have fallen. It was nowhere. Finally, frustrated and feeling a bit silly, I stood in the middle of the room and said out loud, "That's not funny. Please put it back." I left the room for about 10 minutes to calm down, and when I returned, the missing hanger was sitting right in the middle of my bed, as if it had never been gone. I just stared at it. This kind of thing didn't just happen to me. All 5 of us in the family had similar experiences. Objects vanishing for no reason and then turning up in strange places, or suddenly reappearing after we asked out loud for them back. Over the years, we collected many stories like that. Around that time, we also took a picture of our Christmas tree one year. It was a normal family photo, just the tree and part of the living room, nothing special. When the film was developed, we noticed something strange in one of the pictures, a bright red orb floating near the tree. It wasn't a reflection from ornaments, and it didn't look like glare from the lights. My mom worked at a photo lab, so she knew all the usual problems that could happen when film was processed. She checked everything, chemicals, equipment, light leaks, and came to the conclusion that nothing in the lab or camera could have caused that red orb. It just didn't fit any technical explanation. I took that photo to a friend of mine who was psychic. I wanted to see what she felt or saw when she looked at it. She spent some time with the picture and then came back to me with what she had sensed. She said she saw not 1, but 2 spirits connected to that image. One was a man wearing a fedora hat. That description matched my grandfather on my dad's side very well. The other was a little boy. She told us his name was Harold. She described him as about 5 or 6 years old, wearing overalls, with curly blonde hair and big blue eyes. She also said that he had died somewhere near our area in the early 1800s, and that he drowned in a well. Hearing this, something clicked into place for me. I felt like I finally had a name and a face for this someone I had always sensed in the house. I started to talk to Harold. I didn't do anything fancy, just casual conversations when I was alone, or when something strange happened. I would say things like, "Good morning, Harold," or, "Please don't make so much noise tonight, Harold, I need to sleep." Once I began acknowledging him more openly, the activity in the house increased again, almost like he was happy to be noticed. Many nights I was away from home, but my bedroom was right over the living room, so what happened there was easy to hear from downstairs. My mom always got up very early, around 5 in the morning, to drink her coffee and read quietly in the living room. She told me that at about that time, when the house was still and quiet, she would often hear someone walking around my bedroom as if they were getting ready for the day. Footsteps would cross the floor, pause, move again. The first couple of times it happened, she went upstairs to check, wondering if I had come home early or gotten up without her noticing. Every time, she found my room empty. I wasn't there. But the sounds kept happening even when she knew I was out of town. It made sense to us to think that Harold had decided my room was his favorite place to play. My niece had one of those toy stick horses, the kind you press on the ear and it makes neighing and galloping sounds. It was cute and loud and definitely only went off when you pressed it. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to work. One day my mom was home alone, and the house was quiet. Suddenly, the stick horse started to neigh and play its little gallop noises all by itself. There was no one in the room with it, no one pressing its ear. It would go off randomly, as if someone unseen was riding it around the living room. It seemed that Harold really liked anything to do with horses and playing. For a long time, I only heard and felt him, but eventually I got to see him. By then I was older and had developed insomnia, so I stayed awake late into the night. While I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I would talk to Harold quietly. We had that kind of one-sided nighttime conversation for a while. One night, something beautiful and strange happened. In one corner of my room, I suddenly saw what looked like tiny falling stars. They sparkled and drifted down for about 5 minutes, like a little silent shower of glowing dust. I watched, fascinated and strangely calm. Another night, I saw a shadowy shape standing on top of my cedar chest. It looked like a small figure playing with a marionette that I had hanging from the ceiling. The puppet was moving slightly, but there was no breeze. The shadow was just there, focused on its play, and then gone. One night, as I lay there talking to him, I finally said out loud, "I wish you would show yourself to me." I didn't shout it or demand anything. It was more like a quiet wish. When nothing happened right away, I gave up and closed my eyes, trying to sleep again. 2 minutes later, I heard one of the floorboards squeak near the foot of my bed. My eyes opened, and I saw him. I watched Harold walk around from the bottom of my bed to the side where my face was. He looked exactly as he had been described to me, a small boy, about 5 or 6, with curly blonde hair and big blue eyes, wearing overalls. There was something shy and sweet about the way he moved. He climbed up on the bed on his stomach, like a little kid would, and came almost nose to nose with me. We just stared at each other for a moment. I wasn't afraid. I felt surprised, emotional, and oddly peaceful. After a few seconds, he gave me a small smile, backed off the bed the way he had climbed up, walked to the bottom of it, and then simply disappeared from view. Not long after that, I moved out of my parents' house. Life took me in other directions, but I never forgot Harold. My parents stayed there for many more years, and the noises, footsteps, and small tricks continued right up until the day they moved out, about 6 months ago. Even on their very last night, my mom said she heard little footsteps and movement, as if Harold was still doing his usual rounds. I often think about him now, and wonder what happened after we left. I hope the new family that moved in is kind to him. I hope they don't just feel afraid, but maybe come to see him the way we did, as a lonely, playful little boy spirit who just wanted company. He became part of our family's story, and in a strange way, we loved him. Wherever he is, I hope he isn't so lost and lonely anymore. My aunt was a beautiful woman, inside and out. In our family, she and my Uncle Pete were not just relatives we saw once in a while, they were part of our everyday life. If they were not at our house, we were usually at theirs. Holidays, birthdays, casual visits on weekdays, Sunday dinners, our families grew up side by side. She was one of those aunts who treated you like her own child, someone whose presence always felt warm and safe. As a kid, I remember how she would laugh loudly at jokes, how she always wore a bit of lipstick even when she was just at home in her slippers, how she hugged you with both arms and squeezed tight. She loved to cook, loved to talk, and she was always busy doing something for someone. To me, she was one of the constants in my life, a person I thought would always be there, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, telling a story. Then, around 12 years ago, everything changed. She became very sick. The word cancer suddenly appeared in our family conversations, whispered at first and then spoken more openly as her illness grew worse. She began going in and out of the hospital until finally she stayed there. The doctors had done what they could, and everyone knew, though some of us tried to deny it, that she was dying. One day, all the women in the family decided to go to the hospital together to see her. There were a lot of us, about 12 in total, including cousins, my mother, and other aunts. It felt like half the family walking down that hospital hallway. We moved together, but there was a quietness in us that was very different from our usual loud visits. We all knew this might be one of the last times we would see her alive. It was afternoon when we arrived. The hospital had that familiar clean smell, mixed with something metallic and something tired. We took turns going into her room, a few people at a time, so it wouldn't be too crowded or tiring for her. When it was my turn, I stepped in and saw her lying in the hospital bed. Even though she was very sick, she could still talk. Her voice was softer and slower than before, but it was still her voice. We spoke for a while. I don't even remember every word we said, but I remember the feeling. I remember looking at her and thinking how strange it was to see someone who had always seemed strong now looking so thin and weak. But she still had that same gentle look in her eyes. She still tried to comfort us, even though she was the one who was dying. We talked about family, small things, memories. I tried not to cry in front of her. We stayed at the hospital for most of the evening. After everyone had had their turn alone with her, we gathered in the sitting area just outside her room. It was one of those little waiting areas with some chairs, maybe a table with old magazines, and big windows showing the dark sky outside. We sat there in a loose circle, talking quietly, sometimes going silent together. Time passed slowly. Nurses walked by now and then, pushing carts, checking on patients, the usual hospital rhythm. A few hours after my last visit with her, I stood up and said I was going to check on her again. I don't know why I felt I needed to at that moment. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was just worry. I walked down the short distance to her room. The hallway felt strangely long and quiet. I reached the doorway, and instead of walking in right away, I stopped in the doorway and looked toward her bed. What I saw froze me in place. There, sitting on the edge of her hospital bed, was my aunt. But it was not her physical body lying weak and still. It was her spirit, her ghost, or whatever word you want to use. She was sitting up, right at the edge of the mattress, facing me. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap. Her posture was calm. She looked directly at me with her big, familiar eyes. I could see her whole shape, her head, her shoulders, her arms, her hands, her body, but I could also see through her. She was not solid like a living person. She was there and not there at the same time. There was a soft, almost glowing quality to her, but it was gentle, not bright or harsh. She still looked pretty, even as a spirit. Her face looked relaxed, more peaceful than it had earlier in the day when she was struggling with pain and weakness. For a few moments, I could not move. My mouth dropped open. It felt like my feet were glued to the floor. All I could do was stare at her, and she stared back at me. There was no anger or fear in her face. It was more like she was waiting, or just quietly observing me. Those few minutes felt stretched out and strange, like time had slowed down inside that room. I was scared, but not in the way you might be scared by a horror movie. It was more like a deep shock, a sense that I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to see. My brain was trying to understand what my eyes were looking at. I had never seen anything like this before in my life. I had heard stories, of course, but seeing your aunt's ghost sitting on the edge of her own hospital bed is not something you're ever really ready for. While I stood there watching her, I noticed one more small but important detail. Earlier, the curtain by her bed had been drawn closed for privacy. Now, as I looked, I realized that when I saw her sitting there, the curtain next to her had been open. But a moment before, it had been closed. That didn't make sense. No nurse had gone in or out. No one had passed me in the hallway. It was as if the curtain had opened just for her spirit to sit there. After what felt like about 5 minutes of this silent, strange staring, something in me finally broke through the shock. I turned my head to call for my mother, who was still in the sitting area with the others. I shouted, my voice shaky but loud. "Mom, come here, right away! Aunt Du just passed, Aunt Du just passed!" I only turned my head for a split second to call for my mother. When I looked back toward the bed, my aunt's spirit was gone. The spot on the edge of the bed where she had been sitting was empty. Her physical body was lying there, but the ghost I had just seen was no longer there. The curtain was closed again, just like it had been before. My mom hurried down the hall into the room. She looked worried, almost afraid of what she might find. "What?" she asked me, almost breathless. I told her again. "Aunt Du just passed. I saw her. I saw her spirit, her ghost, sitting at the edge of the bed." My mom went over to the bed to check on her. She leaned in close, looked at her face, listened for breathing, maybe checked for a pulse. After a moment, she turned around and looked at me in a way I will never forget. It was not just a look of sadness. It was also a look of surprise and something else, like she knew exactly what I had just experienced. "She's gone," my mom said quietly. My aunt had died. My mother stepped back out into the hallway and told the rest of the family the sad news. People cried, hugged each other, sat down heavily in the chairs. I stayed there, partly in shock, thinking about what I had seen just moments before. I still do not know if my mother told the others exactly what I had seen. Maybe she kept that part to herself. Maybe she shared it only with a few. I never asked. It always felt like something private between me, my aunt, and my mother. Later on, when things had calmed down a bit, my mom pulled me aside. Her voice was serious but gentle. She told me something she had never really explained so openly before. She said that she, her mother, and her sisters had always had a kind of ASP, a kind of spiritual sensitivity. They sometimes sensed things before they happened, dreamed about things that later came true, or felt the presence of loved ones who had passed on. She told me that I probably had the same ability. After that day in the hospital, people in the family started to treat me a little differently in certain situations. Whenever someone had a terminal illness or was very sick, some relatives would quietly ask me questions that made it clear what they believed. They wanted to know if I felt anything, if I had had any dreams, if I knew when the person might die. It was like they thought I was a kind of bridge between this world and whatever comes after. It was a strange feeling. I am not a fortune teller. I am just someone who saw something I still cannot fully explain. I don't like to talk about these experiences very much. They are personal, and I worry that people will think I am making them up or that I am strange. Most of the time, when I do talk about them, I tell my younger brother. He listens without judging. I usually don't tell my mother unless it involves one of her relatives and I feel like it might somehow help her or prepare her for something. I try not to scare anyone, and I try not to scare myself. To this day, my aunt is the only spirit or ghost I have seen so clearly with my own eyes. I have sometimes felt presences, had dreams, or felt strange things, but she is the only one I have seen in a full, clear form. Sometimes I ask myself how to describe what I saw. Was it a full body apparition? I believe it was. I saw her whole figure, sitting upright, with her hands in her lap, looking at me. I could see her face, her body, even the expression in her eyes, even though she was transparent. I also keep wondering why I saw her like that when nobody else did. Why me, standing in that doorway at that exact moment? Was she waiting for me? Was she watching over the room as she left her body? Was she saying goodbye to me in her own quiet way? Was it a sign that I do have some kind of sensitivity that others in my family have always talked about? I may never really know the answers. But I know what I saw. My aunt's body died in that bed, but for a brief moment, her spirit sat up, looked right at me, and showed me that there is more to us than just flesh and bones. And that moment has stayed with me ever since. When my husband and I built this house 12 years ago, we put our hearts into every nail and board. We were so careful about everything: the foundation, the insulation, the plumbing, the wiring. We wanted a place that felt solid and safe, somewhere we could grow older together without worrying about pipes banging in the night or floors groaning every time you took a step. And it worked. From the day we moved in, this house was the quietest, most peaceful place I had ever lived in. No random noises, no knocking, no creaking, just the soft hum of everyday life. It felt calm, almost like the house itself was resting. Because of that, I got used to a certain kind of silence. I knew every familiar sound the house made: the faint rush of air from the vents, the low buzz of the fridge, the soft tick of the clock. Anything outside of that would have stood out immediately, and for a long time there just wasn't anything unusual at all. It was the kind of environment where you could lie in bed at night and feel completely at ease, your mind quiet, your body sinking into sleep with no worries of something strange interrupting your rest. Then my brother Chris passed away, and that peaceful routine slowly began to change. It was about 2 weeks after his death when the first thing happened. My husband, Will, had fallen asleep downstairs on the couch in the family room. He'd had a long day, and by the time night came, he was completely worn out. I could hear him snoring from upstairs, that tired, heavy snore that says, "I'm not moving from this spot for a while." I was on the computer, clicking around, trying to keep my mind busy. Grief has a way of sneaking into the quiet spaces, and the computer was my little distraction for the night. After a while, my eyes started to feel heavy and my shoulders ached from sitting too long. I thought about going downstairs to wake Will and tell him to come up to bed, but when I glanced down and heard him snoring even louder, I decided to let him sleep. He sounded exhausted. I didn't have the heart to disturb him. So I turned off the computer, said my prayers like I always do, and crawled into bed alone, looking forward to what I hoped would be a deep, uninterrupted sleep. I had just settled in, the room dark and still, when I heard something that didn't belong in this house. It was a light tapping sound, very distinct, coming from the window to the right of my bed. It sounded exactly like someone tapping their fingernail on the glass, not a random crack or shift, but a steady, intentional tap tap tap. I froze for a moment, listening, hoping it had just been my imagination. Then it came again, this time from the window on the left side of the room. Now, the layout of our bedroom is important here. The windows are set fairly high up from the ground. You would need to be incredibly tall or standing on something quite high to reach them from the outside. Even Chris, who was the tallest in our family at 6'4", would not have been able to reach those windows while standing on the ground. There are no trees right up against that side of the house either, nothing that could have been brushing or scratching the glass. It was late, the neighborhood was quiet, and we don't have random people wandering around our yard at night. So hearing what sounded like fingers tapping on the glass made absolutely no sense. Curious and a little uneasy, I opened the blinds and peered out. The night stared back at me, empty and calm. There was nothing there, no person, no animal, no branch moving, nothing. I let the blinds fall back into place and lay down again, telling myself it could have been something small, maybe the house settling in some new way, or a bug hitting the window, something simple. I tried to drift off, but before long, another sound started up. This time, the tapping wasn't on the windows. It seemed to be coming from inside the room. I heard a tap near the door in one corner, then a tap in the opposite corner, as if someone were gently knocking on the walls inside my bedroom. It had a kind of playful rhythm to it, not aggressive, but not random either. My heart started to race as I lay there listening. The sounds were too clear, too deliberate, to be explained away easily. Almost without thinking, I whispered, "Chris, is that you?" The tapping started up again almost immediately, like an answer. It moved from place to place, near the door, near the wall, a little closer, then farther away. I stayed very still, just listening. I didn't feel like something evil was in the room, but I did feel unsettled. I finally worked up enough courage to get out of bed and stand up. The second my feet hit the floor and I moved, the tapping completely stopped. The room fell silent. I walked slowly around, checking the walls and the windows again, finding nothing out of place. After a minute or two I got back into bed. I had barely pulled the covers up when the tapping started again. This time I sighed and said out loud, "Chris, would you stop? I'm really tired." As soon as I said that, the noise stopped. The quiet that followed felt almost intentional, like someone had listened and decided to leave me alone for the night. The next night, I told myself it had just been grief playing tricks on me. When you lose someone close, your mind looks for them everywhere, in dreams, in songs on the radio, even in small sounds you might normally ignore. I tried to convince myself that I was just sensitive and jumpy. But that night, as soon as I settled into bed, the tapping started again. It was the same kind of sound, but a little louder now, more insistent. Tap near the window, tap near the door, tap somewhere along the wall. The same pattern of quiet, then sound, as if whoever or whatever was making it was testing my reaction. I lay there, feeling my muscles tense, listening as it moved around the room. I was beginning to feel more scared than comforted. By the third night, when the tapping returned and grew even louder, that fear turned into real anxiety. On the fourth night, when the sound began once more, echoing a bit stronger in the stillness of the room, I finally sat up and spoke clearly into the dark. "Chris," I said, "you told me you were going to come back to haunt me. Is this you? If it is, can you please make it a good haunt? This is kind of bugging me now. It keeps getting louder and louder, and it's starting to frighten me." The tapping stopped. I stayed awake for a while, listening for it to start again, but it didn't. Eventually my eyes closed, and I fell asleep. The next day, I carried that conversation with me in my head and finally shared some of it with Will. I half expected him to laugh or tell me I needed more rest. I told him about the tapping, the windows, the walls, how it seemed to stop when I spoke to it, and how I felt deep down that it was Chris. My brother had always been a trickster. He loved to tease me, play little pranks, move things around just to see me react. The idea that, if he could come back in some way, he would choose to do it with small mischievous things like tapping on windows didn't feel completely out of character. Will listened quietly. He wasn't quick to call me crazy, and that alone was a relief. I also started noticing something else around the same time. Small objects in the living room began turning up in different places than where I'd left them. At first I dismissed it. Maybe I had moved them without thinking. Maybe Will had shifted them when he was dusting or looking for something. But the more it happened, the more it bothered me. I would arrange things neatly on the tables in the living room, coasters lined up, a remote in its spot, decorations placed just so. Then, when I'd walk back in later, something would be off. A frame turned slightly, an ornament moved to the other side of the table, a magazine stacked no longer in order. It wasn't a mess, it was just rearranged. Enough to make me notice, but not enough to scream, "Break in!" or anything like that. One evening after dinner, I finally asked Will, "Why do you keep moving everything in the living room?" He looked at me with genuine confusion. "What are you talking about?" I explained in detail. "The things on the tables. The way my decorations keep getting moved from here to there. The way nothing is staying where I leave it. Are you moving them?" He shook his head and said, "I didn't touch anything." "Are you sure?" I pressed, still hoping for a simple answer. "I'm positive," he replied firmly. I felt a chill move through me then, the same one that had swept over me when the tapping started on those first nights. I exhaled slowly and said, half to him and half to myself, "Well, I've been hearing a lot of tapping noises in the bedroom, and I think it's Chris. Maybe he's moving my things around to let me know he's here with us." Will didn't argue. He just said, "Maybe," and we let it sit there between us. Over the next couple of months, this kind of thing continued. The tapping wasn't as loud or as constant anymore. but there were still light knocks here and there at night, enough to remind me that something was still happening. The objects in the living room continued to shift positions from time to time, always just enough for me to wonder if someone invisible had been walking through the house, touching things as they went. Around that time, another pattern started up. Most nights, before going to bed, I would go downstairs to the family room to watch a bit of TV and relax. My little dog, Chloe, always followed me. She loved curling up beside me on the love seat, a warm little comforting presence while I unwound from the day. Those quiet hours before bed used to be simple and peaceful, but now I started noticing something strange. Almost every night, while we were sitting there, I would hear a faint but clear sound coming from upstairs, the sound of someone stepping slowly back and forth near the landing at the top of the stairs. Our house was built with a silent floor system, meaning the floors usually don't creak or groan. That was one of the things we loved about the place. No noisy boards to give you away if you were trying to sneak a midnight snack. So hearing a specific spot upstairs creak as if someone were shifting their weight there again and again stood out to me. Chloe noticed it too. She would be sleeping peacefully, then suddenly raise her head and stare intently toward the stairs, ears perked, eyes alert. Sometimes she would even sit up and tilt her head as if she were listening to someone moving around up there. Dogs don't imagine things the way we do. When they react to a noise, it's almost always because they heard something real, whether we can explain it or not. One night I finally went upstairs while the sound was happening and stood in the hallway. I listened carefully, and then tried stepping in different spots near the landing. Eventually I found the exact place where, if you rocked your weight back and forth, the floor made the same creaking noise I'd been hearing from downstairs. That spot, I realized, was right underneath a framed photograph hanging on the wall, a picture of my brother Chris. I just stood there looking at his picture for a minute, feeling a mix of sadness and something like understanding. The creak was happening right there, under his photo, night after night. It was hard not to connect the two. Then there was the day Chloe and I were playing in the hallway. Will was in the kitchen, talking on the phone. It was a regular day, bright and completely normal on the surface. Chloe and I like to play a kind of hide-and-seek game. I'll run down the hall, hide around the corner, and she'll come dashing after me with her tail wagging, sliding on the floor. It's silly, but it's fun, and she loves it. That day was no different. I started running down the hallway toward the kitchen where Will was standing. I remember feeling light, just enjoying that little playful moment. Then, all at once, right when I got to the area beneath Chris's photo, the exact spot where the floor always creaked, my feet went out from under me. It was like an invisible foot had stuck out in front of me. I tripped hard and fell forward, rolling onto the floor, catching myself awkwardly. My toe stubbed painfully, and I just lay there for a second, stunned. Will turned around mid-conversation and gave me this look like, "What on earth are you doing down there?" To him, it must have looked like I had randomly thrown myself onto the ground. I pushed myself up, feeling equal parts embarrassed and confused. As I stood, the first thing my eyes landed on was my brother's picture on the wall. The expression in the photo, which I'd seen many times before, suddenly struck me differently. It looked like he had a half smirk, one of those little crooked smiles he used to give me when he'd pulled a prank or teased me. In that moment it almost felt like he was saying, "Okay, what was that about?" Or, "See? Got you that time." I turned to look behind me, expecting to find something on the floor, a toy, a book, a piece of clothing, anything that I might have tripped over. But there was nothing. Just the clean hallway floor. No object, no obvious cause. The whole thing had happened too fast, like an invisible leg had popped out, tripped me, and then vanished. That fall stuck with me. It was too perfectly timed, right under his picture, right where the floor creaked, during a period where all these other little things were going on. It felt like the kind of playful shove my brother might have given me if he were still alive and trying to joke around. Other strange things continued to happen occasionally. The television in our bedroom, for example, began doing something that made absolutely no sense. Every now and then, especially at night, it would suddenly flicker on, not with a normal channel or a blue setup screen, but with static, fuzzy noise, and a bright light. The weird part was that the TV wasn't even plugged in. The cord wasn't in the outlet. There was no power going to it, and yet there it was, glowing with static for a few moments, and then fading out again. What made it even stranger was that this only seemed to happen when I was in the room. Will never saw it. If he was the one in the bedroom, it never did that. For him, it was just a regular unplugged TV sitting quietly against the wall. For me, some nights it would hum to life, show that fuzzy brightness, and then slowly dim down like a message being written and erased. At first it scared me, but over time, I got used to it. Instead of panicking, I started speaking into the empty room when it happened. I'd say, "Hi everyone," thinking of Chris, my grandmother, my father, all the loved ones who had passed on. I'd greet them out loud because, in my heart, it felt like they were using whatever they could to let me know they were still around. For a while I also wondered about other small things, like times when a radio would behave strangely or when bells seemed to sound at odd moments, as if they were being rung without anyone touching them. I found myself asking in my mind, "What is it with the radio? What is it with the bells?" Small patterns started to feel like part of a bigger picture, even though I couldn't fully explain how they all fit together. Looking back, I realized that the first sign of something unusual had actually shown up before Chris even died. Maybe 6 months or so before his passing, I was standing in the kitchen one day while Chloe was in the living room. Everything was completely normal. Then I noticed her staring intently toward the ceiling near the family room. She wasn't just glancing, she was fixed on something, her eyes following a point on the wall and ceiling as if something was moving there. Curious, I walked over to see what had caught her attention. As I reached her, she glanced at me and then immediately looked back up. I followed her gaze and saw it, a very black form, darker than a normal shadow, crossing the ceiling area toward the family room and then passing through the wall and disappearing. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, more like a thick, solid shadow moving with purpose. It came and went quickly, but it was clear. I had never seen anything like that in this house. It wasn't the normal way light and shadow played. It felt separate, almost alive. I didn't see that particular form again, and at the time, I had no real idea what it meant or if it meant anything at all. I just tucked it away in the back of my mind as a strange moment, something unsettling that I couldn't explain. Only later, after losing Chris and experiencing all these taps, movements, and odd electrical disturbances, did I look back on that black shape and wonder if it had been some kind of sign, a warning, a presence, or something passing through on its way from one place to another. In the end, I can't say with absolute certainty what any of it was. I can't prove that Chris was tapping on the windows or moving the decorations, or creaking the floor under his picture or giving me a playful invisible trip in the hallway. I can't prove that the static-filled television, or the lights, or the small rearrangements of my things were messages from my family on the other side. But I know what I heard, what I saw, and what I felt. This house was silent for years, and then, right after my brother died, it started speaking in taps and creaks and flickers. To anyone else, it might sound like coincidence or imagination. To me, it feels like love that refused to simply vanish. It feels like Chris doing exactly what he always said he would do, coming back to haunt me, but in his own way, mixing comfort with mischief, making sure I knew I wasn't alone. In 2003, my family moved into a new condo. It was me, my sister, my brother, and my parents. At first, everything seemed normal. The place was clean, bright, and there was nothing that felt strange or wrong about it. We unpacked, settled into our rooms, and started our usual routine. I never noticed anything weird before I left. Not long after we moved in, my mom decided to send me to a boarding school in another country. I was 11 then. It was a big change, and I stayed there for about 2.5 years. When I finally came back home at 13, I was excited to sleep in my own bed again and be back with my family. But as soon as I walked into my room, something felt off. The room looked the same, but I didn't feel at home in it anymore. It was like walking into someone else's space. I felt awkward and uncomfortable in a way that I couldn't explain. At first I told myself it was just because I'd been away so long and I needed time to get used to it again. I tried to ignore the feeling and sleep like normal. But every night something strange would happen. Almost every night, I woke up in the dark to the sound of people talking. It wasn't just one voice either. It sounded like a group, like a bunch of people having a conversation all at once. I couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but there was this constant low murmur, like you hear in a crowded room. I thought it must be the neighbors next door, staying up late and talking loudly. I got annoyed, so I started banging on the wall to tell them to be quiet. But every single time I climbed out of bed to hit the wall, the voices stopped. Just like that. Silence. I would stand there, listening hard, and there would be nothing. I lived on the second floor, so I also leaned over the balcony sometimes to see if anyone was outside talking, but no one was ever there. This went on for about 6 months. The conversations in the night, the way they stopped the moment I got up, the emptiness when I checked the balcony. It was confusing and creepy, but I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, or that maybe the sound was traveling strangely through the building. Then one night, things became much more physical. I was asleep on my left side when I suddenly woke up. It wasn't like normal waking up. I felt like someone had shaken me awake, really roughly. When I tried to get up and move, I couldn't. My entire body was frozen. I couldn't lift my head, couldn't move my arms or legs. On top of that, I felt something grab my right arm and shake it hard. The grip felt strong and solid, like a real hand, not just a sensation. It lasted around 10 seconds, maybe a little less, but it felt much longer. I was terrified. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I could move again. I lay there, shaking and breathing fast, trying to understand what had just happened. Eventually I managed to fall back asleep. In the morning I checked my arm. On my right arm, in the exact spot where I had felt the grip, there was a blue bruise. It had the rough shape of a hand. Not a perfect outline, but you could clearly see where the thumb and fingers had been. I knew I hadn't hit it on anything. I hadn't fallen or banged into a wall. That mark only made what I'd felt the night before more real and more frightening. After that night, I started getting what I later learned people call sleep paralysis. I just called it SP, because that's what it felt like, being stuck, locked inside my own body. It would usually happen either when I was falling asleep or when I was waking up. I would become fully aware of my surroundings, but I wouldn't be able to move at all. My eyes could move a little, but my body was completely frozen. During those times, I started to feel a heavy pressure on my chest, like something was sitting on me or pushing down hard. It wasn't just a general weight either. I could actually feel the shape of a hand. I could tell where the fingers were pressing, how they were spread. It felt like someone had put their hand flat on my chest and was leaning down on it. Sometimes, along with the chest pressure, my back would ache in a sharp, strange way. My whole body would be tense and I would feel completely trapped. The episodes didn't always feel exactly the same, but there was always that mix of paralysis and pressure that made me feel small and helpless. Then, in March of 2008, one of the scariest nights happened. I had another episode of sleep paralysis, and at first I thought, okay, it's just the usual. I know what this is. I'll ride it out. The heavy chest feeling started again, and I could feel the pain in my back. I tried to calm myself down. But this time, something different started to happen. While I was lying there, frozen, I looked over toward my bedside with just my eyes. I couldn't move my head, so I just shifted my gaze. There, by the side of my bed, I saw some kind of figure moving toward me. It looked like a person, a human shape, but I couldn't make out the face clearly. Before I could focus on it properly, I forced myself to look away. When I glanced back to check if it was really there, I saw nothing. The space was empty. Even though I couldn't see anyone anymore, I felt a cold hand on my bare chest. I was wearing a shirt that covered most of me, but the area near my neck and upper chest was exposed. Whatever this was, its touch was icy and very clear. I could feel that hand moving slowly up toward my chest and collarbone. It stopped before it reached my throat, but just the feeling of it moving in that direction made my heart pound with fear. After that, I told my mom what had happened. She had already been worried about me because these episodes were happening often, and she had started sleeping in the same room as me so that I wouldn't be alone. She listened, and I could tell she was scared too, but she tried to stay calm for my sake. At least I thought it hadn't choked me. But I spoke too soon. A few days later, another sleep paralysis attack came, but this time it was much worse. I woke up paralyzed like usual, but before I could even process what was happening, that same presence went straight for my neck. I felt invisible hands clamp down around my throat. This wasn't light pressure, this was choking. My airway felt blocked, my lungs started burning, and I couldn't move a muscle to fight back. I was completely helpless. I couldn't push it away, couldn't even lift a finger. All I could do was lie there while that grip tightened around my neck. After what felt like forever, it suddenly let go. The moment I was free, I bolted out of bed and ran to the bathroom. I looked in the mirror, searching for bruises or marks. There were no finger-shaped bruises on my neck, but my whole face had a bluish tint and my neck was red, like I had really been strangled. My heart was racing, and I was shaking all over. After that, the choking episodes started happening more often. Sometimes it was lighter, sometimes it was full on, but it was always terrifying. The sleep paralysis kept happening too, and it started following a pattern that made things even worse. This is how it usually went. I would wake up, realize immediately that I was paralyzed, and feel the chest pressure or choking or pain in my back. I would fight and struggle inside my head until I finally broke free and could move again. I would think it was over, but then, only a few seconds later, I would be pulled back into paralysis. It was like getting dragged underwater again and again. The same sensations would come back. Chest pressure, hands on my neck, pain, fear, then freedom for a moment, then paralyzed again. This could repeat several times in a row in a single night. I was only 15 at the time, and I felt completely worn out, physically and mentally. I didn't want my mom to worry, but I was scared all the time. Sleeping felt dangerous, like I was walking into a fight I couldn't win. My mom eventually decided to ask someone for help. She talked to a person who dealt with spiritual things, someone who believed in ghosts and spirits. He told her that what was happening to me wasn't just random sleep problems. He said it was a spirit, specifically an incubus, a male spirit that attacks women in their sleep. He said this spirit hadn't just shown up by itself. According to him, someone had sent it to me or unleashed it somehow. He told us that the incubus wanted to have sex with me. He even said that since I hadn't consciously felt it, it meant it had already done things with me while I was asleep and unaware. Hearing that made me feel sick and dirty and confused. I didn't know what to think. I was embarrassed and scared at the same time. He said he would help me get rid of it. He did some kind of prayer or ritual and told us it should improve over time. For a little while, I thought it might be working. Some nights were a bit calmer. I still had sleep paralysis, but the attacks didn't feel as strong. Then, as of the end of July 2008, about a month after he had supposedly started helping me, I went through one of the worst episodes yet. That night, I couldn't get comfortable. As I drifted off, I felt that now familiar heaviness pull me back down. The paralysis hit hard. My body locked up, and the presence was suddenly there again. The pain this time was intense. My chest hurt, my head was spinning, and I felt like I was going to faint even though I couldn't move. In my panic, I started calling on God's name in my mind. I'm half Indian, so I first started praying to a Hindu god like I'd been taught. Nothing happened. The pressure stayed, and my head kept spinning. Then I remembered a Sikh prayer my mom had tried to teach me, one meant to protect you from spirits, and to affirm that God is your creator and protector. I didn't know the whole prayer, just half of the first line, but I started repeating that half over and over in my mind. To my shock, it worked. The second I truly focused on that prayer, I felt the weight lift off me. It was like whatever was on top of me jumped off. I even heard and felt a shift, like something moving away from my body. I lay there, trying to catch my breath. My heart was pounding so fast it hurt, my head was still spinning, and I felt like my strength had been drained out of me. But I knew I couldn't just lie there, because if I did, I was sure I'd be pulled back into paralysis again. After about 30 seconds, my head cleared enough for me to move. I pushed myself up, stumbled out of bed and ran straight to my mom. We called the same man who had promised to help, and he did another prayer over the phone. I was exhausted, but at least I wasn't alone. The next morning, the spirit tried again. I had another episode. I got pulled into paralysis, and I felt the same attack beginning. This time, I didn't hesitate. I started saying that Sikh prayer again in my mind, the little part of it I knew. Each time I said it, the spirit would let go, and each time I paused, it would grab me again. It was like a tug of war. Grab, prayer, release. Grab, prayer, release. After several rounds of this, I finally broke free long enough to get up and rush outside to my mom. By then, I felt totally worn out and broken. My body didn't feel like my own anymore. I was only 15, and I felt swollen and heavy all over, not like normal weight gain but like something was pressing down inside my flesh. I kept thinking, if this thing would just leave me for good, maybe my body would go back to normal. Maybe I could sleep and feel like myself again. I don't know exactly what is happening to me, whether people want to call it sleep paralysis, a ghost, an incubus, or something else. All I know is that it feels real and terrifying when it happens. I'm tired of being scared to go to sleep. I'm tired of seeing my mom worry about me. I'm tired of feeling like something is trying to control my body every night. I just want it to stop. This past Sunday, July 27, 2008, started out like a normal, quiet summer day. The weather was nice, the sky was clear, and I didn't have anything very important planned. I was at home when my younger brother Greg and his girlfriend Amber mentioned that they wanted to go for a little drive. There's a big antiques place in a small town just outside Windsor that we'd all noticed many times before from the highway. It has this bright red roof that really stands out, and every time we passed it, someone would say, "We should stop there one day." But we never did. That morning, though, we finally decided it was a good day to go. Amber was actually extra excited about the idea because she had been looking for a half-moon table to put in her living room. I, on the other hand, had been wanting a nice coat rack for a while, something sturdy and old-fashioned that would look good in our foyer. I checked a few places in Windsor but never found anything I really liked. So when the idea of the antique store came up, it felt like the perfect chance for both of us to maybe find what we'd been looking for. We left the house around 11 in the morning. The drive wasn't long at all. I lived near the end of Windsor, close to the Tecumseh side, so the drive to that little town was only about 30 minutes. I had actually expected it to take an hour, so when we rolled into the parking lot around 11:30, I was pleasantly surprised. The bright red roof was even more noticeable up close, and the building looked bigger than it did from the highway. We parked and went inside, and the moment I stepped through the doors I thought, wow! It didn't feel like a small antique shop. It was more like an indoor mall filled with one booth after another, each packed with old furniture, dishes, glassware, pictures, and all kinds of strange items from other times. There were long rows and different sections, and you could probably spend the whole day there and still not see every single thing. Just ahead of me, on the left side near the entrance, I spotted a coat rack. It caught my eye right away. It was tall, made of dark wood, with strong hooks branching out near the top. I walked over to it, and gave it a gentle push to see how solid it was. It didn't wobble at all. The base was wide and heavy, and the wood felt thick and old, the kind that doesn't bend easily. I ran my hand along the pole and felt the smoothness of it under my fingers, and I liked the look of the carved details around the middle. Right away I thought, this is it. This is the one. I had been looking all over Windsor and hadn't found anything that really spoke to me, but this piece did. It looked like it had been in someone's house many years ago in a front hall, holding heavy coats and hats through long winters. It had that feeling of history. It was also a good price, which made the decision even easier. I mentally claimed it right then and there. While I was looking at the coat rack, Amber and Greg had gone off to the right side of the building. The place was so big that we lost sight of each other pretty quickly. I wandered around for a while by myself, weaving in and out of aisles filled with old chairs, dressers, mirrors with fancy frames, and shelves loaded with dishes. The building really felt like a maze of the past, each corner showing something from a different decade. After some time, maybe an hour, maybe more, I lost track. Amber's voice rang out from across the room. "Hey, Judy, I got myself a nice table," she called. I followed the sound of her voice and found her standing beside a three-tiered table, smiling proudly. It suited her, and it made me happy that she had found something she liked. I told her, "That's great, and I found a coat rack." She knew how long I'd been looking for one, so she was excited for me as well. Once we'd browsed a bit more and paid for our things, we packed everything into the van. The coat rack fit in the back after we shifted a few things around, and the table went in beside it. We were all in a good mood on the drive home, happy with our finds and chatting about where we were going to put them. When we reached my house, it was the first stop. My husband, Will, had gone golfing earlier that day, so he wasn't home when we left, but he was back by the time we arrived. As soon as he saw the coat rack, he came over to take a closer look. He tried lifting it, and felt the weight of it, and he nodded with approval. "Pretty sturdy," he said. "Nice old piece." I could tell he liked it too, which made me feel even more pleased with my purchase. I brought the coat rack inside and set it down in the foyer near the front door. That spot had always looked a little empty, and the rack fit there perfectly. I got some furniture oil and gently rubbed it into the wood, working it into all the little curves and corners. The grain of the wood came out nicely, and it gave the coat rack a warm, rich shine. I checked the hooks and tightened the screws a bit, just to make sure they were secure and wouldn't loosen if someone hung a heavy coat on them. Once I was done, I stepped back and looked at it. It looked good, like it belonged there. That first evening, after we'd put everything away and had some dinner, I went down to the family room to watch TV. The house was quiet and calm. The coat rack stood in the foyer, right where you would see it when you came in the door. My little dog, Chloe, was with us as usual. She's always been a very aware little dog. She notices every small sound and movement. In the middle of a show, a strange sound echoed from the front of the house. It came from the direction of the coat rack. At first, I couldn't quite place what it was. It was a sharp, screeching noise, high and piercing, like something wooden twisting under pressure or stretching in a way it wasn't meant to. It lasted several seconds, not just a little creak, but a long, drawn-out screech that made me freeze and listen. Even Chloe reacted. Her head snapped up, and she stared in the direction of the foyer with her ears up and alert. I looked toward the front of the house too, even though from where I was sitting, I couldn't see the coat rack directly. I sat there for a moment, waiting to see if I would hear it again. Then, after the screech, a different sound began. It was like the crackling sound you hear when wood burns in a campfire, that popping, snapping sound when the logs shift and break apart in the flames. Except there was no fire. There was no fireplace turned on, no wood burning anywhere in the house. The sound seemed to be coming from that coat rack. It was as if the wood in it was alive and trying to move. The crackling was loud enough that I couldn't just ignore it as normal settling. It went on long enough for me to sit and think. How can this be coming from a piece of wood just standing there? I told myself maybe it was just the oil sinking into the wood and making it expand or something like that. I'm not a carpenter, so I tried to give it some kind of normal reason. But even as I tried to explain it away, I had this uneasy feeling in my chest. Something about it didn't feel like regular wood sounds. I'd bought other old furniture from antique stores and auctions in the past, and nothing I owned had ever made noises like this. We have a lot of wood in our house, wood floors, wood furniture, and I had never heard anything so loud and so strange. I didn't tell my husband about that first screech, because I didn't want to sound silly. I kept it to myself and tried to shrug it off. Maybe it would stop once the peace settled in. The next day, Monday, my husband was home from work because he had taken Monday and Tuesday off. I was sitting at the computer in the living room. From that spot, I can see straight into the foyer, so the coat rack was directly in front of me. Will was walking up the stairs from the lower level toward the foyer, and Chloe, again, was near me, lying on the floor. Then it happened again. That same loud, sharp screeching noise burst out from the coat rack. It was so sudden and so intense that both Will and I reacted right away. Chloe jumped to her feet and stared at it. Right after the screech, a deep cracking sound followed, just like a thick branch snapping in a fire. This time, because I was facing it, I saw the coat rack move. It wasn't just that the sound made it seem alive. The whole thing actually wobbled back and forth, like something inside it or around it had pushed or twisted it. It was enough of a movement that you couldn't miss it. Will stopped halfway up the stairs and looked straight at me. "What in the heck was that?" he said, his voice full of surprise. I couldn't help but laugh a little, partly from nerves and partly because I was relieved he had heard it too. I said, "It's the coat rack." He stared at it for a second and repeated, "The coat rack?" as if he couldn't believe it. Later that evening, he went over to inspect it more closely. He ran his hand along the wood, pushed it gently to see if it was unstable and might be creaking because of that. "Maybe it's the oil you put on it," he suggested. "Maybe it's making the wood swell or something." I looked at him and said, "Like that? We have so much wood in this house, and I've never heard anything like that from any of it. Not like this." He didn't have much to say after that. He just frowned a little and walked away, clearly not sure what to think. I could see his mind trying to choose an explanation that made sense, just like mine had. That night, while we were again in the family room watching TV, the sounds started once more. The screeching, the crackling noises, but this time it didn't seem limited to just the foyer. After the first few bursts of noise from the coat rack, it sounded like the crackling began to travel. It seemed to move from the foyer toward the kitchen, as if something was walking and the sound was following it, or as if whatever energy was in the coat rack was spreading into other parts of the house. It was disturbing, not just because of the noise itself, but because it made me feel like there was something active and unseen moving around. I noticed something else too. Chloe, who usually feels comfortable everywhere in the house, had started acting differently. She would lie down in the living room and stare toward the foyer, her eyes fixed on the coat rack. Her head would move slowly from side to side, as if she was watching something move around it, something that I couldn't see. Sometimes she wouldn't even go lie down in the foyer at all, even though she used to love that cool spot on the floor. Her whole body language seemed uneasy. By the third night, things had become even worse. The noise from the coat rack went on and off from around midnight until 4 in the morning. I would lie in bed, close to falling asleep, and then that awful screech would tear through the quiet, followed by the deep crackling and popping sound. It was so loud that it woke both me and my husband more than once. We would look at each other in the dark, listening to it, and not knowing what to say. The first loud noise we ever heard from it, that very first screech, is still what stands out most in my mind. The later ones were bad, but that first one seemed almost angry, if that makes sense. Like a shout. The ones that followed were still loud and unnatural, but they didn't have the same sharp shock that the first did. Even so, they were enough to keep us from having any kind of peaceful night's sleep. Each time I heard it, the same uneasy feeling crept over me. The air in the house felt heavier somehow. It wasn't just a normal, "Oh, that's strange," feeling. It was a deep, uncomfortable pressure, like the house itself wasn't happy or was full of something that didn't belong. I didn't like walking past the coat rack, and honestly, I didn't even like looking at it anymore. It felt like it was watching us, even though it was just an object. On top of that, the noises that seemed to travel toward the kitchen made me feel like whatever this was didn't want to stay in one place. It wanted to move through the house. The nights felt long, And the days started to feel unsettled too because I was constantly thinking about what might happen when it got dark again. By the fourth day, I'd had enough. I didn't want to spend one more night being woken up by some strange piece of furniture. As much as I had liked the look of that coat rack at first, it was not worth the stress and fear it was causing. So on July 31st, I picked up the phone and called Amber. "Can you come by and pick up this coat rack?" I asked her. "Maybe you can take it to the store where you work." She works at a place where they sell different household items, and it seemed like the easiest way to get it out of my house quickly. She said, "Sure," right away, not thinking too much of it at first. When she arrived, I told her everything. I explained how the coat rack had been making these awful, loud screeching sounds, how it crackled like burning wood, how the noise seemed to move around the house, and how my dog refused to relax near it. Amber listened and then said something that suddenly made me look at this in a different way. She told me, "Sometimes when you buy an antique, there can be something attached to it." I stared at her. "Get out of here," I said. Nothing ever happened with the pieces I bought in the past. I had bought other old furniture over the years and never once had anything strange happen with them. They just sat there like normal chairs, tables, and cabinets. But she stayed calm and repeated that yes, it can happen. Sometimes an object carries something from where it used to be. Later, I told my mom about all of this, and she said, "If you get rid of it, bring it over to my house." I laughed a little and told her, "I don't want it in your home. It'll freak you out, and you don't need to hear these noises." "It's pretty creepy, Mom. The noises travel too." She sounded surprised. "Really?" she asked. I said, "Yes, trust me, Mom. I want to get rid of it, not pass the problem on to you." "Back with Amber," she said, half joking. "So I guess I won't call my sister or my mom to see if they want it," I told her firmly. "Don't give it to anyone you know." She nodded and said okay. We both understood that this wasn't just an old coat rack that needed a new home. Whatever came with it was not something I wanted to give to friends or family. In the days when the coat rack had been in my house, Chloe's behavior really stood out to me. Normally, she often lies down in the foyer on the floor because it's cool and she likes to watch the front door. But during those 4 days, she never once lay down there. Instead, she would stay in the living room, stretched out on the floor, and stare toward the foyer. Her head would move slowly, like she was tracking something walking around the coat rack or moving from the foyer toward the kitchen. Sometimes she looked nervous or confused, and it broke my heart a little to see her like that. She's usually such a relaxed little dog. As soon as Amber took the coat rack away, Chloe's whole attitude changed. It was such a simple thing, but it meant a lot to me. That very evening, after the coat rack was gone, Chloe walked back into the foyer and lay down on the floor like she always used to. She looked calm and comfortable, her body loose, her eyes half closed. It was like she was saying, "Okay, it's safe here again." I even joked to myself that she almost looked like she was smiling. That night, after Amber had picked up the coat rack and taken it away, I sat down and realized something else. There were no more strange noises. No screeching. No crackling sounds coming from the foyer or the kitchen. The house felt lighter. The strange heavy feeling that had settled over the rooms during those 4 days was gone. The air felt normal again. I didn't feel like something was pressing on me anymore. My husband also seemed more relaxed, even if he didn't say much about it. We both slept through the night without being woken up by any mysterious sounds. Later that evening, I called Amber again to tell her, "I haven't had any noises in my home since you came and picked it up. Chloe is lying down in the foyer again, and that heavy feeling around the house is gone." It was such a big difference that it was impossible not to notice. The change was almost immediate after the coat rack left. Now, sitting here and thinking back about everything that happened in just those few days, I have to admit that my opinion has changed. Before this, if someone had told me that a piece of furniture could have some kind of spirit or energy attached to it, I probably would have smiled politely and not really believed them. I would have thought it was just a story people like to tell to make antiques seem more interesting. But after what we went through with that coat rack, the loud and unnatural noises, the way it wobbled like something was twisting it, the sounds that seemed to move from place to place, my dog's strange fear of the foyer, the uneasy feeling that spread through the house, and then the way everything went back to normal as soon as the coat rack left. I can't just say it was nothing. Can antiques have ghosts attached to them? A few days ago I might have said no. Now, after those 4 long nights, I would say yes, it's definitely possible. Whatever was with that coat rack, it did not belong in my home, and I am very glad it is gone. The house is quiet again. Chloe is back to her usual spots. The foyer feels like the foyer, not some strange place filled with tension. My husband and I can sleep without being jolted awake by terrible screeching noises in the middle of the night. The last 4 days with that coat rack were not pleasant at all. They left me tired, uneasy and full of questions. But they also taught me something. Just because something looks beautiful and harmless on the outside doesn't mean it doesn't carry something hidden with it. Looks can be deceiving, especially when it comes to antiques. My husband and I decided that year that we were long overdue for a proper vacation, just the 2 of us, with no rush and no real schedule. We had heard so much about Kingston, Ontario, the old limestone buildings, the water, the 1,000 islands, and the history, that we finally settled on going there for 2 weeks. We both liked the idea of somewhere that had pretty scenery, but also some interesting places to explore, and Kingston seemed to have both. The plan was simple. We would drive down, find a nice place to stay, maybe even a cozy bed and breakfast if we could, and then spend our days going on boat trips, walking around the city, and visiting old sites like Fort Henry. It sounded peaceful and a bit romantic, and we were really looking forward to it. On the way there we talked about what kind of place we might stay in. I told my husband that I liked the idea of a bed and breakfast. I pictured an old historic house with wooden floors and a friendly owner who served home-cooked breakfasts in the morning. He agreed at first, and we both decided that we wouldn't book ahead. Instead, we would wait until we arrived in Kingston and then see what was available. It felt a bit adventurous, not having every little thing planned. As we got closer to the city, though, my husband began to change his mind about the whole bed and breakfast idea. I could tell from his voice that he wasn't really in the mood to stay in somebody's private home with strangers nearby. He finally said he would rather stay at a proper hotel. I didn't argue with him. I just said, "Sure, that's fine." And we turned our attention to finding a hotel in the city instead. We had heard about a place called the Prince George Hotel. Someone had mentioned that it was nice and that it was older and had character, which sounded good to me. Once we got into Kingston and found our bearings, we decided to go and check it out. The building looked interesting from the outside. It had that older style that matched the limestone city feel, and I was curious to see what it looked like inside. We parked and headed in, pulling our bags behind us, already imagining what our room might look like if we decided to stay there. As soon as we stepped inside the hotel lobby, I felt something strange, although I didn't know how to put it into words at first. The front area wasn't very busy. In fact, it was almost empty. There were no other guests coming or going, no staff cleaning or carrying things, no sounds of people talking in the halls. It was very quiet. Behind the front desk there was a woman standing there, and she was dressed in an old-fashioned Victorian-style outfit. That was the first thing that caught my eye. It wasn't just a modern uniform designed to look old. It looked like something that belonged to another time completely. The dress was long and dark, with a high collar and old-style buttons, and her hair was pulled back in a way that matched the clothes. At first I just thought, oh, they really play up the historic look here. It made a certain kind of sense. Kingston is an old city, after all, and some hotels like to give a period feel. But as I looked at her more closely, I started to feel that something about her didn't seem quite right. I leaned slightly toward my husband and quietly mentioned that she looked a little strange to me, though I couldn't explain why. She didn't say hello out loud. Instead, she just nodded her head slightly in our direction, as if to greet us without speaking. There was something about her face too. It seemed almost too still, as though her expression didn't change much. and her eyes didn't have the same kind of life and movement that you usually see when you look at someone. We walked up to the counter and asked if it would be possible to see one of the rooms before we made a decision. She nodded again and said yes, and then she came out from behind the desk to lead us upstairs. As we followed her, I kept noticing how quiet the entire place was. There were no voices, no distant doors closing, no music playing anywhere. It was just the three of us walking across the floor. The staircase up to the third floor was wooden and very creaky. Every step we took made a long groaning sound in the wood, and each creak seemed louder in the silence of the building. As we climbed higher, I began to feel more and more uncomfortable, and later my husband told me he felt the same way. It wasn't that the building was dirty or run down. It just had a heavy feeling, like the air itself was thicker, and I couldn't relax. Still, I didn't want to overreact. We were just going to look at a room, and then we would decide. When we got to the third floor, the woman led us to one of the rooms, opened the door, and stepped aside so we could look in. The room itself seemed ordinary enough at first glance. It had a bed, a window, some furniture, and the usual things you'd expect in a hotel room. But even there, something felt off. I can't really describe it better than that. It was as if the warmth you expect in a place where people sleep and rest just wasn't there. Before either of us could say much, the woman had already turned to leave. She moved away very quickly, so quietly that we didn't hear her footsteps at all. That struck me as very odd, because the stairs and floors had been creaking loudly under our own weight the entire time. I made a little joke to my husband, trying to lighten the mood. I said, "Maybe she floated down the stairs." He gave a short laugh, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that comes from finding something genuinely funny. It was more nervous than that. He turned and looked at me and said that she didn't look real to him either. We both stood there for a moment, looking around the room, and neither of us felt comfortable staying there. We decided very quickly that this was not the place we wanted to spend the next 2 weeks. The feeling in the building, the strange quiet, the creaking, the odd woman who moved without sound, it all added up to a very unsettling first impression. We left the room and went back down the stairs, and again we didn't hear her going ahead of us or behind us. When we reached the lobby, she was already back behind the front desk, standing there with a faint grin on her face. That grin made me even more uneasy for some reason. It didn't reach her eyes. It was just there, almost like something painted on. We thanked her politely, said we would think about it, and then we left the hotel as calmly as we could. As soon as we stepped outside and the doors shut behind us, both of us let out a breath at the same time, as though we'd been holding it in the whole time we were inside. We looked at each other, and almost said in unison that we were not staying there. We walked away from the building and headed down the street, feeling lighter with each step we took. A little way down the street, we found the Holiday Inn on the harbor. It was more modern, with big windows overlooking the water, and several people were coming and going through the front doors. The lobby was bright, with staff at the desk and guests chatting quietly. Right away the atmosphere felt completely different. It felt normal. We checked in there, and both of us were relieved to know we would be spending our 2 weeks in a place that felt open and comfortable. When we went up to our room, we admired the view out over the harbor. The bed was neatly made, and there was a little travel magazine placed in the center of it, as hotels often do to show local attractions. I picked up the magazine and began flipping through it. On one of the first pages I opened to, in big clear letters, was the headline, "The Haunted Prince George Hotel." Under the headline was a write-up about the place we had just come from. My eyes went wide, and I turned the magazine toward my husband. "Look at this," I said. He leaned over and read the title and some of the article. We looked at each other and both said, "See? It was haunted." We were very glad, in that moment, that we had trusted our feelings and decided not to stay there for the whole 2 weeks. The strange woman, the heavy feeling, the silence, it all made more sense once we saw that article. It was still a bit funny that the first thing we read in the hotel room was about a haunted hotel we almost stayed in. The next day, we decided to visit Fort Henry. We had the option of going with a guided tour, but both of us agreed that we preferred walking around by ourselves so we could take our time, read signs, and wander wherever we liked. It was a bright and sunny day when we arrived. The sky was clear, and the light made the stone walls of the fort stand out sharply. Fort Henry is a large stone structure, very old and solid, sitting on a hill overlooking the water. It has tunnels and rooms underground where soldiers and prisoners once stayed. There's a certain weight to places like that, just from the history alone. At one point during our visit, my husband decided to go down into the lower areas, where the prisoners had once been kept. They are deep in the ground, and the passages are narrow, with thick stone walls. I watched him as he walked carefully down some stairs and disappeared into the shadowy areas below. To be honest, I thought he was a little bit crazy for wanting to go down there alone. I stayed up in the brighter parts of the fort. I walked around the open areas, looked at the cannons and old structures, and waited for him to come back up. I was a little uneasy about him being down there, but he enjoys that kind of historical exploring, so I tried not to worry. After a while he came back up, and we continued climbing around the fort, reading information boards and looking at the view. Eventually we ended up on a hill area, standing near the edge of a bluff that looked out over the water and the land around the fort. We were just standing there together, enjoying the scenery, when something very strange happened. Without any warning at all, a very cold breeze swept over us. It wasn't like a normal gust of wind on a cool day. The sun was shining, and the air had been perfectly pleasant just a moment before. This blast of air was icy. It hit us both at the same time, from behind and around us, and it was so cold that it made the hair on my arms stand straight up. I felt it on the back of my neck too, and a wave of goosebumps ran across my skin. My husband felt it as well. He immediately said he had the same feeling, and we both just stood there for a moment, stunned. It was such a clear change from the warm sun that it didn't feel natural. It felt like something had moved right through us. It only lasted a short while before the warmth of the day returned, but the effect stayed with us. I looked at him and half-jokingly said, "Maybe you disturbed someone down there," meaning in the underground prison area he had just visited. He didn't laugh very much. We both knew Fort Henry was known for ghost stories and hauntings. People have said for years that the fort is haunted, and many visitors report strange cold spots, sounds, or feelings. After that sudden icy breeze, neither of us really felt like staying much longer. We walked a bit more, but the mood had changed. We decided to leave the fort and head back into town. Maybe we were being a bit chicken, but we couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen had brushed past us when we were standing on that bluff. I had taken a lot of pictures while we were there, and I was still excited about having those to look back on when we got home. But at that moment I was happy to get back to the car and drive away from the fort. The following day we decided to join a tour of the old city hall. Kingston has a beautiful city hall with a lot of history, and I was looking forward to seeing the inside. When we arrived, a guide met the group and began leading us through the halls, telling us about when the building was constructed, what it had been used for, and some of the important events that had happened there over the years. We walked past tall doors, long corridors, and large rooms with high ceilings. The stone and wood everywhere gave the building a very solid, serious feel, like a place where important decisions had been made. On one of the walls hung a large painting of Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald. It was not a small portrait. It was almost as tall as he had been in real life. In fact, they explained that the painting showed his exact height, so when you stood next to it, you could get a sense of how tall he was. The painting was done in a detailed, realistic style. He stood there in old-fashioned clothes, looking directly out of the frame. The guide pointed out that many people said his eyes seemed to follow you as you moved around the room. I tested it myself, walking slowly from one side of the room to another, and it truly did feel like his gaze stayed fixed on me no matter where I went. I took a few pictures of that painting because I thought it was something I would like to have a copy of later. I imagined maybe enlarging one of the photos and framing it at home. It was fascinating to stand in front of that image, knowing he had been such an important figure in Canadian history, and to feel like he was still watching over the room in some way. The guide also mentioned that the City Hall building is considered to be haunted too. There have been reports of footsteps, voices, and unexplained sounds in the halls, especially at night when hardly anyone is around. Hearing that, combined with everything else we had experienced, made me feel like the entire city was full of places where the past still lingered very strongly. Kingston is often called the Limestone City because of all the limestone buildings and the way the stone is used throughout the city. There is also water all around, lakes, rivers, the harbor. I have heard people say that when you have limestone and water together, it can increase paranormal activity, or make it easier for energy to stay around. I don't know if that is truly the reason, but after hearing so many ghost stories and visiting so many old places there, it didn't seem completely impossible. It felt like a place where history doesn't always stay quiet. All through our vacation I kept taking pictures. At Fort Henry, in the City Hall, around the harbor, of the old buildings, and even of the Prince George Hotel from the outside. I wanted to capture the memories of the trip and the beautiful old architecture. I was especially curious to see if any of the photos from the haunted places would show anything unusual. Even if they didn't, I knew I would enjoy looking at the pictures later and remembering the trip. Finally, our 2 weeks came to an end, and it was time to go home. As soon as we were back, I took the roll of film to be developed. This was before we used digital cameras for everything, so I had to wait for the photos to be processed. They told me it would take about a week. I was impatient and excited, checking the days and thinking about the different shots I had taken, especially the ones at the fort, City Hall, and the outside of the Prince George Hotel. I wondered if anything odd would show up in the background or in the shadows. When the photos were finally ready, I went to pick them up and brought the envelope home. I sat down and opened it, expecting to see a stack of colorful pictures from our vacation. As I pulled the prints out and started flipping through them, my excitement quickly turned into confusion. Every single picture was blank or ruined. Not one photo had turned out properly. There were no clear images of the fort, no painting of Sir John A. Macdonald, no harbor, no hotel, nothing. It was as if the entire roll had been wiped clean or damaged in a way that erased everything. I felt a huge wave of disappointment. I had been looking forward to those pictures so much, and now there was nothing to show for all the moments I had tried to capture. It was also very strange. It's one thing if a couple of photos don't turn out. That can happen. Maybe the lighting wasn't right, or the camera moved. But for an entire roll to come back with nothing usable at all seemed very odd, especially when I knew I had taken pictures in all different places and lighting conditions. At first I thought something must have happened to my camera. Maybe there was something wrong inside it. Maybe the film hadn't advanced properly or had been exposed somehow. To test that idea, I put in a new roll of film and took some pictures at home, just of ordinary things. My house, my dog, a few objects, just to see what would happen. When I had those photos developed, they turned out perfectly normal. The images were clear, and there was nothing wrong with them at all. That told me that the camera itself was working just fine. So I was left with a mystery. Why had the entire roll of film from Kingston failed? Why had none of those pictures turned out, when my camera had no problem at all with the photos taken afterward? I still don't have a solid answer. Maybe something happened at the lab when they were developing the film, but they never mentioned any problem when I picked them up. Maybe the film was faulty from the start, though that seems unlikely. Or if someone believes in the idea that spirits can interfere with electronics or film, maybe all of those haunted places and strange feelings we experienced had something to do with it. All I know is that I went on a trip to a city filled with history, limestone, water, and ghost stories. I visited an old hotel that turned out to be famous for being haunted, met a strange woman dressed in Victorian clothes who didn't seem quite real, felt an ice-cold breeze rush over us on a sunny day at Fort Henry, walked through a city hall known for ghostly activity, stood in front of a painting whose eyes seemed to follow me, and then discovered that every single photo from that trip had vanished from the film as if they had never been taken. It might all be a big coincidence, but deep down, I'm not so sure. When I was 15, My dad finished building a new house in River Canard, a little community just before Amherstburg, Ontario. Moving there felt like starting a whole new life. Our old neighborhood had been more crowded, with houses lined up along regular streets, but this place was different. We had over an acre of land, and instead of rows of homes we were surrounded by woods, fields, and long stretches of open sky. There were a few houses scattered here and there, but they were far apart, separated by trees and farm fields. At the time it felt quiet and almost lonely, but in a peaceful way. Now, so many years later, that area is full of new houses, but back then it still had that isolated, countryside feeling. Our old home is still there, and it still looks great whenever I drive by. Just up the road from us was Texas Road. If you're from around Amherstburg or that area, you probably know the name already. People had been telling stories about Texas Road for years. It was known as one of those haunted places teenagers whispered about at school, the kind of road people dared each other to drive down late at night. According to the stories, there was a haunted cemetery, a strange bridge that had washed out, and all kinds of strange things people claimed to see there, shapes in the fog, odd lights, and sometimes even a headless rider on a horse. To be honest, back then I didn't really believe in any of that. I liked hearing ghost stories the way most teenagers do, but I always assumed people exaggerated or just made things up to scare each other. So when my brother, who was 16 at the time, got his first car and asked if I wanted to go for a ride with him, I didn't hesitate. He said one of the neighbor boys was coming too and suggested we drive up to Texas Road to see if it's really haunted. The way he said it made it sound like just another teenage adventure. I thought we'd probably just drive around, feel a little nervous for no reason, laugh it off, and come back home. It was daytime when we went, which made me feel safer. The sun was out and the air was warm. Everything looked harmless enough as we pulled out from our street. From our driveway we turned left onto Texas Road, and my brother slowed down as we started along it. At first, it just seemed like any other country road. The pavement stretched ahead of us, with fields and trees on both sides. There weren't many houses, just a few scattered far apart, each with its own long driveway and big yard. The more we drove, though, the more the mood started to change. Even though it was still daytime, the lights started to feel different. The bright, golden sun from our street felt like it was fading as we moved along Texas Road. The sky didn't suddenly turn dark, but things became more dull and gray. It was almost as if we had driven into a different pocket of air where the light couldn't quite reach fully. The shadows under the trees grew heavier, and the whole road felt quieter. I remember sitting in the car and feeling my shoulders tense up without even realizing it. We weren't driving very fast. My brother went slowly, like he was trying to take everything in and not miss whatever people had talked about. After a while, he pointed ahead and said, "Okay, there it is. Let's stop." He pulled the car over, and the three of us sat there for a moment, just looking around. It was almost like we'd crossed an invisible line into a different space. On one side of the road there were thick trees and bush, not just a few scattered ones, but a dense patch of woods. In that area you could see an old shed, weathered and worn, half hidden by the brush. The air had a foggy look to it, even though it had been clear on the way up. It wasn't the kind of fog that filled the whole road, just a low, dull haze hanging around that specific area, almost like it was clinging to the ground and the trees there. The color of the light shifted too. It wasn't just gray, it had a strange tone to it, like a dull gray mixed with a faint greenish tint. The place felt cut off from the rest of the day. We stepped out of the car, and as soon as my feet hit the ground, I felt a chill go through me. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes from the wind. It was the kind that makes your skin prickle with goosebumps even when you know the air temperature hasn't really changed much. My brother felt it too. He rubbed his arms and looked around, and his friend went quiet in a way that told me he was feeling it as well. We started walking slowly toward the area where people said the haunted parts were: the old cemetery, the remains of the bridge, and that strange shed. The fog around that spot seemed thicker up close, and the dull light made everything look drained of color. The trees were dark shapes leaning over us, the leaves moving just a little in the light breeze. Every step we took made the ground crunch under our shoes, and the air felt heavy, like it didn't really want us there. After a few moments of walking, we heard something that made all three of us stop. It was the sound of a twig snapping, then another one, as if someone, or something, was moving just out of sight in the thicker part of the woods. It was a sharp, clear sound in the otherwise quiet area. At first I thought it had to be an animal, maybe a rabbit or a raccoon, but the sound felt too deliberate, too timed, as if it waited for us to take a few steps and then snapped again. With each snap of a twig, that bad feeling in my stomach grew stronger. My arms were covered in goosebumps now, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I glanced over at my brother. He had that fake brave look on his face, the one boys put on to hide when they're nervous. His friend looked uneasy too. Nobody said anything funny or tried to joke at that moment, which told me they were just as creeped out as I was. The fog seemed thicker the longer we stood there. The dull gray color of the air around that little clearing felt unnatural, not like a normal mist on a summer day. The whole place felt wrong to me. It was like the land itself was pushing us away. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I turned to my brother and said, "I want to go back to the car. This place gives me the creeps. It's spooky. Let's go." He looked at me, then glanced around us again. After a second he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." We turned and started walking back to the road, picking up our pace as we drew closer to the car. I don't think any of us wanted to admit how relieved we felt at the thought of getting back inside and driving away. Then, just when I thought we were all heading back together, my brother and his friend suddenly ran the last few steps to the car, jumped in, and before I could reach the door, they pulled away, laughing. I was left standing in the middle of Texas Road, right next to the very place that had just terrified me. I watched in disbelief as the car rolled forward, my brother and his friend looking back at me with big grins on their faces. They thought it was a great joke. I did not. I started running after the car, yelling at them, but they kept going for a little while. The road in that area was quiet and empty, and I felt very small standing there alone, with those heavy trees on one side and that haunted-looking area on the other. The fog seemed to press in a little closer. My heart was pounding, and I could feel tears starting to sting my eyes. I wasn't just annoyed. I was honestly scared. As I ran, I made the mistake of glancing back toward the haunted side of the road. That's when I saw it. In the dull gray-green haze near the trees and the old shed, something dark moved, something large and fast. For a second I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the shape became clearer. I saw what looked like a horse, galloping in and out of the trees, but the rider on its back did not look normal. The figure riding the horse was a dark shadow, and I could not see a head on its shoulders at all. There was just this tall, dark, headless shape, and the outline of the horse underneath it. It wasn't sharp and solid like a living person and animal. It was more like a black, shadowy form that flickered in and out of the fog. The movement was incredibly fast. The horse seemed to rush forward, its legs moving in a full gallop, and I could hear the sound of hooves pounding, not on pavement, but on some kind of hard ground or maybe old boards. It sounded real, not like an echo or a trick. I remember hearing that galloping sound and feeling it echo in my chest. The rider leaned forward in a way that made it even more frightening, as if it was charging. I couldn't see any face, because there was no head to look at. It was exactly like a headless horseman from an old legend, only this wasn't a story in a book. It was right there in front of me, in that foggy area next to the road I was standing on. The entire thing lasted only a few seconds, but it was clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining a random shape in the bushes. The shadow figure and horse were moving with purpose, galloping between the trees and the shed, and then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it faded back into the dense mist and was gone. By that time tears were already rolling down my face. I was crying and yelling for my brother to come back. My breath came in short gasps, and my legs felt weak. I don't remember if I stopped running when I saw it, or if I just kept going in a clumsy way, but I do remember feeling completely terrified and alone, with that image burned into my mind. Only a moment later, as if they had finally realized they had taken the joke too far. My brother and his friend turned the car around and drove back toward me. They pulled up beside me and the laughing stopped the minute they saw my face. I was crying hard by then, and my hands were shaking. My brother rolled down the window and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" At first he thought I was just mad because they had left me there. But I told him it wasn't that. I tried to explain between breaths what I had seen. I told him, there was something there. A horse. A rider. It didn't have a head. He stared at me like he wasn't sure if I was joking or imagining it. His friend leaned forward from the passenger seat, listening with wide eyes. I described it as best I could, a dark shadow, riding a galloping horse, moving fast in and out of the wooded area near the old shed. I told them about the sound of the hooves, the way it seemed to appear out of the fog and vanish back into it. I could see, as I spoke, that my brother's face changed. He still tried to look calm, but something in his eyes showed that what I said unsettled him. His friend went quieter too. None of us knew what to do with that information. We just knew that whatever I had seen, I believed it was real. My brother didn't say much after that. He just told me to get in the car, and as soon as I closed the door, he hit the gas and pulled away quickly, driving much faster than he had on the way in. The idea of hanging around that area for even 1 second longer made all of us uncomfortable. Nobody laughed anymore. The fun of the little, haunted road trip was gone. It had turned into something else entirely. After that day on Texas Road, I started paying more attention to the stories I heard about it. Before, I had treated them like games or campfire tales. But now, whenever someone mentioned Texas Road, my mind went back to that foggy image of the headless rider and the heavy, gray-green light in that patch of woods. I heard people talk about a haunted cemetery hidden back there, and an old bridge that had washed out years before. According to some stories, people had died there. Some said accidents, some said something worse. The details changed depending on who was telling the story, but the feeling behind them was always the same, that there was something not right about that stretch of land. Later on, I learned that many people claimed to have seen a ghostly figure on a horse along that road, often described as a headless horseman or, in some versions, a headless woman on horseback. They often mentioned fog that seemed to appear even on clear days, and that dull color that didn't match the rest of the weather, a kind of gray light that sometimes looked greenish or sickly. When I heard that, it made shivers run down my spine, because it matched exactly what I had seen and felt that day. The fog, the color, the feeling in the air, and the shape moving too fast to be anything normal, all of it lined up with what others said. There is also an old cemetery and a shed on that property, and the remains of that washed-out bridge. Over time, people said that nobody was supposed to go near that area because of the ghostly activity and the reputation it had. Of course, that kind of warning only makes teenagers more curious, so people kept going anyway, sneaking up there with flashlights or driving along the road late at night just to see if they could catch a glimpse of something strange. Years later, I ended up dating a guy who actually lived on Texas Road. His place was farther up from where that haunted area was, closer to the street I had lived on. When he first told me his address, I remember looking at him and saying, "Aren't you scared living on that road with all the stories people tell?" He shrugged at first and said it was just where he grew up, so to him it was normal. He didn't act like he was terrified all the time or anything. But as we talked more, he admitted that there were things about living there that bothered him. He told me that sometimes at night he would hear a dog howling, a long, sad, eerie howl that echoed through the area. It happened often enough that it stuck with him. He said it bothered him because he'd gone around and checked with the neighbors, and none of them owned a dog. There weren't many houses on that stretch of Texas Road at the time, maybe 3 or 4, and each house had a lot of land around it, with acres between them. If someone had a dog, everyone would know. But according to him, nobody did. He couldn't figure out where the howling was coming from, and every time it happened, it gave him a bad feeling. I thought back to the hollow sound of that horse galloping in the fog and the way it felt like the land was holding on to something from the past. Between my own experience and his stories, and everything I'd heard from other people, I started to accept that there really was something unusual about Texas Road. It wasn't just a place people made up stories about for fun. It seemed to have a long history of strange sightings and unexplained events. Over time, word spread beyond just the local area. Texas Road became known as one of Ontario's haunted places. People from other towns, and even other parts of the province, heard about it. Some came just to see the road themselves, to drive down it slowly, and see if they felt anything or saw anything. Ghost hunters and paranormal groups started to show interest too. Eventually I even heard that a film or movie was being made about Texas Road, focusing on all the hauntings and stories connected to it. Whenever I hear something about that film, or see Texas Road mentioned in a list of haunted sites, my mind always goes back to that day when I was 15. I picture myself standing in the middle of that lonely road, the fog hanging over the trees, my brother's car just out of reach, and that dark shape rushing past in the corner of my eye. I remember the sound of hooves, the sight of a rider without a head, and the chills that spread through my whole body. I didn't go there looking for proof of ghosts. I went thinking it would be a silly little scare and a funny story to tell later. Instead, I left with a real memory I can still see clearly all these years later. Whether anyone else believes me or not, I know what I saw on Texas Road that day, and I will never forget it. For the last week something strange has been happening to me, and it all started with a dream. At first I thought it was just a normal bad dream, one of those random nightmares you have and then forget. But this one keeps coming back, night after night, almost exactly the same every time. It feels less like a dream and more like I'm living a second life while I'm asleep, as if I'm stepping into another version of myself in another house that looks a lot like mine. In the dream I am not exactly me, but I am a guy who lives in a house that could easily be mine if you just changed a few details. The rooms are familiar, the way the hallways connect is familiar, and even the furniture is kind of like what we have, just shifted around a bit in different places. I also have a roommate in this dream, a girl, and in the dream it feels totally normal that she lives there with me, like she has been there for a while. There is no part where I stop and think, "Who is she?" or "Why is she here?" In the dream she is just part of my everyday life, as if she has always been there. The dream always starts the same way. It begins in the morning with me getting ready for work. I go through the motions in this dream life just like I would in real life. I grab my things, I walk out the door, I lock up behind me. The sky looks normal, the street looks normal, and even the people I pass on the way seem ordinary. I go to work, and nothing strange happens there. The day is boring in that very regular way. People talk, phones ring, the clock moves too slowly. In the dream I feel tired and kind of annoyed by the day, but nothing unusual happens. There are no hints that anything is wrong. If the dream ended there, it would just feel like a replay of some normal, forgettable day. But then I come home. When I reach the house at the end of the workday, things are suddenly different. My roommate is not inside the house like I expect her to be. Instead, she is sitting outside, right near the front door, and she looks terrified. Her eyes are wide, she keeps glancing back at the house, and she's hugging her arms around herself like she isn't just scared, she's shaken all the way through. The look on her face makes my stomach drop, even in the dream. I ask her what's wrong, and her voice is shaky when she answers. She tells me that while I was at work she kept hearing strange sounds coming from inside the house. She mentions little noises at first, footsteps where there shouldn't be footsteps, soft thumps, and then, worst of all, creepy, childish giggling. She says it sounded like a little kid laughing at her from somewhere in the house when she knew for sure that no one else was there. She tells me she got so scared she had to leave and wait for me outside, because being alone in the house made her feel like something was watching her. I feel worried in the dream, but I also feel like I need to stay calm for her. So I tell her that I'll go inside and check everything out. I unlock the door, step into the house, and start walking from room to room. I look in the living room, the kitchen, bathroom, hallway, and bedrooms. Every room is quiet and still. Nothing looks out of place. I listen hard but I don't hear any giggles or footsteps, just that heavy silence that feels like it is waiting for something. I go downstairs, I look around, and still I find nothing. It's like whoever, or whatever, was making those sounds left as soon as I came home. When I go back outside to her, I tell her that I didn't find anything. I say maybe she just imagined some of it, or maybe it was the house settling. I don't know if I really believe that in the dream, but I want to try to calm her down. Slowly, she seems to relax a bit, and we both go back inside. We try to act normal. We make dinner, talk a little, and then eventually we decide it's time for bed. Even though things seem calm on the surface, there's an uneasy feeling inside me. The house feels different now, like it has a secret. Later, I wake up in the middle of the night. In the dream it feels like I just suddenly snap awake, with that feeling you get when you are sure something disturbed you, even if you haven't figured out what it is yet. The room is dark, but I can see enough to know that nothing in my room has moved. Still, something doesn't feel right, so I listen carefully. That's when I hear it, sounds coming from the living room. It's the faint noise of something moving around out there. I can't tell exactly what it is, but I know it shouldn't be there. Thinking it might be a burglar or maybe that my roommate is up, I get out of bed and go to check. I walk down the hall and into the living room, and there I find the television on, bright and loud in the dark room. Static or some random show, but the important thing is that no one is watching it, and no one turned it on, at least, no one who should be in the house. I turn the TV off, and the room falls silent again. Right after I do that, I hear something else. From the direction of the basement comes a sound, something shifting, some small noise that makes me think someone or something is down there. It is loud enough to stand out but soft enough that it makes me doubt myself for a second. Still, curiosity and a strange sense of duty push me to go check. I go to the basement door, open it, and flip the light switch. Nothing happens. The bulb stays dark. I flick the switch a couple more times, but the light refuses to turn on. The basement below looks like a deep black hole from where I stand. I take a breath and decide I should get a flashlight before trying to go down there. I turn around to go back up the stairs to find one. That's when something impossible happens. I don't even have time to take one step up before I feel a force slam into me. It feels like invisible hands grab me and hurl me up the stairs. My body flies backward, as if someone huge and strong has picked me up and thrown me. I land hard at the top of the staircase, stunned, and the basement door slams shut with a loud, final bang right in my face. The sound echoes through the house. My heart is pounding, and my whole body is shaking. Nothing like that should be possible. Nothing that I can see is there to do it. The hallway outside the basement is empty. In the dream I am completely freaked out, but at the same time, it's like a part of me just wants to pretend it didn't happen. I don't open the door again. I don't try to fight whatever threw me. Instead, I stumble back to my bedroom. I tell myself that I must have slipped, that maybe I imagined the force, anything to make it make sense. I lie back down in bed, but now I'm too scared to sleep easily. Eventually, somehow, I do fall asleep again, and that's where that part of the dream ends. The next morning in the dream, everything looks normal again. I go to work like usual. The day goes normally up until around lunchtime. I'm starting to think maybe the strange stuff was all in my head, or just the result of a bad night. Then, right in the middle of my day, my phone rings. It's my roommate, and I can hear the fear in her voice right away. She tells me she needs me to come home. She doesn't explain everything on the phone, but she sounds desperate. I tell my boss I have to leave and go straight back to the house. When I pull up outside, it feels like déjà vu. She's there again, sitting outside instead of being inside the house. She looks even more scared than before. Her face is pale, and she keeps glancing nervously at the windows and the doorway, like she expects something to appear there at any moment. She tells me she can't stay in the house alone, that she has been hearing more noises and what sounds like giggling from downstairs. She is almost shaking as she talks, and I can tell she's reached the point where she doesn't know what to do anymore. I tell her that we'll go inside together this time. Maybe if we are both in there, We will be able to figure out what's going on. We walk through the front door slowly. The air inside feels heavier. She tells me again that she heard things in the basement, so that's where we decide to go first. We head to the basement door and open it. This time when I walk down the stairs, I ask her to come down with me instead of waiting at the top. She hesitates, but then she slowly follows me down the steps. At the bottom, the basement looks like a basement living room, somewhere halfway between cozy and forgotten. There is furniture down there, and one of the main things in that room is a television. As we step into the room, we see that the TV is on again by itself. The screen is glowing, and its light throws strange shadows on the walls and ceiling. The rest of the basement feels dim and unnaturally quiet except for the low sound coming from the television. Then, cutting through that quiet, I hear it, a giggle. It's soft but clear enough to know it's a child's giggle, but there is something wrong with it. It doesn't sound like the happy laugh of a real child at play. It sounds almost like it is mocking us. The sound seems to come from somewhere in the room, but when I look around, I don't see anyone there except my roommate and myself. I decide I've had enough of this television turning itself on. I walk toward it, intending to turn it off just like I did in the living room. I'm a few steps away from it when I suddenly hear a loud, angry voice screaming in my head, or maybe right into the air around me. It yells a single word: stop. The voice isn't like any voice I recognize. It sounds like it's coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sound makes me freeze in place instantly. My heart leaps into my throat, and every hair on my arm stands up. I stand there, hand half reached toward the TV, not moving. The air in the room seems to change, becoming colder and tense, like it's about to explode. Then, right in front of me, a picture that had been hanging on the wall suddenly tears free. It flies straight off the wall and comes flying at me like someone has thrown it with force. The frame rushes toward my face, and I have to throw up my hands to protect myself. It misses me by just a little, but I feel the rush of air as it passes. I hear it hit the floor or the wall behind me with a crash. Before I can even react properly, that same unseen voice speaks again. This time it isn't just a single shouted word. It tells me clearly and forcefully to get out. The sound is full of anger and power. I feel the meaning of it right down to my bones. It doesn't feel like a suggestion. It feels like a command. In the dream, something stubborn inside me doesn't want to give in. Maybe it's pride, maybe it's fear turning into anger. Whatever the reason, I hear myself say no. My voice sounds small in that basement, but I still say it. As soon as the word leaves my mouth, things change again. Objects in the room, things on shelves, small decorations, maybe even pieces of paper or light objects I hadn't really noticed before, suddenly lift into the air around me. They start spinning in a circle, faster and faster, swirling around me like I am standing in the middle of a storm made of my own belongings. The sound of all those things moving, the rush of air they kick up, the way they spin around me without touching me, it all feels unreal and terrifying. My roommate is screaming somewhere behind me. I can feel the energy in the room building like a pressure that's about to crash down on me. The voice, the flying objects, the giggling, everything combines into this chaotic mess that feels like it is about to swallow me. And that is always the moment when I wake up. Every night for the past week, that's where the dream ends for me. 1 second I'm standing there with things spinning around me in the basement, while an unseen voice tells me to get out, and the next I'm awake in my real bed, heart pounding, muscles tight, and sweat on my skin. For about 10 minutes each time, I just lie there in the dark, trying to calm down and catch my breath. I go over the dream again and again in my head, wondering why it keeps repeating, wondering what it means, and why it feels so real. The strange part is that it didn't just stay a dream. A few days ago, after having the same nightmare again, I woke up like usual, shaken and full of questions. I lay there again for about 10 minutes, thinking about the dream, trying to calm down, waiting for my heart to stop beating so fast. Everything was quiet in the house. It was around the time my mom usually leaves for work, so she was already gone. The doors were locked like always, and my dog was outside in the yard, barking at something the way he sometimes does early in the morning. After those 10 minutes, I finally decided to get up. I pulled back the covers and sat up on the edge of my bed. When I looked up toward my bedroom doorway, I saw something that froze me in place. There, standing in the doorway, was a little boy. He wasn't someone I recognized from real life. He just stood there, watching me. He looked solid, not blurry or faded, like an actual child standing in my house. But the way he was standing there, and the way he was just quietly watching me, made it feel wrong. His face was serious, almost too serious for a kid his age, and there was something about his eyes that I can't quite describe. They seemed older, in a way, like he had seen more than a child should see. I instinctively tried to talk to him. I don't even remember what words I said first, but I started to speak, maybe asking who he was or what he was doing there. The second I opened my mouth and tried to talk to him, he turned and ran. It was so fast I almost thought I imagined it, but I know I saw him move. He ran down the hall, his footsteps somehow too quiet for how quickly he moved, and when I got up and followed, there was no one there. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed just like they had been. There was no sound of anyone running down the stairs or leaving the house. The doors were still locked. My dog was still outside barking. That moment shook me even more than the dream had, because I knew, without a doubt, that I was awake this time. This wasn't some image in my head while sleeping. I had gotten up, I had walked, I had looked down the hall with my own eyes, and yet the boy was gone as if he'd never been there at all. Since that day, I've been noticing him more and more. It's not like he stands in one place and stares at me all the time, but I see him in quick flashes. Sometimes I'll glance toward a doorway or a corner of the room and see a small shadow or the shape of a boy standing there, and the second I try to look straight at him, he is gone. Other times I'll be alone in the house and hear that same faint giggle I heard in my dream. It drifts through the air softly, just enough to make me stop and listen, just enough to make my skin crawl. The worst part is that this doesn't feel completely new. I keep thinking back about how long I've lived where I live now, and I remind myself that it has been about 2 years since I spent time in my neighbor's house, which is where some older strange things had happened before. I can't help wondering if this is somehow connected, if this little boy is the same presence I've brushed up against before but never really seen so clearly. Why is he suddenly showing himself now, after so much time has passed? Why is he coming into my dreams in this strange way, or somehow affecting them, if that is what's happening? These are the questions that keep spinning around in my head. I don't think my mom has noticed anything, or if she has, she hasn't said anything to me about it. She doesn't usually tell me much about things that bother her, so I can't be sure. I don't know if I should say something to her or keep it to myself for now. All I know is that the dreams, the basement in the dream, the giggling, and now this little boy I keep seeing around my house are starting to make me really uneasy. I keep wondering if he is a ghost, if he's something tied to the house, or to me, or to something that happened before I moved here. I wonder what he wants, why he is just watching me and sometimes giggling, and why he appeared so clearly after that nightmare. I don't feel like he's trying to hurt me, but I also don't feel like any of this is normal. I wish I understood it better. If anyone has any advice or ideas about what might be going on, it would really help me. I want to understand why this is happening now, why this little boy is showing himself after all this time, and what, if anything, I should do about it. At certain times of the day, when I walk past the barn at the museum, I can hear voices coming from inside. It always sounds like 2 or 3 men talking together, as if they are having a normal conversation while they work. The tone is low and steady, like people who know each other well and are just chatting as they go about their day. I can never make out the words clearly, but the rhythm is always the same, like the same conversation playing over and over again. Every time I push the door open and step into the barn to see who is there, the voices stop at once. The whole place goes completely silent. There is never anyone inside except me. The tools are hanging in their usual places. The old farm machines just sit there like they always do, and there is no sign that anyone living has been there at all. This always happens around the same time each day, and the sound of the voices never changes. Because of that, I don't think these are spirits trying to talk to me directly. It feels more like I'm listening to a recording from the past, the echo of real men who once worked in that barn, somehow trapped in the air and replaying itself again and again. To me, that seems like some kind of residual haunting, a leftover trace of life that no longer knows we are there. The second strange thing happens in the upstairs room of the old log cabin on the museum grounds. That room was where the children used to sleep when the cabin was still a real family home. Today the room is set up like a simple bedroom, with small beds and several little wooden cribs that have long been empty. The babies who once slept there grew up, grew old, and have all passed on by now, but their sleeping place remains like a frozen moment in time. Whenever I go up there alone, especially in the quiet of the morning, I often feel a presence in the back corner of the room beside one particular crib. It's hard to explain how you can feel someone you cannot see, but that is the best way I can describe it. The feeling is gentle but strong, like an old woman watching over a child she loves very much. In my mind, she feels like a grandmother. It isn't frightening. It's more like a warm, watchful energy sitting patiently in that same spot, as though she is still keeping an eye on the babies who used to be put down to sleep there. This presence never seems to move around the room. It doesn't follow me or react to me. I don't feel it coming closer or pulling away. It just sits in that same corner, solid and quiet, especially in the early hours. Because of that, I don't think she is interacting with me. It feels, again, like something residual, a strong emotional moment that has imprinted itself on the place. Either the feeling belongs to the cabin itself or, sometimes I wonder, maybe it is attached to that crib in particular, like she keeps returning to the place where she watched her grandchild once. After several weeks of working there and noticing this feeling, I had a dream that seemed strangely connected to it. In the dream I saw an elderly woman dressed all in black. She had lots of wrinkles, no teeth, and a tired but loving face. She was sitting by a child's bed, leaning forward slightly as she sang softly to her grandchild, trying to lull it to sleep. The room in the dream had the same warm, dim feeling as the upstairs room in the cabin. There was a sense of soft light and old wood, and that quiet, patient love that I always feel in the museum bedroom. When I woke up, I couldn't stop thinking about the dream. Of course, I have no proof that the woman in my dream is the same presence I feel in the cabin. But the feeling in my chest during that dream, the peace, the tenderness, the sadness mixed with love, was exactly the same as the feeling I get in the upstairs room when I stand near the crib in the back corner. Because of that, I can't help but think there is a connection between the two, even if it exists only on an emotional level. The third presence at the museum feels very different from the men in the barn or the old grandmother upstairs. This one doesn't feel quiet or distant. From the glimpses, sounds, and emotions I've picked up, I believe this spirit is a young teenage girl, probably around 15 or 16 years old. There is an energy to her that feels playful, easily offended, and sometimes mischievous, like a real teenager who is bored and looking for ways to pass the time. I have a strong feeling that she is the one behind most of the odd little things that happen around the museum, the things that seem more personal than the simple residual echoes. One day a family came to visit the museum. They walked through the buildings like most people do, stopping to look at things and to ask a few questions. There was a 4-year-old girl with them, a small child with big eyes who stayed close to her parents at first. While the rest of her family was wandering around the cabin kitchen with me, looking at the stove and the dishes, the little girl stepped away and went into the main room of the cabin by herself. She was gone for only a moment before she hurried back out to us, looking upset. She came straight over to me and said, very seriously, "This place is spooky. There are ghosts." Her voice was small but firm. Her parents laughed a little and told her it was just an old house, nothing to be afraid of. They tried to calm her down, telling her that things only look strange because everything is so old. The little girl wasn't completely convinced. She looked up at me and asked, "Did people die in this house?" Now, this cabin is more than 100 years old, and many families lived and died in it over that time. It's pretty much certain that at least one person passed away there at some point. but the child in front of me was very young and clearly frightened. I didn't want to scare her even more or give her nightmares, so I told her gently that no one had died there. Instead, I told her about some of the families who once lived in the cabin, how they raised children there and worked and laughed, and shared their lives. By all accounts, it had been a happy family home for most of its history. That's what I told her, focusing on the warmth and the good memories. She calmed down a little and finally agreed to go upstairs with her parents. Her grandmother stayed below with me and we chatted quietly while the others explored the upper floor. A moment later, the little girl came back down the stairs again. Her face was serious, and she walked straight over to me and asked, "Are witches bad?" Her question completely surprised me. It came out of nowhere. I asked her why she was asking about witches. She said, "I want to know if that witch is good or bad." Her eyes were wide and anxious again, and I could tell she was frightened by something she thought she had seen upstairs. Before I could answer, her grandmother stepped in. She pointed to an old painting we have hanging on the wall of Jesus and said, "See who that is? Nothing bad is in here because he is here." That seemed to comfort the little girl somewhat. Her shoulders relaxed and her face softened a bit, though she still stayed very close to her grandmother for the rest of their visit, and she didn't want to go upstairs again. Her comment stayed with me for a long time afterward. It struck me as odd that she used the word witch. In my dream, the grandmother by the crib had been dressed all in black, with no teeth and lots of wrinkles. To a small child, especially one who already felt nervous in an old house, that woman might look like a witch out of a storybook. I started to wonder if the little girl had actually seen something in the upstairs room that scared her. Maybe the same old woman I dreamt about, or maybe someone else entirely. Either way, her fear seemed real, and her words made me think more seriously about what children might be able to sense that adults ignore or explain away. That wasn't the only time a visitor picked up on something strange in the cabin without being told anything first. Another time a couple came into the museum and walked into the cabin. The moment the woman stepped over the threshold, she stopped and looked around with a thoughtful expression. Then she turned to me and said, very matter-of-factly, "There are spirits here, aren't there?" Instead of giving her a straight answer, I simply said, "Oh," to see what she would say next. She nodded and added, "There are spirits. I can feel them. Can't you?" Normally, I don't talk about ghosts or hauntings with visitors. I don't want to sound strange or unprofessional, and I'm careful about how I present the museum. But something about her tone made me feel like she knew what she was talking about. So I admitted, in a cautious way, that yes, some strange things happen there that I can't explain. She just nodded in a calm, knowing way and then continued on her tour as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Not long after that, a woman visited who said she was a psychic. She wandered through the building slowly, looking around with great focus, and when she came back to the front, I decided to ask her, as casually as I could, if she had felt or seen anything unusual while she was inside. I didn't tell her anything about my own experiences. I just waited to hear what she would say. She began to describe the different spirits she sensed in the museum. As she spoke, my skin tingled because her descriptions matched almost exactly what I had already felt. She talked about an older woman, quiet and still, staying near one spot upstairs. She mentioned a younger, more playful presence with a lighter energy. She even said that there were other, fainter presences in other parts of the property that felt more like echoes than people. The only detail she added that I had not personally experienced was the smell of smoke from a pipe in one of the rooms. She said she kept catching whiffs of it around her, carefully sniffing the air, but there was no one on the grounds smoking and nothing in the room that could explain it. To her, it felt like an older man who had once sat and smoked there regularly. I found that interesting, because while I hadn't smelled the smoke myself, the idea of another quiet, background presence didn't surprise me at all. About a month ago, a group of bikers came to visit. They were riding through the area and decided to stop in to see the history. 2 women from the group were especially interested and stayed a long time, asking lots of questions and looking closely at the old photographs and objects. They were funny and friendly, the kind of people who could easily make a joke to lighten the mood. At one point, one of the women made a joke about someone's appearance in an old photograph we had on display. She laughed and said something teasing about what the person in the picture was wearing or how they looked. It wasn't cruel, just a playful remark, but it was aimed at the person in the photo. Just after she said that, a stack of papers sitting on a nearby table suddenly flew into the air and shot across the room. They hit the wall right behind the woman's head with enough force to startle everyone in the room. The sound was sharp and loud, and the unexpected motion scared me so badly that I blurted out a few words I probably shouldn't have said in front of visitors. The biker lady, however, simply laughed. She turned to me with a grin and said, "I think I've offended your ghost." She bent down, picked up the pages, and calmly put them back on the table where they had been. Then she stood in the middle of the room, looked around, and apologized out loud for making fun of the person in the photo. She was completely relaxed about it, as if talking to an unseen person was the most natural thing in the world. That whole incident spooked me, but at the same time, it made me feel oddly relieved. For the longest time, strange things seemed to happen only when I was alone. Noises, feelings, little movements. I would experience them with no one else around to back me up. It made me worry that maybe I was imagining things or being too sensitive. But having other people see, hear, or feel unusual things too, especially when I hadn't told them anything beforehand, gave me some reassurance that I wasn't just making it all up in my head. It was proof that something really was happening there. Even so, the activity still seems strongest and most frequent when I am by myself. A few weeks ago, I was sitting alone in the little office building, which is where we keep our books, files, and the front desk. It was a hot day, and the room felt stuffy, probably around 30 degrees Celsius. I had one of our local history books open and was reading quietly, enjoying the calm and the chance to learn more about the area. While I was reading, I heard the sound of footsteps walking up to the office door. They were clear enough that I thought someone had come to visit the museum. I looked up and waited for the door to open or for someone to knock, but no one came in. Curious, I stood up and walked around to check outside. There was no one there. The yard was empty, and the path was clear. I shrugged it off and returned to my chair. As I sat down again, I got a strong feeling that someone was in the room with me, standing somewhere behind or beside me. I couldn't see anyone, but the air felt different, heavier on one side of my body. I kept reading, trying to ignore it, but then my left arm suddenly went icy cold. It was such a sharp change that it almost hurt. The rest of my body was still warm and even a little sweaty from the heat. Only that one arm was freezing. It felt as if someone had wrapped their cold hand around it or pressed something very cold against it. The sensation was so strong it made me flinch. I finally spoke out loud and said, "Look, I'm trying to read, but I can't with you on my arm like that." As soon as I said those words, the cold vanished in an instant. My arm felt normal again. The air around me lightened, and the heavy feeling faded. I sat there for a moment longer, wondering if I had imagined it, but the change had been too sudden and too exact to ignore. On another day, I was opening up the buildings in the morning and doing my usual routine. I went into one of the bedrooms to open the curtains and let in the light, then stepped into the next room for just a few seconds. When I walked back out, I noticed that a chair in the main room had been moved. It had been on one side of the table when I went in, and now it was on the other side. It wasn't a tiny shift either. It had clearly changed sides, and there had been no creaking sound, no scrape on the floor, no noise at all. No one else was in the building with me at the time, and there was no way the chair could have jumped on its own. That same night, when I was closing up, I again went into a bedroom to shut the curtains before locking the doors. When I entered the room, I saw that the curtains were already closed. I knew I had opened them that morning. No one else had been in that room all day, at least not that I had seen, and guests usually don't touch the curtains. It was a small thing, but it made me feel again that someone invisible liked to move things behind my back, maybe to let me know they were there. The most recent strange event happened just a few days ago. I was outside in the yard, kneeling beside one of the garden beds near the cabin, pulling weeds. Part of my job includes taking care of the grounds, so this wasn't anything unusual. I was focused on the plants, my hands dirty and my mind half on the work, half on other thoughts. While I was bent over, I heard a voice around the corner of the cabin near the front door. It was a clear, normal-sounding voice, not a whisper or a distant echo. The voice said, "I'll see if she's there." It sounded like one woman talking to another. Then I heard footsteps coming toward me, the sound of feet walking around the corner in my direction. I stood up straight and brushed off my hands, expecting visitors. I thought maybe 2 people had walked onto the property without me noticing, and one of them had sent the other to look for me. I waited for whoever it was to appear around the corner, but no one came. After a few seconds, I frowned and walked toward the front of the cabin myself. When I reached the front, there was no one there. The path was empty, and I could see all the way to the gate. No one was walking away or hiding behind anything. While I was looking around and feeling confused, I heard a woman's voice murmur something right beside my ear. It was so close that I could feel the breath of the sound, but the words were too soft and quick for me to understand. It was like someone speaking in a low tone just over my shoulder. I answered out loud, "I'm just pulling the weeds. I'll be done in a few minutes." As soon as I said that, I heard footsteps running into the cabin, as if someone who had been talking to me had suddenly darted off into the house. Again, there was nobody visible. The hair on my arm stood up, but I also felt strangely calm, like this had become part of my normal workday. By now, it is rare for me to spend a whole day at the museum and have absolutely nothing unusual happen. Some days the activity is small and quiet, just a feeling, a soft sound, or a small object moved. Other days it is louder and more obvious, like voices, cold spots, and things flying through the air. I have grown almost used to it, even though a part of me is still surprised every single time. I keep thinking about the young girl spirit I believe is there. I picture her wandering through the rooms, bored and restless, pulling little pranks on people, shifting chairs and papers, and leading children to see things that adults might miss. Sometimes I feel like she watches me as I go about my work, testing how I will react to her presence. I wonder if she is staying for some reason, if she feels tied to that place by something she cannot let go of, or if she's stuck there without understanding why. I don't like the idea of a teenager being trapped like that, caught between this world and whatever comes next. The older presences, like the grandmother in black or the men in the barn, feel more like echoes to me, but the girl feels alive in a way, as if she still has feelings and moods. I've started to think about whether there is any way to help her move on, or at least to understand why she stayed behind. The problem is, I have no idea where to start. I don't know how to speak to her in a way that she would clearly hear. I don't know if she even wants help, or if to her, the museum is still home and she doesn't think anything is wrong. Maybe she is happy enough just to watch people come and go, to tug at papers and whisper in people's ears. Maybe the little tricks are her way of feeling seen. For now, all I can do is be respectful. I talk out loud sometimes when something happens, the way you would talk to a shy but curious child. I try not to get angry when things move or break, or when the cold spots interrupt my reading. I remind myself that I am sharing this place with more than just old furniture and dusty photographs. There are memories there, and maybe, in some way I don't fully understand, there are still people there too. In my 32 years of life, I've had a few brushes with things I would honestly call spirits. I'm not the kind of person who jumps to that word right away. I'm actually pretty logical when something strange happens. My first instinct is always to look for a normal cause. I think about drafts, wiring, pipes, old houses settling, even my own mood and whether I'm tired or stressed. I go through all of those possibilities before I ever let my mind wander toward anything paranormal. Even with that cautious way of thinking, there are still some things that have happened to me that I just can't explain away, no matter how many times I replay them in my head. About 2 years ago, my life changed a lot. My husband and I moved to a very small town in Alberta, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone and where people still leave their cars running when they run into the store in winter. I grew up in a very large city, a place where you lock your doors even when you're home, where you're always aware of who is behind you on the street, and where strangers are just strangers. Moving from that life to this tiny town felt like stepping into a different world. The sky seemed bigger, the nights darker, and the silence deeper than anything I had known before. We ended up renting a very unusual place, a renovated Pentecostal church. It sounds almost romantic now, but at the time it just seemed interesting and practical. The building had been divided into 2 apartments. One was upstairs on what used to be the main floor, and the other was downstairs in the basement. My husband and I took the upstairs apartment, with its high ceilings and odd angles left over from when it was a place of worship. My mother-in-law took the basement apartment. It made sense for us to all be in the same building. She's getting older, and we liked the idea of being close enough to help her if she ever needed anything. The church was old, but the landlords had done their best to renovate. There was fresh paint on most of the walls, newer windows, and decent flooring. You could still feel hints of its past life everywhere, though. Sometimes, if the light hit the walls just right, you could imagine the shadows of pews and hymn books and parishioners lined up in rows. The doorway that now led to our living room used to be the doors to the main hall. The front steps still felt like they were meant for Sunday shoes and handshakes. The basement, where my mother-in-law lived, had its own history. We were told that, before there was a proper morgue in town, the church had used that lower level to keep bodies for wakes and viewings before funeral services. Many of the older locals remembered coming there to pay their respects to relatives and friends. Once the town morgue opened, that basement space was converted into a Sunday school area, where children would learn Bible stories and make crafts while their parents attended the main service upstairs. The idea of all that history layered under our feet, grief, prayers, little kids' voices, always sat in the back of my mind, even when everything was quiet. For the first while, nothing strange happened at all. Life there was calm, almost boring in its routine. I learned the sound of every creak in the building, every way the wind moved around the corners, and how the old pipes groaned when the water was turned on. The church felt peaceful. Sometimes, when the late afternoon sun came through the stained glass that had been left in the stairwell, it even felt beautiful. I would sit on the couch, look around, and feel lucky that rent was cheap and the place had character. One thing about living there did bother me from the very beginning though, and that was the way my mother-in-law treated the doors. Because the town was so small and everyone knew each other, she refused to lock her back door. We each had our own separate entrance. Ours was a side door that led upstairs to our apartment, and hers was around the back, going straight into her kitchen. Her attitude was, "No one is going to bother me. People around here don't do that." For her, not locking the door was almost like a point of pride, a symbol that this was a safe place and not the big bad city. For me, it was the opposite. Growing up, locking doors wasn't just a habit, it was a rule. We locked the door behind us the second we came in. We locked the door while we were inside. We locked windows. We double-checked the front door before bed. That was just how I was raised, and I never saw it as paranoia. To me it was simply common sense. So when my mother-in-law would wave off my concerns and leave her door wide open to anyone who might want to wander in, it made me uneasy. I worried about strangers or bored teenagers or even just someone drunk and confused stumbling into the wrong place. Every time I brought it up, she would just smile and tell me I was being dramatic. For a long time, though, nothing happened, and I started to relax a little. The church was quiet, my husband went to work, I settled into my own routines, and my mother-in-law went on living just like she always had. If anything, the biggest noise we ever heard was from a passing truck or a gust of wind knocking an old branch against the wall. Then, this past spring, things changed. It started out subtly, in a way that made me wonder if I was imagining it. For about a week straight, starting around 5 o'clock in the evening every day, I would hear noises coming from my mother-in-law's apartment downstairs. It wasn't just one strange bump or a single creak. It sounded like someone was really down there, moving around and living their life. The sounds always started around the same time, 5 in the afternoon, just when the light outside was beginning to soften and the day was shifting toward evening. I would be sitting on my couch upstairs, maybe watching TV or reading or playing with the cats, and suddenly I'd hear it. At first it might be a cupboard door slamming a little too hard, or the steady rhythm of footsteps across the kitchen floor. Then it would grow, like more people had arrived. I'd hear cupboard doors banging repeatedly, drawers opening and closing, heavy feet stomping around like someone was in a hurry or not bothering to be careful, and a low murmur of voices. It sounded like several people were down there, maybe 3 or 4, talking all at once. The most frustrating thing was that I could never clearly make out what they were saying. The voices were muffled, like they were just beyond a wall or on the other side of a closed door. I could hear the tone, though. It didn't sound like an argument or a fight. It was more like the background noise you get when people are having a busy conversation in a kitchen, pots and pans moving, doors closing, feet walking back and forth. It almost felt like a family preparing a big meal or a group of people setting up for some kind of gathering. Each day that week, as soon as the noise started, I would feel my whole body tense up. I would sit on the couch, frozen in place, listening. My mind would race. I knew my mother-in-law wasn't home at that time on most days. She had her own routines, errands she ran, people she visited. My husband was usually still at work. Up in our apartment, I was alone. Except, according to my ears, I wasn't really alone at all. More than once, I worked up my nerve and stepped out into the small foyer between our apartments. From that little landing, I could look down toward my mother-in-law's back door and listen more carefully. Without fail, the moment I poked my head out into that space, the noises stopped. The house would fall dead silent, as if someone had pressed a mute button. I would stand there, holding my breath, waiting for a voice or a crash or a laugh. Nothing. After a few seconds or a minute of no sound at all, I would retreat back into our apartment. I would close our door gently and sit back down. Sometimes, within a minute or two, the noises would start up again, just as loud as before. The cupboard doors would bang. The footsteps would stomp. The voices would murmur and rise and fall like they were deep in conversation. Every time I stepped out to check, they would stop. Every time I went back into my own space, they would return. Because I am a small woman, and because I grew up being warned about strangers and danger, and all those city things, my first thought was not ghosts. My first thought was people. I imagined teenagers from town sneaking in through my mother-in-law's unlocked back door, rummaging through her stuff, maybe looking for money, alcohol, or just trouble. The idea of walking down there alone, confronting a group of unknown people in a confined space, scared me more than anything paranormal. I imagined someone in a hoodie turning around with a bat or a knife or even just a mean look, and my body would go cold. So I didn't go down into her apartment while the noises were happening. I stayed upstairs and watched. From my couch, I could see her back door clearly through the window that overlooked the yard. If anyone had gone in or out through that door, I would have seen them. That whole week, every day around 5 o'clock, the noises would start and continue for about an hour, filling my ears and making my heart pound, but I never once saw that back door open. I never saw anyone walk in, and I never saw anyone walk out. There was also the front door to consider, the one that now rarely got used. It had a deadbolt on it, and, as far as we knew, no one had a key for it. It stayed locked all the time. Every evening, after the sounds downstairs finally faded and the house settled back into its quiet, I would go and check it anyway. I would put my hand on the knob, test it, and feel the firm resistance of the deadbolt. Locked every time. No sign that it had been opened or closed or used at all. Part of me still clung to the idea that there might be some logical explanation, that maybe sound was traveling from farther away than I thought, or that I was misjudging where it was coming from. I told myself that maybe it was the neighbors, even though there weren't that many nearby, or that sound was echoing strangely inside the old church walls. But the way the cupboard doors banged, the way the footsteps shook, the pattern of the voices, it all felt very close, right under my feet. I was truly more afraid that it was a group of teenagers or some stranger who might brained me with a baseball bat, as I half-jokingly told myself, than anything supernatural. Still, the unease crawled under my skin. When I finally worked up the courage to talk to my mother-in-law about it, I expected her to say something like, "Oh yes, my friend was over every day that week," or, "I left the radio on," or something simple like that. Instead, when I told her about the banging and the voices, she looked puzzled. She told me she had been out most of those days at that time, and she insisted that nothing had been out of place when she came home. No dishes moved, no drawers open, nothing broken or missing. The cupboards were exactly how she had left them. The idea that someone had been in her kitchen slamming doors and stomping around, yet leaving no trace at all, didn't sit well with either of us. My husband, on the other hand, didn't react the way I thought he would. He has always been a firm non-believer in ghosts, spirits, and any kind of afterlife that involves our loved ones hanging around. Even when I told him other stories from my past, things I'm quite sure were paranormal, he would listen with a half-smile and say things like, "There's probably a simple explanation," or, "Maybe you were just tired." The most he ever admitted was that some things were odd, but he never used the word haunted in a serious way. So while we were talking about another story I had shared online, Harold's story, he suddenly told me that he thought our place was haunted. I almost laughed. I looked at him and said, "You don't even believe in ghosts." He shrugged and said he still didn't, not really, but that didn't change what he was seeing. He told me that he constantly sees movement and shadows out of the corner of his eye in our apartment. Little flashes of something passing by a doorway when no one is there, dark shapes shifting at the edge of his vision and disappearing when he turns his head. He wasn't joking. There was a seriousness in his voice that I wasn't used to hearing when we talked about this kind of thing. On top of that, our cats had been acting strangely. They would suddenly sit up very straight and stare at random spots on the ceiling, following something invisible with their eyes as if it was moving slowly across the room. Sometimes they would hunker down in a corner and chatter at nothing, their jaws trembling the way they usually do when they see a bird through the window. Other times they would seem to follow something that I couldn't see, moving their heads as if watching someone walk from one side of the room to the other. I know that people often say this is common for cats, that they hear and see things that we do not, like tiny bugs or small sounds in the walls. I tried to remind myself of that. Maybe there was a fly too small for me to see, or some tiny vibration in the building that only their sharp senses could pick up. There are explanations for all of these things if you want to find them. But when you add it all together, the noises in the basement, the shadows my husband kept seeing, the way the cats acted, it started to feel like a pattern. Then, about 2 weeks ago, something happened that really shook me and made me think we might have a visitor who isn't part of the normal, physical world. We have a satellite system for our television instead of regular local cable. It's one of those setups where a single remote controls everything. With that one controller, we can turn the TV off and on, adjust the satellite receiver, and control the stereo receiver that runs our surround sound. We've had the system for about 2 years with no trouble. The remote has always worked just fine. About a month before this event, I had changed the batteries in the remote because they were finally starting to die. After that, it worked perfectly, no sticky buttons, no weird delays, nothing strange at all. One evening, my husband and I were sitting in the living room watching TV together. The volume was set at about 25, a normal level for us. The remote was lying on the coffee table between us, not in either of our hands. We were each sitting about 3 or 4 feet away from it, one on each side of the table. All of a sudden, without either of us touching anything, the volume started to climb. The numbers on the TV display began to jump up, 26, 27, 28, all the way up until it hit about 38. The sound grew louder and louder, filling the room. My husband and I both jerked our heads toward the coffee table at the same time. The remote was still sitting there, untouched. We looked at each other with wide eyes. For a moment, we just stared, trying to see if maybe something was leaning on the buttons, an elbow, a magazine, anything at all. There was nothing. We have had this system and this remote for 2 years and never once has it done that. Combined with the recent battery change and the lack of any pressure on the buttons, we couldn't just brush it off as a glitch. It felt as if someone, or something, had decided to grab hold of that remote and crank the volume up just to get our attention, to see how we would react. Despite all of this, I don't feel threatened or unsafe in this home. That might sound strange. You'd think that hearing loud noises from an empty apartment, seeing shadows, watching the television volume move on its own, and noticing your cat stare at invisible things would make you want to run. But the overall feeling of the place is still warm and welcoming. The air doesn't feel heavy or hostile. I don't wake up in the night with a sense of dread, and I don't feel like something is trying to hurt us. If anything, it feels like someone is curious, maybe lonely, trying to make their presence known in small ways. Because of that, my thoughts have shifted from fear to concern and curiosity. If we do have a permanent guest sharing this old church with us, perhaps someone connected to its past as a place of worship, or to the bodies that once rested in the basement, or to the Sunday school it later became, I don't want to be hostile. I don't want to pretend they aren't there, but I also don't want them to feel stuck. If there is a spirit here, and if they are lingering for some reason, I would really like to help them move on, to cross over, if such a thing is possible. I know there are people who investigate these things with special equipment and methods, cameras, voice recorders, EMF meters, all of that. I also know that we have people with a lot of experience on sites where I share my stories, people who have spent years looking into hauntings and helping spirits. That's why I'm reaching out. I want advice on how to tell the difference between a trick of old wiring and a real presence, between sound traveling strangely and something more. I want to know what steps, if any, an ordinary person like me can take to gently find out who might be here and to offer help, or at least comfort. I have already tried calling out a few times when I've heard or seen something. Sometimes, when I hear a noise or catch a shadow in the corner of my eye, I'll say, "If someone's here, you're welcome as long as you mean us no harm." Or I'll ask, "Can you please show me a sign that you're here?" So far, I haven't had a clear response. The noises and shadows haven't changed in any obvious way when I speak. I haven't heard a voice answer me or seen anything like an object moving in direct reply. If anything has responded, it's still subtle enough that I can't be sure it's not just coincidence. So here I am, living in a renovated church in a tiny Alberta town, in a building where bodies once waited for their funerals and children once sang hymns in Sunday school. The doors that once welcomed worshippers now open to our homes. The basement that held both sorrow and learning now holds my mother-in-law's kitchen and living room. Somewhere in all of that history, it feels like someone else stayed behind. My husband, who never believed in these things, admits he sees shadows. My cats seem to watch things I cannot see. The remote control has a mind of its own. The walls remember the sound of footsteps and voices that no one else hears. I don't feel like I'm in danger, but I do feel like I'm not alone. And if I truly am sharing this home with a visitor from another plane, I want to understand them, respect them, and if it's the right thing to do, help them find their way to wherever they're meant to go next. Chris always knew one thing very well about me. I am terrified of heights. Not just a little nervous, but properly dizzy, sick, knees giving out kind of afraid. Elevators that go up too high make my stomach twist and my head spin. Because of that, I had always refused to go up the CN Tower in Toronto, Ontario, no matter how many times people told me how beautiful it was. I saw it in pictures, on TV, in postcards, and that was enough for me. Every year, though, Chris would go. It became a little tradition of his. Almost every year he'd take a small trip to Toronto, go up the CN Tower, and then come home and tell us about it. He wasn't interested in the height for the thrill of it, the way some people are. He was fascinated by the view and especially the flowers they planted around the area. He would talk about the tulips and the gardens like other people talk about beaches or famous landmarks. "I'm telling you, Judy," he would say, "it's beautiful up there. You'd really like it if you went. The view, the flowers, the way the city looks from so high up. It's something else." In 2005, before he was diagnosed with cancer, he brought it up again. We were just sitting around, and out of nowhere he said, "So, what do you think? Want to go see the CN Tower with me this year?" I looked at him like he'd completely lost it. "No," I told him. "You know I'm afraid of heights. I get sick in elevators that don't even go that high. Don't ask me to go up there. I'm not doing it." "Come on," he said in that playful, teasing voice of his. "You will like it. I promise. And I'll be with you." I shook my head more firmly. "No. I don't want to go there, Chris. You know how I am. So please don't ask me again." He raised his hands in surrender and laughed. Okay. I won't bring it up again," he said, still chuckling. My husband laughed too, because we all knew how stubborn I could be when I was scared of something. Chris let it go and didn't push me again, at least not in the usual way. I didn't know then that he would find another way to take me there. After he passed away, I started keeping a journal, just for experiences connected to him. Little signs, dreams, feelings, anything that made me think of him in a stronger way than usual. In that journal, I wrote down what happened on October 19th, 2006. I will never forget that date, because that night something happened that felt more real than an ordinary dream. Even now, when I think of it, it doesn't feel like a dream at all. It feels like a visit. That night, like every night, I got ready for bed in the usual way. I washed up, turned out the lights, and lay down. Before I sleep, I always say my prayers. I remember that evening very clearly. I prayed for my family, for strength, for comfort, and I talked to Chris in my head like I often did. After that, I drifted off. And then, suddenly, I woke up, or at least, that is how it felt. In the dream, I was no longer in my bed. I was standing on top of a very high building, and I could see an entire city spread out around me. The sky was clear, the air was bright, and the sunlight was strong enough to make everything look sharp and almost glowing. At first I didn't quite understand where I was, but then I looked around more closely. There were large binocular stands attached to the edges, the kind you see at tourist lookout points. People were walking slowly along the rooftop area, stopping to look out, taking pictures, talking to each other. The wind was blowing, but not too hard. The air smelled clean and cold. When I looked down, as far as I dared, I saw the city below and the flower beds around the area, bright tulips in neat patterns, just like Chris had always described. That was when the realization hit me like a shock in my stomach. I was on top of the CN Tower. "Oh, great," I muttered to myself. "Just wonderful." In real life, I would probably have been crawling on my hands and knees or clinging to a wall. But in that moment I just stood there, frozen, my mind racing. My first thought was literally, "SD, I'm on top of the CN Tower." Even in the dream, my fear of heights flared up. I couldn't bring myself to step close to the edge. Instead, I stayed near the middle of the rooftop area, turning in a slow circle, trying to take in where I was without looking down too much. I knew it was Toronto immediately. I'd never seen the city from that angle in real life, but it still felt familiar in a strange way. It was like seeing a postcard suddenly turned into a place I was standing in. The tulips were beautiful, full and colorful, planted in big curved beds. Chris had been right about that. The whole scene, the people, the view, the brightness of the sky, reminded me so much of the movie City of Angels. You know the scenes where angels stand high above the city, looking down at the people? That is exactly what it felt like. Quiet, bright, and almost too clear. I was standing there, working up the courage to move, still feeling like I might faint if I got too close to the edge, when I felt someone come up behind me. I didn't hear footsteps. I just suddenly sensed a presence so strongly it was like a wave of warmth at my back. Then, close to my ear, in a familiar playful tone I heard, "Boo!" At the same time, a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind in a hug. I turned around quickly, more surprised than scared, and when I saw who it was, my whole body relaxed in this strange mix of shock and happiness. It was Chris. Not misty, not half there, not see-through like in a movie. He was solid. He looked like a person standing right in front of me, with weight and shape and presence. "I knew it," I said to him. I knew it was you. He grinned at me in that way he always used to, a little sideways, a little amused. How did you know? He asked, and chuckled. His laugh was exactly the same. The sound, the timing, the way his shoulders moved, everything. Who else would drag me up here? I said. Who else would bother to meet me on top of the CN Tower? It had to be you. He laughed again, clearly pleased with himself. Now do you know what I was talking about? He asked. How do you like the CN Tower now, huh? I glanced around again. It's nice, I admitted. The view is nice. The flowers are beautiful. But I'm telling you right now, I will never come back here again. We both laughed at that, because he knew that even in a dream, my fear of heights was still very real. The way he looked was strange and yet completely natural at the same time. He was dressed in clothes he didn't usually wear in real life, at least not all at once, which made me think he had chosen them for a reason. He had on very dark, shiny black glasses that covered his eyes completely. Over his face, especially around the eye and mouth area, it almost looked like there was a smooth layer of material, something like fine cloth or a mask, but not quite. You couldn't really tell unless you were very close to him, but I was close enough to see that his mouth area looked like a dark, shiny shape rather than plain skin and lips, and his eyes were hidden behind the glasses. He wore a safari-style hat, khaki in color, with a rim that shaded his face. He had on a dark blue trench coat, the kind that falls almost to the knees, and underneath he wore khaki-colored pants and casual deck shoes. Altogether, he actually looked like a normal man in slightly unusual but stylish clothing. If you didn't know he had passed away, you would never guess anything was different about him. He blended right in with the people milling around the rooftop. That's why I started to think that he was wearing a sort of disguise. It felt like he had dressed himself in a way that would let him walk around among the living without drawing attention. Maybe he didn't want anyone but me to notice. Maybe he wanted to look as human as possible, as if this was just a regular day trip. The thought popped into my head that this was his way of creating a shell, a human form he could use for one more visit to Earth. We walked together around the rooftop for what felt like a long time. Time is strange in these kinds of experiences. Minutes stretch and fold into what feels like hours. We chatted like we always used to. He asked how I was doing, how everyone else was, how things were going back home. There was so much love and warmth in his eyes, even behind those dark glasses. His voice, his mannerisms, the way he tilted his head when he listened, it was all exactly him. I told him that I missed him, that things weren't the same without him, that everyone still thought of him and talked about him. He listened with this calm, kind expression, occasionally making a joke to lighten the mood, the way he used to when he wanted to stop me from getting too emotional. The feeling I had while we spoke wasn't like an ordinary dream feeling. There was a weight to it, a reality. The air felt different, heavy in a good way, as if it was full of something meaningful. After a while, he turned to me and said, "Judy, I want you to meet somebody." His tone changed slightly, becoming a bit more formal, like when you introduce a friend you respect. He lifted his arm and gestured beside him, as if to draw my attention to someone standing just out of my line of sight. I turned in the direction he indicated, and there was another man standing there. Chris said, "This is a friend of mine, Ron." Ron smiled at me, and I automatically said, "Nice to meet you," and extended my hand, just like I would with any new person. He took my hand and shook it. His grip was firm, warm, completely normal. He said it was nice to meet me as well. He looked almost the same age as Chris, maybe a little older, and he was dressed in very similar clothes, dark coat, light pants, though he didn't have the safari hat. I got the same feeling from him that I got from Chris, solid, real, but somehow more than just human. Because he was standing with Chris, dressed similarly and appearing in a place like that, I knew right away that he wasn't an ordinary person either. I understood in that moment, without anyone explaining it, that Ron was a ghost or spirit too, also solidified into a form I could see and touch. A thought crossed my mind, quick and unplanned. Maybe Ron was Chris's friend on the other side, or even some kind of guide. someone who stayed close to him, helped him, or traveled with him. I didn't know for sure, but the idea sat comfortably in my mind. The strange thing is that during all of this, I didn't think to myself, I must be dreaming. It never crossed my mind in that clear, logical way. It felt too real. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin, the light breeze brushing past my hair, the solid floor beneath my feet. I could hear the murmur of other people's voices in the background, the distant sounds of the city below, the soft clink of metal binoculars being moved. I could feel Chris's hug, his hand on my shoulder, the pressure of Ron's handshake. It all felt as real as any day of my life. Only when I woke up did I realize that my body had been in bed the whole time. When I did wake up, I didn't jump awake the way you do from a nightmare. I opened my eyes slowly and just stayed very still. The room was dim, quiet, and I could feel something unusual. My back was incredibly warm. Not like the warmth from a blanket or a hot water bottle, but a deep, radiating heat that seemed to soak through my skin into my muscles. It felt gentle and soothing and familiar. I knew right away what it was. It was the same warmth I had felt when Chris hugged me from behind on the roof of the CN Tower. I lay there for a while, not moving, just feeling that warmth and thinking about what had happened. I knew, deep inside myself, that I hadn't just had an ordinary dream. I felt that I had truly been with Chris. He had shown me his favorite place, the one he had always wanted to share with me. He had talked with me, hugged me, introduced me to someone important to him. It was like he had kept his promise in his own way, even after death. He had found a way to take me to the CN Tower without me having to face the real-life elevator and my panic. Somehow, in that in-between place, I had gone. The thing that stays with me the most is how solid he felt. There was nothing ghostly or blurry about him. When his arms wrapped around me from behind, when I turned and saw his face, when I touched his coat or shook Ron's hand, everything felt as physical as anything on earth. If someone had walked by, I believe they would have just seen 3 people standing there, talking. That's why now, when I think about ghosts or spirits, I don't picture them only as faint shapes or cold patches of air. I honestly believe that sometimes, if they choose to and are allowed to, they can come back in a way that is almost completely physical. They can walk among us, blend in, wear disguises of clothing and mannerisms that make them look like any other person on the street. No one would ever suspect. They could be sitting next to you on a bench, standing behind you in a line, or walking past you in a crowd, and you never know that they aren't alive in the way you are. After that experience, I often catch myself wondering, how many spirits are walking on this earth like that? How many loved ones come back for just one more visit, one more look at their favorite places, one more chance to check on the people they care about? How many times have we brushed past someone who wasn't entirely from this world and didn't recognize it? What happened on October 19, 2006, felt so real that sometimes, even now, part of me has trouble wrapping my head around it. But my heart believes it completely. I believe I was with Chris that night, on top of the CN Tower he loved so much. I believe he kept his promise and took me there in the only way I could handle. Without fear, without sickness, just love and sunlight and tulips and his arms around me, one more time. After we moved back home to Calgary, things went back to normal for a little while. It felt good to be in our own city again, seeing familiar streets and familiar faces. Jerry and I were trying to settle back into a routine, catching up with people we hadn't seen in months and just enjoying being somewhere that felt like home. For a few weeks, everything was quiet. No strange dreams, no odd feelings, nothing out of the ordinary. I actually started to relax and stop thinking about anything paranormal at all. One evening in July, Jerry's brother James invited us over to his place. He lived with his girlfriend in a nice, ordinary-looking house, the kind you wouldn't ever expect anything strange from. We were happy to go. It was a good chance to catch up with them, hang out like old times, and just talk about everything that had been happening in our lives. We went out for dinner first, sat in a busy restaurant, laughed, shared stories, and then watched a movie together. It was the usual kind of night out with family, Nothing weird, nothing heavy, just a nice time. By the time we got back to James's place, it was late, and everyone was tired. You know that quiet, sleepy feeling after you've had a big meal and a long day? That's how it was. The lights in the neighborhood were soft, the streets were calm, and inside the house everything felt still and peaceful. James and his girlfriend went off to their room, and Jerry and I went into the spare room where we were staying the night. The room was simple but comfortable. We changed into our sleep clothes, lay down, and started to drift off. The house was silent, and we were just about to fall completely asleep when suddenly the doorbell rang. It was loud and clear, echoing through the house in that sharp way doorbells always do. Both of us woke up instantly. My eyes snapped open, and Jerry's did too. We just looked at each other for a moment in the dark, trying to figure out if we had really heard it, or if we both imagined it while half asleep. "I heard that, right?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "That was the doorbell." I got out of bed and went into a hallway, expecting to see James already heading to the front door. But the house was quiet. I walked past their room and saw that both he and his girlfriend were still in bed, clearly asleep. No lights were on. No one was moving. It looked like nobody else had heard anything. I went to the front window, pulled the curtain back a little, and looked outside. The street was empty. The front step was empty. There was no one at the door, no car pulling away, nothing. The air outside looked still and normal. I went back to the spare room and told Jerry there was nobody there. "Probably some kids," she said, half annoyed, half sleepy. "You know, ringing doorbells and running away. Stupid prank." It made sense, and I wanted to believe that. Kids do that all the time. So I agreed, shrugged it off, and got back into bed. I pulled the sheets up and tried to relax. We lay there in the dark, trying to fall back asleep and forget about it. Just as I was pulling the covers up to my shoulders, the doorbell rang again. Only this time, it wasn't just one quick ring. It rang 3 times in a row, and each ring was long and drawn out, like someone had pushed the button and held it down on purpose. The sound seemed to stretch through the house, ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. There was something strange about the way it rang, something eerie, like whoever was ringing it wanted us to feel bothered or unnerved. I threw the covers off and bolted out of bed. This time I moved fast, angry and ready to catch whoever was doing it. I rushed down the hallway and straight to the front door. I yanked it open quickly, hoping to surprise whoever was standing there. But again, there was no one. The porch was empty, the yard was still, and the street was quiet. I stepped outside onto the front step and looked around. I even peered down the sidewalk, expecting to see someone running away or hiding behind a nearby car. There was absolutely no one. The sky was dark, the air was still, and the houses around us were silent. It felt like the whole neighborhood was asleep. I stood there, confused and annoyed. Now it didn't feel like a stupid joke anymore. The way the bell had rung and the fact that no one was there twice in a row made it feel off. I went back inside and decided that if someone was messing with us, I would catch them in the act. I told Jerry what had happened and then went back to the door and stood nearby, listening. I waited there, half hidden, watching the glass and the handle, staying as quiet as I could. If those kids, or whoever it was, came back, I wanted to be ready this time. I waited for about 20 minutes. The house was quiet. No one moved. Jerry stayed in bed, probably wondering if I was overreacting. Everything stayed still for so long that I almost convinced myself it was done. Then, out of nowhere, the doorbell rang again. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the handle and flung the door open as fast as I could. I jumped out onto the porch and looked around, ready to yell at some kid and tell them to knock it off and go home before I lost my temper. But there was no one there at all. No movement. No sound of footsteps running away. No bushes shaking. Nothing. I stood there in the doorway, completely puzzled. My heart was beating fast, not from fear exactly, but from confusion and adrenaline. I knew what I had heard. The bell wasn't broken or faint, it rang strong and clear every time. But there was nobody there pressing the button. It was at that point that Jerry came out of the spare room, her face worried and tired. She asked what was going on, and I told her that once again there was no one at the door. So, together, we went to wake James. He was annoyed when we shook him awake, groggy and confused, asking why we were making so much noise. When we asked if he'd heard the doorbell, he said no. He hadn't heard a thing. To him, it had been just another quiet night's sleep until we woke him up. We all went to the front hall. James was trying to figure out if maybe the doorbell was faulty, or if something electrical was going on. He went out to the garage, grabbed a screwdriver, and came back in. He unscrewed the doorbell cover and disconnected the wires so that it could no longer ring at all. When he was finished, he pointed out that the bell would now be completely dead. No one could ring it, even if they stood there pressing the button all night. That seemed to calm things down a bit. Once the wires were pulled, the doorbell stayed quiet. There were no more rings that night, and technically, there couldn't be. Even though it was hard to relax after that, the house eventually settled back into silence. Jerry and I went back to the spare room, but sleep didn't come easily. We lay awake for a long time, replaying everything in our heads, listening for any new sound. It's strange how, once something like that happens, you become aware of every little creak and crack in a house. The next morning, James and his girlfriend left early for work. The house felt different in the daytime, brighter and more normal. Jerry went to take a shower, and I stayed in the kitchen, sitting at the table, reading the newspaper. The quiet felt almost a little too calm after what had happened during the night, but I tried to ignore it and just focus on the words on the page. Then, out of nowhere, the doorbell rang again. This time it wasn't once or twice. It rang 6 times in a row, fast and insistent. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sound cut through the silence of the house, and every single ring sounded normal and strong, as if someone was right outside pressing the button over and over. A cold chill went all the way through me. I knew what James had done the night before. I had watched him disconnect the wires with my own eyes. The bell shouldn't have been able to ring at all, not even once, and yet here it was ringing 6 times in a row like nothing was wrong. I got up from my chair, my skin prickling, and walked carefully to the front door. When I opened it and looked outside, there was nobody on the step and no one on the sidewalk. But there was something else. At the bottom of the front steps, sitting on the walkway, were 6 cats. They were all sitting there in a row or close together, all facing the house, all staring up toward the door. Every one of them had its ears pinned back tight against its head, and they were growling and hissing in that low, threatening way cats do when they feel threatened or angry. The sound of them growling combined with the doorbell that shouldn't have been ringing at all made the whole scene feel unreal and wrong. I slammed the door shut, heart pounding, and backed away. The house suddenly felt different again, like the air itself had turned thick and heavy. I didn't want to look out the window again. I listened instead, trying to hear if the cats were still there. A moment later, the doorbell rang once more, just one strong ring this time, and at the same moment, I heard what sounded like a growl from behind me inside the house, somewhere near the kitchen. That was enough for me. I didn't want to stand there and test my nerves anymore. I hurried down the hall to the spare room, where Jerry was drying her hair. I probably looked pale and rattled because she turned around quickly, and immediately asked what was wrong. I told her what had just happened, the doorbell ringing again even though the wires were disconnected, the 6 angry cats sitting at the bottom of the steps, and the growl I'd heard behind me when the bell rang the last time. "Get dressed," I told her. "We're leaving. Right now. I don't care where we go, but I don't want to stay here." She didn't argue. She got dressed quickly, and we both got our things together as fast as we could. When it was time to leave, we didn't even use the front door. I wasn't interested in opening it again and finding those cats still sitting there the way they had been, staring and hissing. We went out through the back door instead, stepped into the yard, and walked through the alley to get around the house and back to the street. Even from a distance, I was half expecting to see the cats still there, but I didn't look too closely. I just wanted to get away from that house for the rest of the day. Later that night, when James got home from work, We called him and told him everything that had happened. At first he sounded surprised, then quiet. He mentioned that he had always felt strange when he was alone in the kitchen, like he wasn't by himself, but he had never thought much about it before. Then he told us something else, something that made everything feel even more unsettling. He said that the last couple who had rented the house before he moved in had been heavily into witchcraft and seances. They used to hold rituals and spiritual sessions in the house. The neighbors had mentioned it to him after he moved in, but he hadn't really believed it was anything serious. He just thought they were a bit odd. Hearing about the doorbell, the disconnected wires, the strange feelings, and the 6 angry cats made that detail suddenly feel very important. For us, that was more than enough. Between the strange ringing of a doorbell that technically couldn't ring, the empty porch every time we checked, the growl in the house, the feeling in the kitchen, and the background of people playing with things they shouldn't, we didn't want to stay tied to that house any longer. James and his girlfriend felt the same way. Within a few days, they decided to move out and find a new place. They packed their things, left that house behind, and settled into a different home. Since then, as far as we know, nothing strange has happened in their new place. No weird doorbells, no angry cats, no bad feelings in the kitchen. Everything has been quiet. And honestly, that's exactly how we all wanted to stay.